up and away and looking to break through that 124. And when it does, it is sticky note idea number 2. Just going long through, and the sticky note's gonna be up in a sec. Just going long through 124. That past high is 123 according to eSignal. We have a 123.73, which is, yep, and according to our charts as well. That is the past 52-week high right there on Disney. It is the #1 name there. We've talked about this performing here this year in the Dow, and it looks like it's going to continue that move higher here as Nelson Peltz and board try to grab about those 2 seats. We'll see if the current board wants to shake it up or not. But as Taylor Swift would say, Adara, maybe Disney will just shake it off. I mean, I don't know.
It might do nothing.
We'll find out what happens there. And they also are streaming the Eras tour as well, by the way, which thankfully I haven't been able to watch yet because we've been so busy.
Well, yeah.
We haven't even been home to do anything. And my daughter is all about watching like these pseudo horror movies. Like she wants to watch, and she did watch because she went over to a friend's house, and then we watched it with her. It wasn't that bad. That Megan. Have you seen that?
Oh yeah,
that doll that
I watched it on my flight to Halifax.
She said, because I said that movie I think is because it's only 14 or something.
It's
like that.
not that bad.
But she goes, there was an F word in there. I think I can say that. I don't know.
Yeah, you can say that.
And I said, oh my God, I hate when you're doing that. But sometimes the kids unfortunately go to school and know certain words.
Like you can only protect them for something.
Anyway, so she's like, she wants to do that, so we're trying to find like,
so you watched
scary movie? Yeah, I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting.
Like, yeah, and especially with the era.
It's AI world we're in right now.
The era that we're dealing in, I thought it was pretty fun. And then she related it to something else. I think maybe we were talking in the car about Optimus or something.
Like it's kind of like like Child's. It's like basically like imagine like Child's Play.
Yeah,
but
it was just fun. But there's no gruesome murders or anything like that. Like it's
well, it has a couple moments.
Yeah, it has a couple moments, but it's not. I don't know. It wasn't that. It wasn't that bad. I think it was pretty well done for what it was. So, anyways,
you got to watch and
then we watched so we go from watching that to the Mean Girls musical. So there you go. I mean, I don't know. Kids these days.
You gotta try to watch The Exorcist. There's a new one. They had that new one.
That's one of Marissa's
that's a scary
favorite movie.
They're making a new Omen movie. That's a scary movie.
Yes. You know what I thought was really super scary? Oh man, I'm gonna have to remember. Let me get back to you guys on this one. There was one when we were growing up, and I rewatched it and it wasn't that scary, but I can't remember what it is. That they just redid that as well.
Yeah.
Isn't there something on Netflix for it? I think. Anyways. I'll think about it.
What else is there?
Anyways, something to do with the Vatican. All right, let's go back over to the desk.
All right, I was just looking for a couple of sources here because I wanted to talk about, I saw a few people mentioning this morning, Geo, that prison company, GEO is the name of the stock. This is, if you go to a daily chart, this thing's had a really nice move from $7 up to 14. This was the one, if everyone recalls, Michael Burry was involved with at one point. I was just looking for another source. This is kind of a cool visual, but according to this website, he's actually out of this. So zero shares in the position right now. But this kind of outlines his history of buying and sales of this. So he did load up right at the bottom. There's 3 million, 2 million, 500,000, sold about 1 million and change there, and then bought back 200,000, sold 600. And that was it. That's going back to basically the end of the summer last year. So it looks like, according to this anyways, Michael Burry is out of this and did not participate in this move from 7 all the way up to 14 for Geo.
Yeah, that's a massive move for Geo. They also apparently announced earlier today, I'm seeing on Benzinga here, they announced a $1.2 billion senior note offering to refinance their existing indebtedness. They also announced earlier on Monday that they're looking to commence their refinancing process for some of their tranches. So certainly some financial updates here for GEO. And yeah, what a nice chart there, going double with this nice kind of curl up here.
He had the right idea, but I guess he got impatient. Kind of strange. Play, a few people talking about this as well, up 7, increasing their current buyback program for Dave & Buster's as well. Pretty active this morning, guys.
I think when
So it's in play today?
Yeah, Yannick was getting some play jokes there. He said something about going to the Going to the arcade or something today, or is anyone going
Yo, I loved Dave and
play some games? I was surprised. We talked about this on the after show. There still is one in Vaughan.
That's the one.
Vaughan, yeah.
I was there.
Yeah, I was there.
There was a broken machine. I think you were there the time with the broken machine. We went there with our high school buddies, and there was like they had those.
Yeah, I wonder who broke.
You know the coin? No. It was like the coin games where like whatever, like it pushes the coin.
It pushes them, right?
Essentially, and you get tickets. So essentially, what was happening? We saw like a couple of people that were at this one machine. And it was just they were getting a payout, and like none of the machines were available to play that game, so you're just kind of waiting for one to come open. And they're not like it just keeps on spitting out tickets, and they're not leaving. It's more and more. And so like
but eventually
come back,
they run out of tickets, right?
Exactly. So someone comes to refill it, and then we go back like 10 minutes later, and like why are they still there, and why do they keep winning? And so one of them comes to us and says, "Yo, this machine is broken. It just keeps spitting out tickets. Just stand here. We have to leave. Just stand here and keep taking them." So we did that for a bit.
You wasted
won some
an
like
hour.
stupid prize. Like what? It's just giving you tickets. So until the roll and the guy comes to fill it, when they filled it the second time is when they realized, hey, something's going on here, and then we had to stop. But it was great.
Those are the worst things.
I think I got like a lava lamp or something.
I was going to say, you get all those tickets and you spend like $150, and the best thing you can get is like a $5 made in China stuffy that blows up in your face or something like that.
But it is a breakout on the daily.
It's a good move.
Like the chart actually. Like this actually looks good for two reasons. One, I mean, obviously a clear breakout. You can see 65 in here. I'm not even going to bother drawing a resistance line for you. But the second part of it is, well, what would have happened in the aftermarket? Like anybody that traded this in the aftermarket, either you could have dumped long shares, which released pressure, or on top of that, you could have trapped some people looking shorts under 60 or 61, and then now they're off sides as it's breaking resistance. So an open above 65, and who knows, the stock could actually have something to do today. So when we say it's in play, we're not joking around. It's 11% short float, and it just broke a 52-week high. So that's the kind of thing you got to like here above that 65. But the volume is not really up to snuff. 20,000 shares early pre-market. You got to see this thing open up and hold that 25 level.
I wanted to check. We won't be trading this, but I wanted to check what MicroStrategy did yesterday because we didn't. Okay, so yesterday went back into 15, 1450, 1500, back up to 15 today because we were watching Bitcoin here at 65.7. Yikes. We just saw such a violent move in this name, and there's a nice bounce off of 1500. So this could be something to look at again here if we come back in for MicroStrategy in and around 1500. This is just a decent play, especially for some of you that are playing options now. I know they're going to be super expensive on this name, but just the explosiveness of the name and sort of the volatility here will get you so much back if you're right. Like even if we come back into 1500 and it looks like we're going to break, at that point, if you can get a call or something like that back up to 17 or 1750, and then you do get one more hold here of Bitcoin, and then you could probably go back because this is like a 2-week bottom here in and around 1500 for MicroStrategy. So that's held, and so has Bitcoin. And it looks like right now, and I know Brendan mentioned a little bit off the top, 65.8. If you just look at Bitcoin itself, and I don't know if was crypto on our watch list? I don't think there was a crypto moment there. I don't know if it's going to be on is crypto on our rundown today, Brendo? No, okay. Okay, so that's good. So we'll talk about that quickly. So this is the kind of levels that we're talking about holding here. 64,000, 63,000. So if this is going to be something for us to look at, maybe MicroStrategy if you're not, because Mara will move a little bit different than Bitcoin, although that's also another great levered opportunity to get into a name. Because you know what, there's not really, when's the 3 times IBIT coming? Like things like that. Like I'm surprised that's actually not here already.
Well, it takes time.
But
they just got the ETFs out there. It'll happen.
I mean, they would start trash talking Jim Cramer, and then within a couple of days, there's an S-Jim.
That's true.
Or something like that. But no, they do take a while.
It'll happen.
Yeah, there probably is a 6-month kind of cooling off period on that or something.
Or at least there should be.
Anyways, wouldn't that be fun, Brendan and Adair, if we started getting 3 times levered Bitcoin ETFs?
So much fun.
Be something, yeah. Definitely be interesting.
Can feel the excitement. Yeah, no, that would be disastrous, I feel like. I want to mention this real quick. Tesla downside, as we said. Here's Rivian trying to desperately, we're right at, guys, the bottom end of the range here for Rivian on a daily chart this morning. I mean, all of these EV names under pressure. We'll get to Tesla in more depth coming up a little bit later, but not looking good on any of these charts on a higher time frame today.
That was Rivian? Okay.
Yeah. Isn't today.
I feel like Lucid's the best one because we know the Saudis will just put it in. But I don't know who's going to put it in for Rivian.
$10 flat bottom break. Well, I mean, we'll see what happens. It's at 10.50 today. It wicked like 11.50 is like that's the key level, like 11.50 and $10. Those are the biggies, and you're not going to see 11.50 today. You're probably closer to testing that $10 flat bottom break, and that's on this daily chart. So it was just here. It had the nice rally after it got dumped, post earnings, and that got you back. You got 25-30% off the bottom, so it was actually pretty good. And now you're staring this in the face. With Tesla disappointing the way that they did, with Go EV, going concern issues, and I mean, we can go on and on about EV space. And then you get more and more competition. Like the Chinese names keep getting more competition there, and now they're expanding and moving. It's like nothing is good for the EV space right now. Like the only pseudo EV company that's actually performing well on the chart is GM, but then they got their legacy business that's going to be providing the reason for that. So, look, it's 10 breaks. I'm probably going to be on this, but at 10.50, you still have a decent sized move for this to get back down there. But I mean, we got a graphic for these things. Like if a stock like this has a $10 52-week low and then double taps it and breaks, that's just a trade you're going to have. But it's not on the front of the radar because of the likelihood that we'd even see it in the open.
All right.
How does he know we're talking about EVs? You did it again.
Man, you came just with a croissant, but there's no jet fuel.
I know.
How is the croissant? Is that a nice buttery one? Yeah, it's all right. Is it cold out today? You're wearing a hoodie. Normally you're in a t-shirt.
It's because it's wet, so it makes it, yeah. When it's wet outside, it makes you feel that chill. That's why I got the sweater. Yes.
Tesla's doing something? Oh, there it is.
You didn't even have to answer. I know you
Scout
want to
locations for 2 to 3 billion. Okay, so we actually, who was I with? Actually, I was with Baxter yesterday, and we were talking about Tesla, because I said, oh my God, have you seen the moves lately? This is what I talk about with my kid on the way home. Have you seen the moves lately in Tesla? Because it's 4 or 5 straight down days. And he actually said, well, look, they still have so much reliance there, because I was telling him about the miss in China, and that they had so much reliance there in China, and it was actually pretty foolish of them to have that as such. And it's not their fault. I mean, they scaled up there. It was a huge success. Tesla's been the driver of so much wealth in the stock market for many traders. But like we've seen, Apple move into India pretty heavily, and I believe the iPhone 16 is only going to be produced, or the majority of it, in India to get away from the China dependence. And Tesla now, I think with that headline, that's a smart move. I mean, I just, that's what you want to do. We've seen China been able to basically turn off trade if they wanted to, control their own money supply, which obviously we do here as well, manipulate markets. There's nothing different than potentially what happens in the United States, but why deal with that if you can go into another, burgeoning market, which is maybe the next big tech boom could be in India, right? And it's not already.
It will be, yeah.
If not already. So, I mean, yeah, educated market. We've already talked about that with Apple and some of the other major manufacturing companies moving into India. I think that story's good, but it was just put in my ear and I just saw it for the first time. So without knowing too much about it, that doesn't seem like too much of an expansion.
I mean,
3 billion? I mean,
a couple billion here.
a couple billion here, a couple billion there. We talked about, well, we will get to Intel and what happens when you build factories and things like that.
Expensive, man.
It gets expensive, and sometimes it gets more expensive than maybe you thought. And then sometimes you push out the profitability targets on those, and we will talk about that when we get back. Fabian, are we ready to go? If you want to, okay, we'll just keep going. Let me know. We are going to go over to for upgrades and downgrades, but yeah, I think that's an interesting. What do you think about
It could be a hot minute before we like the EV names again. Like I don't like it's like we're in April. Like it might not be. It could be the end of the year. It could be next year. I'm not terribly concerned about Tesla in the longer run, but there's nothing about it this week, maybe even like next week, that's exciting me to jump this trend in the other direction. Like, yes, obviously it's going to make perfect sense for them to be doing this in India. I think that's great news, but that doesn't do anything for them in the next few months. I think that's obviously a good move for them in the long term, but as there's going to be some failures in the industry and there's going to be some consolidation probably at some point in this industry, even though it hasn't happened yet, those things are going to happen in EVs. They happen all the time. It happens in cannabis, it'll happen in AI, it happened in semis. It's just, this is what happens in any kind of a growing industry. You have that excitement, and then you have the reality starts to set in, then you have the winners and losers separated, and from there, I feel like we haven't even had that yet. We're starting to get a few failures, and once you work through that cycle, Tesla will come out on top.
That was quick, boy. Wow. Do we talk that long? Wow.
Yo, you're not messing around
mistake,
today.
everybody. All right, over to the board now with, thank you, Randy, with Adara.
Some interesting names on the board here, especially on the downgrade side. But for upgrades, we have Legend Biotech getting an upgrade from Cantor Fitzgerald. Jasper Therapeutics getting an upgrade here from Evercore ISI. UPS here getting an upgrade from Redbird Atlantic, trading a bit higher. And Fluence getting a nice move up here, Fluence Energy, after this upgrade from Raymond James. Lots of retail downgrades here. PepsiCo getting downgraded by Argus Research. Gordon Haskett downloading both Costco and Dollar Tree here. And Ali gapping pretty significantly to the downside here after this downgrade from JP Morgan.
All right. So as Adrian says, Neil in the chat, Adrian says, thank you, coffee guy.
Yes.
So thank you, coffee guy, a.k.a. Randy. And Rob. Rob is, were you telling him about your Bluetooth not working again or what?
It's like, no, but it's like a different problem from yesterday. I can't win with, what's weird about it
Can't
is
get that going.
It'll literally connect, every single TV in here it wants to connect to. It wants to connect to people's watches and somebody that has a Galaxy phone. I don't know who that is. It's not me. I have a Pixel. Everything it wants to connect to except for my earbuds, which I use every single day. It doesn't make any sense. Now
Rob just did something. Okay.
Well,
the cap of that Bluetooth.
Well, now obviously he just took it away. So.
Oh, he took the. Oh, yeah.
He took the adapter.
Oh, he took the actual adapter out.
So I don't have any information in my ear, which means I have no idea when we're supposed to throw back to the desk. Oh no, what's?
Okay, so normally, Neil, what we do. I know I went off the rails there with the coffee guy comment. Normally, we comment on some of those upgrades and downgrades.
UPS.
Okay, so I'll take Costco first, and then you'll take UPS. So Costco is into the levels where you could get interested in it because they had the miss. They were at 780. They were at all-time highs, as many stocks were in the last month or so. This is another one of those names that's pulling back much more than the market. So. If you think that Costco is going to be around for a minute and you don't mind retail, this is getting to be to a level where, and look, a market technician would draw little lines here and say, frowny face. And it is moving to the downside. And I'm not sure where it's going to stop, but if you wanted to put $1,000 or you were trying to dollar cost average, I don't think Costco is horrible at some of these levels. Maybe right here, right now. So that's that. I feel like if they start to cut rates at some point, that just makes credit cards even just a little bit better, which obviously a lot of people are paying with purchases on Costco on credit cards, unless you're walking around with $1,000 cash in your pocket, Fabian. Other than that, Costco I like on that downgrade side to maybe pick something up cheaper.
That, of course, was that a reference to the Robinhood card or no?
No.
Oh, okay. No, you said the 1,000.
I was trying to think about a way to think about why Costco.
No, because they had the thing. It's like either you get the card or you get 1,000 cash. You were saying. And by the way,
I just know how much it costs when you go to Costco. Like honestly, you're like, oh, we ran out of toilet paper today. Okay, let's go to Costco and get toilet paper. Well, it's $30 because you have to buy like 80 rolls.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not like it goes
it's
bad.
It's actually not that much, but
I mean, you throw it in the storage. But quickly on UPS, I know it's not normally a stock that we would trade, but it has a pretty distinct pattern of getting destroyed for a couple of days, either on earnings or just for whatever reason, on sympathy sometimes, and it's been making these bounces. So this would be the third time since late last year, like dump, and then bounce, dump, bounce, dump, and they're putting in it's putting in higher lows. So it's back to and above the 50 period. This is worth watching. It's a kind of stock that can kind of go trending sometimes. So getting above 150, if it can break this top and then do one of those like slow trends in the afternoon or midday, then above 152, that's something worth looking for. Like it's up 1%. I know it's going to lead the market right now in the upgrade. Maybe not enough juice, but it should be worth watching. It's done this before, and then it goes trending for weeks at a time after one of those massive dumps that it just came off of.
Debs. Okay. Ramina's eating Pringles, and it's no, it's not. It's actually not Pringles. It's I can't believe it's not Pringles, but. Anyways, we were just discussing how many that she was able to eat in a certain amount of time, but whatever. I just want to mention this real quick. A few people were talking about Vivo Power, VVPR, just back through $8 here. Huge volume spike though, as it broke above $8, trying to pull back and hold that, but 36%. Yet another one, Adara, with a buyback today.
Yeah, and I know yesterday too with this Vivo Power, they also announced they were going to be merging one of their subsidiaries into this Cactus Acquisition Corp. So a kind of a SPAC-related piece of news with one of their subsidiaries yesterday as well. So second day of nice catalyst there for VVPR.
One of those days, or it could be one of those days anyways, where some of the craziest action could come with some of these small caps. Here's ABIO. 7 million shares traded on this already. This would appear to be a reverse split for ABIO. There's a few other ones moving around at this point this morning as well. So ABIO, VVPR, there's VNDA already at 3.5 million, XTIA, another one. So lots of action in small cap land today, guys.
Oh yeah, there was ABIO is a split. One of the Nvidia ETFs, I forget which one. You guys will know which one in the chat. One of those split too. You always have to watch out because like those ETFs are pulling to splits. You'll see the price move and you'll get all shocked, but it's not. ABIO already. I'm gonna eat the chip because it's in my hand.
Yeah, you have to once it's there.
ABIO, when these things reverse split, good chips by the way.
That's the problem with chips. It's like it's ridiculous.
You can't. These are basically Lays.
No, but it's just like, just eat them all, man. Just eat them all.
All right.
No, because I'm not having any more because thing is, like, I had two, and it's just like, I don't have enough discipline, you know. It is what it is.
We already know I don't have any.
Trying to get some discipline with trading here. Oh, I saw yesterday, no, Neil, you don't understand what I saw in the chat yesterday on the recap show. There was a user, their name was AAPL space FRTR. So Apple the stock, fritter. And I was just like, wow. And I mentioned you and everything, and I was like, wow, Apple, AA, like how no one has thought of that. AAPL.
Why didn't I think of that?
Did you hear that, Brendan? I don't know if he was here, but in the chat, there was a user, AAPL FRTR. And I was like, oh my God, how has that not happened yet?
We should be allowed at Real Trading
how did we not think of that?
We should have our own trader IDs. Like I want to be able to have, instead of like the one that it gives you when you generate your account, which is basically, it's like a form of your first and last name. That's boring. Yeah. I want to be able to create my own. I could do Apple Fritter as mine.
Yeah, that'd be hilarious. Anyways, I thought that was really funny. So shout out to all of our viewers out there with the creativity. As people probably will change their names now.
Yeah, well, now everybody's gonna do it.
You know, like Sharif's mom is not in there anymore because Sharif's on vacation. So she watches when
That's
he's
a good point.
on.
I haven't seen Sharif's mom in the chat.
No, because he's there. He's on vacation. He's not going to be watching right now. There's Randy.
Of course.
Automotive Minute with Randy. That's that will be a popular segment.
Yeah, see, everyone's like searching for them now.
See, at Apple, it's not Flitter. FRTR. FRTR, yeah, Fritter. That's what it was.
Exactly.
I never seen them before, Yeah, there it is. So whatever Ryan Lewis just typed in there, that was the name.
That's the right one.
Yeah, that's the right one. I saw it there and I was like, oh my God, that's hilarious. But on that
Never
note,
heard of you, Ponzi Fonzie.
No, Ponzi. Shout out to Ponzi Fonzie and Chef Joe and all the usual suspects in there. Also, just on that note, this is the origin of the name, and we will get to some Apple probably today. It is one of my names. I'm going to be still shorting in 170 land here for Apple. Okay, well, that's enough of us, that's for sure. Let's go back over to the desk.
All right, let's get into everything we need to know here. It's 9 o'clock, 30 minutes to go before we get the market open on busy Wednesday. Remember, mark down 9:45 first, then 10 o'clock. We'll get some key economic data, the services side of the PMI world today after we got the manufacturing side a couple days ago. And then the big one coming up at 12 o'clock. Fed's Bostic actually still speaking right now. Powell coming up at 12 o'clock today. Yeah, Intel, top of the list today, as it should be, down big time here. $44 basically is where it closed this morning. We're all the way back to 41.5. As Neil was mentioning, the foundry side of things not going to be profitable anywhere near on the time frame they were talking.
Yeah, so also they had about $7 billion in operating losses for the foundry in 2023, $5.2 billion in 2022. So that's a pretty significant increase in losses there. They also announced that now the foundry segment is going to be a separate operating segment. They've actually have announced their own CFO for the foundry segment. So it looks like they are trying to focus more on the foundry elements with regards to that pretty significant increase in losses.
Yeah, this 41, if you go out to a daily chart, 41's been a thing for a long, long time. When is that? December, all the way back to the beginning of, or the end, I should say, of 2023, guys.
All right.
Rob is like right here helping me work.
Yeah, it's okay.
No, the only thing, I was going to comment about ABIO.
You are muted.
What I was going to say about ABIO before we got off tangent was just that it was already falling down after a reverse split. So the trend on those is usually, if it can't rally in the first couple of days, you're just trending down. But like as far as Intel goes, when you say, like they might have had 17 in revenue when they split it out, their foundry business, but it was like 22 last year, and then the losses are bigger, and they're also talking about not profitability until 27. So it's all well and good that they're going to peak in terms of losses this year as expected. That's what Pat said, but you're still not expecting to be profitable by 27. You would have even heard me say you're not even sure about this, how this is going to play out till 2025. This is a long-term road for them, and it's starting off bumpy. So when that's the case, I know 41 is support, so I'm waiting to short it on a pop. Like it's got to come back into a key price at 42.5 in here, or if it breaks it, I look at the 43 level. Otherwise, it's a little bit tight to that 41 support to want to be shorting it down here.
Yeah, so I was going to ask you, because you were sort of kicking yourself that I didn't have a bid at 41. Is that something that happens now, or are you changing your mind?
No, I'm not buying now.
Not buying now. Okay, I was going to ask you because remember you were like, "Oh man, we
went." Well, it already bounced off it and went 10%.
Yeah, that's fair. No, that's fair. Yeah, I just wanted to ask you because I'm not really in this name. But Intel, we had this live on the show yesterday, and I want to thank again Apple Fritter and everybody that was on the market recap show. If you didn't watch it, I mean, honestly, I want to thank everybody for the support on Monday. I thought Monday's show was an absolute monster show with Michael Noss. One of the best ones I thought we had, to be honest with you. We had a great Q&A. And then we just followed that up yesterday with Brian Shannon coming on, and we nailed this PVH. We had Intel breaking right in front of us happening, and it was just a fantastic moment, considering there was really no earnings. So we're still bringing so much heat on that show. That was a nice move to the downside there, breaking through $43. We were watching it bounce around there, and then there was the call and the discussion, and numbers dropped, extending out the loss and extending the profitability targets, into 2023, 2027. You can go read the report. At the end of the day, I'm not trading Intel today. I've written Intel on this sticky note, and it was OB last week on I guess these moves up. I can't remember what day it was. It must have been this monster day up there. No. We were both thinking short. I can't remember what the news was again. And then the day before that, I was thinking long or whatever. And we just got tossed around on it. We lost too much the first day and not that much the second day, if I'm correct. I'm not afraid to trade it by any stretch of the imagination, but I don't want to. I think it's overdone, but I want to wait for lower. So that's why I was mentioning, I think 41 is going to be good to sit there and maybe take a long. Let's let it fall into that though. I'm not going to be start the buying at like 41.30, 41.20. Then by the time it gets to 41, I have too many shares. And then when it breaks, I look over at my net and I'm like, why the, did we lose that much money on a trade that we didn't really have a great feel for? So I'm just going to wait and see what happens down here at 41 and then most likely play a fade as I want to be short today. So we'll play fades, but I'm just going to be as patient as I can with this name. I really like it. The name that's on the sticky note for me, though, is Nvidia. We have absolutely on the board the last couple of days with Nvidia. I mean, it's been one of my better trades. Now, we haven't traded it until the end of the day because we were able to find levels. But what I just wrote down here was 900 was key, short that to 905. So we had this the last couple of days against that 905 level. So there's 900 yesterday, right? So we broke it, we wicked up to 901, not even, and then fell back down. So if there's any chance that we could get this 898 level, that's something that I want to take here. 898 into 900, but I wrote down on the sticky note, let's not get out until we break 905. So I have to be better positioned as to not load up. Like if you don't want to lose $5,000, then don't put 1,000 shares at 900. Or do that, but don't put your out at 905. So I just feel like there's a lot of range in this name today. We could get a spike up with Fed, and that's what I want to talk about when Brendan brought it the first time, was with all these speakers coming out, you could get one speaker, no matter what it is, even if it's Powell, just say something that moves the market for 30 seconds, and then they either walk that back or the very next question kind of leads it down another road.
And you just go, doop, doop.
So the problem is that you put your stops 30 cents away, that could just spike just because Powell mentioned something. And then all of a sudden, the very next conversation, he mentions something that sends it down 30 cents. And at the end of the day, he leaves the stage and the stock is where, or the market is where it was when he entered the building. So it's kind of like, just be careful, be aware, we'll have it up. If we can find something to show, we will.
Exactly.
Otherwise, Adara, Brendan will let us know when these speakers are on board. I have the Benzing in my ear. Hopefully your Bluetooth will work and we'll get that going. But yeah, Vin, thank you for reminding me. BOBA 72 was a level I wanted to look at as well. But we'll go back over to the desk right now as we're running a little bit late.
All right, nice pop here for Spotify. First off, they're raising their prices across the board $1 to $2. So 7%, just took out the highs here on the daily chart and then some. 7%, nice move here for Spotify. Not a lot of volume behind this, however, but we are up huge. So just be aware again, they're raising prices $1 to $2 across the board, depending on what plan you have for Spotify. Yeah, there's Tesla. There was a note that came out, the guys mentioned it quickly, looking to spend between $2 and $3 billion for a plant in India. If you remember, rewind the clock back to mid last year, I want to say. There was lots of headlines about Elon speaking with regulatory people and government officials in that country on this. So it looks like we are starting to see some momentum possibly for Tesla going into India. However, yeah, that's not a good looking chart today again.
No, I mean, there continue to be these issues here with Tesla. We did get downgrades or price target decreases story here from HSBC, TD Cowen, Truist, JP Morgan, and Guggenheim all this morning. Some of these pretty significant, most of them in that below 150 or around 150 range, so some pretty low price targets here. Kathy Wood, though, did add an additional $39 million plus, I think $39.18 million worth of Tesla stock. That's about 235,000 shares across 3 ETFs.
If anyone's keeping score, it's a lot. 7% here. Again, not a lot of volume here for Spotify if you missed it. They're raising prices $1 to $2 across the board here for Spot.
Now let's get to Spot first. I mean, we've already talked once about Tesla. I think you probably know what we're going to say because we already talked pretty negatively about it. But Spotify volume, okay, it's only done like 50,000 shares. So like this move has happened on almost no volume pre-market, but you are breaking out here, and it's pretty clean so far. I mean, it looks clean, but remember, low volume moves need to be held with a bit of a grain of salt. I would anticipate at the open, you might see a little bit of selling in terms of people taking profit if it sniffs to like 270 is where this thing closed yesterday, then it's already gone like 20 bucks off of that. So if it pulls back into like 80, like I would be looking for longs here. When a stock's breaking out like that, if it holds the breakout area, I'd be essentially looking for dip buys. I just don't, like if you wanted to play that short, anticipating selling at the open, the spread's $1.50. So I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. $1.50 spread, and that's if you want to get, I can't even guarantee that's 100 shares on the bid ask. So you really got to wait for this to open up, and if it does that and holds like around an even dollar area, fair enough. As far as Tesla goes, I don't want to change the plan from the last couple of days too much. I feel like this is trending down and it continues to go lower. It feels like 150 is almost inevitable. Good bottom yesterday. Actually, the open was the bottom yesterday. But you're still, I like 168, and I managed to not really play 168 as well as we should have. But I want to be short under 168 again today. Like that is the plan. If it's under 168, I want to be short. If it breaks that out, then I'm sitting it out till 70 or 73. So still looking at the same levels as yesterday. Until this gets to 150, not really thinking about the longs in Tesla. And then as mentioned on Rivian, and Rivian could flat bottom break 10 any day now.
Yeah, we could talk about this yesterday, but we actually tagged Tesla yesterday as a short, and then I also used the hashtag stay in your grind yesterday. Tesla's been a very, very top stock. Again, I feel like it's Nvidia and Tesla, and it's just haven't been over trading. It's just been waiting. And yesterday we nailed that 168 level up here. We had this, that was that one time where it broke out, and then we talked about breaking out when it broke 167. That was an out level. I was waiting up here for 168. And that really wound up pay dirt. And we weren't here, unfortunately, when this was happening at 1 p.m., or we would have shorted the living you-know-what out of that. And it did get a nice bump up at the end of the day. But more negativity hits the name today with more downgrades. And, of course, Miss Kathy Wood bought yesterday. So there could be some bottoms into here. You do see a big spike right here, right off the open at 9:30. So whether or not it was a market on open order or there was some dip buys in there. This little drop down, we never actually got to 162. Like that was during, I mean, we got there, but that was on that release of the Chinese numbers. So during the day, we did not revisit that. So what I wrote down here on today's sticky note as the number one idea was Tesla short 168. So you got to start it earlier than that, but that's going to be a level to look at if you want to put your max shares. I would think you want to wait for that, but then it feels like a test of yesterday's lows of 162 might hit, and then we have a little bit of discussion about what we like on there, ARK buying more, yada, 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 so watch out for that. But I'm short Tesla. I already have the order in. I'm not short now, but I'm trying to get short up here. If we can just rally a little bit off the open like we did yesterday, boom. Like we were 162, we went up $4 yesterday. We were short into here and we believed in it. And then after that, it was, sirens up because the fade happened and we were able to really cash out yesterday. So let's just stay true to who we are. Like I said, stay grinding. We know we like the short, so we'll take it. And if it really gets going in the pre-market, honestly, I might just short something wild. Like, if it breaks through 163, then we get back to 164, then maybe we'll use that as our sort of top shelf there. So, yeah. I think Tesla's a short, and I'm not going to go long. Maybe at 160, that's been a pretty...
150 for sure.
Oh, 150 I think might be an investable level. But for right now, we are definitely shorting something in Tesla in this mid 160, man. If we can get anything up here, then I think it's a negative catalyst. We've seen it move the last couple days. This to me is where my attention is today.
Productive, anyways. DJT up next here, back to the upside after a couple of days. Huge move down. We got below the debut price back on Thursday. We're back above where we closed yesterday, positive again, but it's actually pretty active already. I was just noting about 150,000 shares here in the pre-market or more active, relatively speaking, on a pretty quiet day. But there was this lawsuit that was announced. We had a huge bounce yesterday off the initial move down this morning as well in the pre-market. Looks like 50 is going to hold here so far for DJT.
Yeah, Andy Latinsky and Wes Moss, these are two of the co-founders of Trump Media, basically getting accused of not heeding their responsibilities with regards to the merger and getting Truth Social active, and suing, saying that Latinsky and Moss should not receive their 8.6% stake in the company. So almost 10% of the company saying they should not be receiving it.
Price action, however, seems to be shrugging that off this morning. About 0.6 already, guys, here for DJT.
It kind of, like, it broke resistance at the bottom and kind of semi-squeeze in the afternoon. Like, it was through the $50 level, and then it held 50. So let me zoom in so you can see that. But you know what? Let's get off the 15-minute chart. Go to the 3. And then you can see this a little bit better. Like, it was a pretty decent break the second time through off of the $50 level. So first time, fail at the open, but then second time through, then it holds support at $50. So I think, hey, $50 looks like something. It's a nice fat round number. It was support in the afternoon. It kind of double tapped it if you count this push at 330 to the downside that we saw. So that's probably the level to look at. If it holds a kind of a dip into 50, I think you go dip and rip. I prefer Reddit today for thinking about symbols that trade similarly, where the bit of a spread and not the gigantic float out there, and definitely a chance to run. I just simply preferred Reddit when we were laying that one out. I felt like this was a little bit stronger off the bottom yesterday. The 47 level was pretty key the last couple of trading sessions from resistance to support. It's holding above that 47, so I just want to be looking for longs in Reddit instead. I know it's down a little bit, but that was a bit stronger in yesterday's trade. But DJT, I'm not trying to short it today, that's for sure.
Yeah, I haven't looked really anywhere at those stocks. We saw Reddit yesterday at that 45 level. I just, I think it can get there again. I mean, why can't we just make that sort of that similar move that we had? But that was really solid. We had Danielle Shea on. We've had a couple traders on talking about waiting and being patient to buy IPOs. And the thing is, or direct lists, it doesn't really matter, anything, a SPAC, anything that happens in the first couple days, maybe even the first couple weeks, let it settle down and find its true price action and levels that you want to support. Like, obviously, when you see a move that goes from 46 to 68 back to 46 in 3 days, and it looks like this is not really, it's a great trading tool, but maybe not a great investable one yet, because you want to see these patterns slow down a little bit. So for me, now it looks like you can start to buy, honestly, if you thought that Reddit was something you liked. I mean, because you do have these bottoms, and I feel like you can even get out if it breaks 46 and not even worry about these wicks down to 44, or that might be a good buying spot. So I think for me as a day trader, that's kind of what I'm thinking about, would be to buy Reddit if we can get down into those levels again. I mean, we just made a move yesterday back up. So why can't we kind of fall back in maybe into this 48 level where we had some consolidation? So that's where I would be looking to pick something up on Reddit. So an early move down into this 40. Let me use 48 as not a good example. I'm going to talk 47, sorry. So I said the wrong thing. Right there, 47 was that bottom. So if you could take a 47, 47.50 fill, and then maybe use this 46.50 as you're out, it's $1 worth of risk to hopefully catch a bottom like some people did there and make that move back up to 50. So this could be like a 2 to 3 to 1 risk to reward trade if you're able to get it. Man, oh man, the market is still going lower, but Tesla is going even lower right now. So what was the number one idea to short? Looks like the short is fine, but we talked about possibly changing some prices. So with only 12 minutes to go, Tesla right now making moves lower. Neil mentioned this to me earlier about SoFi, so let's go get the story and then see how high SoFi can fly.
Not that high.
Not that high at all. So far, anyways. I mean, we'll see what happens. But what is it? 10 cents at this point of range in the pre-market here. It is positive on the day in a pretty negative market. But yeah, nice note from Needham this morning, initiating coverage with a buy, going to $10 here for SoFi.
Yeah, they had a lot of really positive things to say here. The analyst being Kyle Peterson for Needham, saying that SoFi is a long-term winner in the digital banking space, and it is a superior unit compared to its competitors, in part because it has a full banking license, and it does focus on prime and super prime customers. So interesting note here, very positive sentiments from Needham.
Yeah, we'll see if we get any follow-through, guys. A trade here for SoFi today?
Part of the problem is, like, the ATR right now on SoFi, I just checked, is 26 cents. So like you got to be very specific if you're trading a $7 stock that has had that tight of a range. And I think yesterday would have provided you with the kind of trade that you need to be looking for, which was kind of a wick bottom here at 7. Actually gave me an idea for the lesson today. But $7, like you get a dip down, a false break at 7, and then a bit of a rally. Like that provides you with an entry that you can risk a few pennies on, 4 or 5, and then you can capture the initial move, and it runs 15 to 20. So if you're not getting that, I don't think this catalyst is enough to cause this to do like a 50-cent day. And if that's not going to be the case, 720, it closed at 720. It had a somewhat adjacent close right at about, I think it was 721 or something like that on Monday. And then you had some support at 720 before, so you can see what I'm getting at. It's at 26. Were it to dip down, tag 20, maybe hold on within 5 cents of it, reclaim 20, then you try to go long back up through, and if it does the exact same pattern, that would be a trade. Outside of that, I wouldn't touch SoFi because the ATR is 26 cents. And it's not a big enough catalyst, I don't think. But it does give you that one setup that worked yesterday. So if you just see that repeats itself, there's nothing wrong with that little wick bottom at the open trade.
Yeah, I mean, it's not moving a whole heck of a lot there. So Neil covered some of that. I don't know. The market's weak, so although there's an upgrade there, I don't let it work out. So some of those levels are going to be pretty key. Unfortunately, yesterday we had a break of that 50 period on Palantir, and it came right back into these levels. These are, you didn't hear anybody recommend buying this name up here, 25, 26, 27, but the 50 period has been an area of support for many stocks. But the better long-term support, unfortunately, is the 200 period, which actually lines up with some of these breakout levels here. So I've been raising capital in cash, selling and getting into cash, and trying to diversify the portfolio a little bit. We have not sold any of Palantir, but we are kind of waiting to buy some more. I'm going to be wondering about buying some more if we can get somewhere near something like this bottom wick, which is 22 flat or so. So I look at that and say, okay, if I'm thinking about buying down there, maybe others are thinking about buying. Is my stream deck not working? Maybe others are thinking about possibly buying down there as well. We'll reach out to the bat phone. But this is a good level. So if the market falls like it's doing and the market looks like it wants to break, I mean, here's a 5-minute chart on the NASDAQ right now. It looks like it wants to get into here. And then that 18.2 that we called bottom yesterday, that will not be the bottom today. If we see this, it's going to break this. So, Palantir maybe gets to that 22 level. So just on the same light as a SoFi, where we get some, possible running names, Palantir, I think, is a watch down here at $22. So I'll put a bid down there. If it fills, at least we know it filled, and then we'll address it at that point. So I'm going to put a bid down near 22.10 or so for Palantir, and then, hey man, if the market's falling, we can get out of it, no problem, and then it'll just allow us to analyze that down there. So I like that. There's so many times, Neil, we talk about stocks and then we don't. It goes down there and I look at the chat and they're like, oh yeah, wow, Palantir's down like 4%. I'm like, what? And it's right at that level, but it's bounced a little bit. So let's put some bids down there. I already have. So I have offers on Nvidia, I have offers on Tesla, I have offers on Apple, and now I'm going to have a bid on Palantir.
All right, lots of events to come today, including one regarding Disney starting at 1 p.m. this afternoon. The annual shareholder meeting will get underway. We'll finally get, hopefully anyways, a resolution to this Nelson Peltz thing. This was actually after the close yesterday. So Vanguard's the largest shareholder currently of Disney. They've already voted to re-elect the company's current directors and board, but we'll see what happens here at 1 p.m. today.
Yeah, it'll certainly be an interesting one for sure. We do have Jay Rizzullo, former CFO of Disney, and Nelson Peltz of Trian vying for these seats. George Lucas has supported Disney, Vanguard supported Disney, but a couple different shareholder investment advisory firms showing some different opinions. So it'll be really interesting to see how this shakes out at 1 p.m.
Yeah, one of those situations where might not be much to do until then, but might be a market mover here, guys, at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, there's some rumor, at least I read a couple things where you had some people predicting that the current board has they got the votes. The company's got the votes, and Pelt is not going to get the seat. But again, the event's going to happen. Before we get to that, VVPR here, there is news on board, including a buyback for them. The bigger story, I think, for something like this, it's a 19 million market cap with a 1.8 million float. So super tiny float, doing a day 2 run here after bouncing 5. Now it went $2 to $7.50 yesterday. So when you've already put in that big of a move, it lets you know how extreme this can be. So you want to respect, I guess, the squeeze potential of a name like this. But I never like buying highs at 925. I don't think you want to touch that one. Yesterday's top, that 750 level. If it holds previous resistance as support, that's the kind of entry, we can bounce off that at the open. That would look a little bit better, at least for me. But good volume, very small float. I think you got to be very, very careful if you're going to be trading that. As far as Disney goes, all bets are off at 1 o'clock. I think that's when the vote is. So 121 looks pretty. It was a nice consolidation area down around 121 to 121.5. That's where you had the chop and churn and breakout. It looks like there's a chance it could trend down into that. And if you see the buyers sort of step back into it and it wants to go sideways at that price, I would take a cue from there. It's got a flat top break, but it gets a good $2 away from the flat top break right now. So and the last time I traded Disney, I remember I took a breakout in it, and that wasn't the way to go at 9:30. It was the break was good later. It was let it do the fake and then let it find a level and then go. And you got plenty of time till that vote.
Yeah, so that's trade idea number 2. The Disney top break, the 52-week high break of 123.74. Board meetings at 1 p.m. I don't know what's going to happen, and it doesn't really matter. I'm just going to trade price action like we always do. So, it got up to 123.50. Obviously, when we were writing the sticky note, it was 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock. You're into this area that you're hovering around this 123. We actually got as high as 123.40 right there as we went on air. But then it's fallen back in. So this is going to be an interesting level for sure. I do like that 121, but I'm going to wait. As Brendan said, it might be a little boring, but there are levels. I'm going to wait for a break of that 52-week high, which is right here. I like that. I don't have the order in right now. We'll try to be here for 1 o'clock, be able to watch out to see if anything happens, put the stop order in. If it breaks, it breaks. We'll go long, and then we'll address it from there, maybe 50 cents back to 123.50. But I can't predict what's going to happen at 1 o'clock, so I'm going to wait on Disney, but it is one of the top ideas on my board here today.
Oh, we're through it. So actually, there's a couple of things I didn't mention. AMD with regards to the chips. I only talked about Intel, but I'm going right back to looking for the channel trade here. It broke down to 179. It topped out 179 yesterday. I want to short off the 179. You know why I was short yesterday? I got out at 75. Sometimes you get continuation. Yesterday it didn't, so it looked good covering at in front of 175 on the short, and I wouldn't change anything today. So I just want to play. Look at a 15-minute chart of AMD, and this is why I prefer to trade it inside of ranges. So we're not seeing 83 today, but the 79 level and the 75 level. And if I favor short, I'm looking first to short off the 79 here in advanced micro devices. I don't have the order out. About $1.50 away, but I'm thinking the same thing. The imbalance is just hit. Was there imbalance on Tesla?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say Tesla just went $1.50 to the upside there. Those must be Levi warrants or something. So there's Levi's there on a report tonight. Today's the 3rd. Yeah, tonight. That's going to be the big one they'll be waiting for. So I don't see anything here on anything NASDAQ related, but that Tesla went up.
BlackBerry Sun.
I mean, TSLA I see here. But no, nice move to the upside right there. I don't know what that was about. That's giving me feels of maybe shorting this 165 now. It's why did it do that? It give us an opportunity to get short there.
TSLL is the ETF though. That's the 2 times bull.
Okay.
Why would that have an imbalance and not? That doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. It's probably less value, right? It's probably not $165. But there it is. So we'll have to wait to see what happens there. But that was a good little level there that just got faded right back. So watch out now. We will be watching out for Tesla. And then let's just check in to see if Apple. So what I'm looking for is Apple short, Tesla short. DraftKings we didn't get onto. We'll talk about that. That's a short. And then Nvidia short. I'm not looking at anything long until Disney. And then Alibaba's rate at 72. So I know I've liked Alibaba before, but we're opening up too close to 72. So now we can wait to see the action on Alibaba here at 72. So, all All right, here we go. Yeah, we're ready. What do you say, oh no, for? Do you
No,
not have
well,
it?
we didn't really talk about crypto today.
We did a little bit.
You did? Okay.
Yeah. I brought up that 3 times crypto bull.
I actually,
that
I'm
we wanted
liking
to talk about.
I'm like shorts on Mara today if we get some pop.
Yeah.
We'll get into that when it starts moving. In 2 and 1, the market is open.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about MicroStrategy there and how that was moving around. So yeah, Mara, another great name there for
almost
you
feel like I'm missing
crypto
something,
bugs
forgetting something.
out there. Okay, Tesla's flying, right? That's what I was just noticing as well. I think that's really good news. I mean, we've talked about that with India. I mean, we went on a little bit of a talk there on the pre-market about why I think opening up plants and all that sort of and diversifying your production portfolio, whoopsies, is always a good idea.
Diversify your bonds.
Yeah, you also want to diversify your bonds and, get some corporate in there, get some munis and things like that. Okay, so here we go. Tesla up to 166. We missed that. Now we'll sit there and fade it because it just gave it to us, gave us the idea that we were going to get back up there. We talked about getting up to that 165.50 area, and that's exactly what it hit, but it broke 165, which was the 200 period. So that's probably where we could have started, but again, a very active name here.
Meta broke 500.
Right off the jump in Meta. So someone asked, good call, someone asked if we wanted to short Meta today. No, we shorted this name the last 2 days, but it was so aggressive at the end of yesterday, like at the end of the day, that boom, I was like, huh? So we actually had Meta short off that jump right there. We had this trade yesterday, almost at the high of the day, and brought it all the way back. I'm not doing that today. If anything, I'm going to look for dip buys in Meta.
Yeah, I do. That's not a stock that I would want to be shorting. The way that it's absolutely running. I looked over at Google. Alphabet's doing absolutely nothing. Intel is already down. It broke 41.5 and got to 41.3. So it got pretty darn close to that 41 even price and is now trying to bounce. I still want that 42 short. I mentioned Mara just briefly there, wanted to short pops. It's starting to come back into that 20 level. I have my eyes on IBIT, and as long as we're not taking out fresh highs, then I want to be fading back into here. AMD just came into 178.5.
You guys want to see fail of the century? All right. Yeah, guys, we don't want to go long Alibaba. It's too close to 72. Yeah, no, we don't want to go long Alibaba. It's too close to 72. 72.15 up to 72.90 right there, straight up for Alibaba. But the market, I feel like we need to get some shorts like almost immediately now because the market is trying to fade off of the 50 period, does not go back there. We bounced exactly pretty much where we thought it would, down at 8.2. But we only got to 8.230 now that I look at it, which is why I tried to backtrack there. So let's see if we can get a little bit lower. I still think we want to test that 8.20. We did talk about that. So what was a name that we like short everything? So Nvidia's 8.87 and not doing anything. So I'm not going to short a name that's kind of just like it needs to be somewhere near something. We weren't looking at this until 900. If it was more near yesterday's close, then maybe. But look at this, starting to get going. So here we go. So there goes the market right now. We are into our first position. It's Tesla. It's right here at 165. So let's take a piece out for 50 cents if we're lucky enough to, 166. We'll take a piece out here for 50 cents if we're lucky enough to get that. We'll spin out a half of it. And then, hey man, if the market wants to retrace back, then all good for that. But there's that first short at 166. We told you that we had some bids there, or some offers there. So that's what we're doing. And then we're still going to respect it, man. This is nowhere near a full position as we will still wait for that 167, 168 level to come through.
The open is fast, so I'll try to catch you up there. I had AMD at 55. I got filled in front of 78 even. And then seconds later, I was filled short at 179. Like it was just like short here to there, and then immediately short up at the top. And Reddit is absolutely gone. So I have to adjust plans on the long for Reddit because it's already at $51. Let's go to Adara.
Keep an eye out here for CX App, CXAI, the ticker for this one. On Monday, this company announcing a partnership with Google Cloud for some acceleration. Today, just seeming to be popping up on volume. It is worth noting they have a 10% short float, guys.
So good.
Yeah, we got that 50 cents there on Tesla. It's now breaking higher. I mean, we talked about getting half. So we are still waiting. I mean, this was an early trade because I was kind of like, eh. So we're still waiting at that 167. So let's see if we can get up to that. AMD, I know Neil just covered it, but Nvidia's not really doing too much. Nvidia's up a couple bucks right now, which is kind of strange because AMD is also up a couple dollars. One is a $900 name, one is a $200 name, give or take. So this is much more aggressive than everything else is.
So Intel's at that 41, by the way.
41.
So I did quickly on AMD because that was insane. I feel like it was the same thing you were just talking about on Tesla. Like I got a 50-cent win, reloaded, and was out of the reload like so fast. Like it broke support. I got back into it short here, and then it broke out the top and is running. So got to run away from AMD. I'm not touching this again short unless it's like underneath 79 or back into 183 because that was really crazy whipsaw action. You just got to get out of the way when it happens. Intel broke 41. It's frustrating because that was the stock I liked the most short. So I waited until we got to the close price on on Tesla to be short, and you're now seeing it start to flush. So that's holding resistance on Tesla. Oh my goodness, Intel.
All right.
Intel.
Intel's heading to the downside. We've got a dollar club winner right there for Tesla, so we'll put that on the board real damn early. And then we also have 50 cents in the money. Let's face slap that as well. It's a 2-for-2 kind of day, but it's only 9:35, so these can go for 2 real quick. That's why we take profit. So there's AMD. We just have a nice short at 180. We just covered it there at 70, and now we'll see if it wants to go a little bit lower. It's now 50 cents in the money on this position, and we had it twice. So here it comes. Let's just see what happens with AMD. Again, the market's pretty hot right now. There's absolutely no doubt. Let's go AMD about that one. Let's see if we can, okay, keeps on bouncing off 40s. Let's put a bid down there in the 40s now for AMD and see if we could get a little bit lower on this name right here. So, so far so good. Let's, come on. Yes, sir. There it is again, man. Let's get into the gates of hell, AMD. Nice trade there. Let's see how low can that one go. Advanced Micro Devices plus Tesla is good. So yeah, we'll run the gauntlet here again with a 2-for-2 start. So far so good, right? Both Neil and I
got no complaints. But I missed Mara at 20, so that's what I'm not happy about. Mara did come right into 19.99. You can't even make that up. Literally tick 19.99 at the open. You can't see it there. There's that little wick. I'm going to try and grab it on the way back. Bitcoin's doing absolutely nothing. I said Reddit had gone, but it's right back to the 50 level. It's the spread here. I mean, we know it's not the most liquid of names, so it's not that surprising, but the spread is still like 15 pennies. Like this hasn't even settled down much, but I want to see it hold around 50 and then look for that long. I wanted 47, but the 50 level looking like it's going to be in play. Apparently Amazon's also going along with Meta, but I'm not completely convinced in the longs for something like an Amazon just yet. I know it just went green. Why is that still on Reddit? Load. There you go. Like Amazon is right into that 52-week high and has been chopping it up around here. So it needs to clear 182. I'd be a little more cautious with this one. It almost feels like it's a short into 83 on Amazon the more I look at that. But I'm only in Tesla right now. I'll see if I can get into that Mara trade that we missed at 20 even.
Oh man, yeah, pretty wild morning again. The market trying to break through VWAP. We did get that bottom touch there at 18,230, and then a bounce up. But I mean, if we're going to look at this a little bit more, I'm still short. I think we got to break at least like 18.4 before we change that, which is still a while away. But maybe we want to get there, right? We talked about Fed speak coming through very much today. So that could be something that eventually rattles the cage. But for right now, we're still net short everything. So let's try to possibly play maybe a reload here on AMD. We're right now at 04s. So we're right back up there. We've already taken some profit out. We talked about that. 2 outs, including this one at 170. Like that was, I can't believe we got that, 179.40. That was a really good fill. There's the reload again. And so here it is. One more time. Let's put another 40 cents on the board there for AMD on that out. So the couple reloads up there at the top side. Now it's more than $1 as Tesla continues to go down, and there goes AMD again. So yes, sir, it is one of those good days here for some of these trades. So yeah, nothing to complain about. We were net short the last 2 days. We stay true to what we're thinking about, and we stay short right now, but we are ear to the ground on any possible. We're going to go to it. Your earpiece is working out.
Yeah, it's working.
Right? Okay,
we're going
to go to Adair.
Keep an eye on Amazon here. AMZN, the information reporting that Amazon Web Services is laying off hundreds of physical store tech and sales staff. That's according to the information. Nice move up here for AMZN, guys.
Not working.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay.
So there is news with that Amazon, or at least a little bit of a catalyst there. So like Intel's trying to hold on to this 41 level. You can throw out shorts at 42, at least in the short term. So VWAP, pre-market resistance, 41.20 and 41.70 come into play. But if it cannot hold on to 41, I might just try dumping it down here because, with a negative catalyst like that, it is obviously relatively weak. Checking back in on another name that we're short yesterday. Oh, Apple does not give you yesterday's high. So yesterday's tops was like 169.30. It looks like we're turning around at 169.10-ish even. This is exactly where it couldn't break through in the afternoon. So I'm going to try to get in the teens here to see if we can get a position started on Apple as well. Reddit can't hold that 50 level. Going to stick to the guns. We want to be trading Apple, Intel, Mara, not in Mara. Intel really can't hold that 41 yet. So I'm going to try the short off the 41 level. Sometimes when a stock breaks down, you got to be able to look for the consolidation lower because you can't always short tops. If the stock is only going down, there's no top to short. So I'm going to jump into Intel here off this 41. Oh, I wish it was going up, but it's not.
Oh, Fabian just mentioning about Bitcoin just kind of hovering around here.
It's not doing
yeah, with more, he's reading some more negative things than positive things, which doesn't happen too often. So we'll wait to see what happens here with Bitcoin and some of the crypto names. It's not really moving. I'm not even going to check in on iBit. I mean, we could check in on Coinbase because that does move. I mean, it moves with crypto, but okay, well, maybe I'm right. Maybe it's not doing anything either. 250 level there for Coinbase if that's something that tickled your fancy. All right, back in here. Alibaba, 72's coming back in maybe. So now I feel a little more comfortable about possibly taking a long if we do come into 72 now. We've already seen that base. We really like that level. We've liked it for probably a month or last time it was down here. So that's been a good one. It hasn't been a month. When's that? March 5th. Okay. So nice move back in there for... Wow, that's pretty much a month. Back in for Alibaba. So let's see if it comes back in. We've seen 72 before, but it's just these bottom levels that we're talking about. So 70, 71. Thank you so much, Randy, for the reload here. As Tesla in India, we talked about that a little bit, so maybe they can get another production plant going on there. Give a thumbs up, yes or no, that's a good idea.
Of course it's a good idea.
Maybe wait for demand to pick up before you do something like that? Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay.
Well, you got to plan it. I don't know. You got to live in the future or think about the future there. You got to be able to plan ahead a little bit. I don't mind that play. I think they got to be doing it. Just very, very quickly, I did just get into Apple, shifting things around, and bad wick on Intel. I'm going to jump back in Intel at 10s. So I was in it off 41, got 85, so I got 96 to 85, but then stopped out for like 5 cents, which is like Intel's going to move around enough that I shouldn't be doing that. So I'm going to jump back in here and work off the 20 level, just give it a little bit more room. So we're back in Intel off of, it'll be VWAP right now, but it's a bit early to care about that. It's really that 41.20, 41 quarter area on Intel. So Apple just printed the teens. So I moved from 25 to 15 with the idea that I'm working off these tops from yesterday. So I had to give this one a little bit of breath here on Apple. We're still shorting into this market. So you want to give it some room as it's starting to go back into the upside. I didn't go back to AMD after the 79 level, and it looks like it's wicking the 180s. So like breaking 180, holding 180 and a half. So that would tell me money fills are above 180 at this point, and then you can stop 180 and a half.
What about the podcast, Fabian? Oh, there it is. Yeah, let's mention it right now. We do have a podcast, by the way, episode number 21 coming. Wow, who thought we would have got that far? I did, but nice move there for Tesla, Apple, and all that. Look at Tesla. Tesla right now, I know we both have this. This is now almost $2 in the money. We'll floss that off of trade idea number 1 on the sticky note is the Tesla short. So if you're going to rock with one trade, that one puts you exactly where you need to be today with that. And then AMD, we're trying to rock with the best of them as well. We are short again on a reload up there at 180. Now, 40 cents in the money, but we just stopped at 179.20 again down there on AMD. So let's put a bid. I should be bidding there already. No, I'm not. So, all right, let's put a bid down there at 179.20. Let's just put it at 30 in case we get that. And then my new position, I just talking about it last because Neil was just all over this, is Apple as well. So, I mean, I like Apple. We talked about sort of the negativity around that name over the last couple of days. But the only difference for me today, obviously, is that it is up against a negative market. That has not necessarily been the case for a minute there on Apple. So something definitely for all of us to look at there on AAPL against possibly getting out if we break near that 50, or the day's high right now is 30. Bang! Yes, sir. Good trade right there. Put the bids out. Sometimes you can get them. So we just talked about where we are, but we do have right now some breaking numbers with Adara as the shorts
PMI
are paying off again.
In a couple seconds here, we're going to be getting the S&P Global Composite PMI final and Global Services PMI final. Just got Global Services here, 51.7, exactly in line with the expectation here, 51.7. S&P Global Composite PMI final slightly lower than the forecast here, 52.1 versus the forecast of 52.2. SPY not reacting too much to this here, still just slightly down on the day, guys.
Names are the
The good thing about that when a number comes out is if you have orders out, sometimes you just get picked up. So there was a wick down there. I just got a 4090 on Intel. Apple did a similar move on that number. Like it wicked down into 169 even, was able to catch a fill there. Some reloading in the 20s. And going to be looking for that short up off the top, and we'll take some out in front of 69, in front of VWAP every chance we get. Tesla is in a bit of a, oh, you got to be kidding me. So I threw a bid with the number coming out like right off the low of the day, just looking to get picked up on the number. But as you can see, it didn't fill. And that's what happens. Then it comes right back. So sometimes you can take advantage if you're in position. You get that one spike one way or the other, and you look to take a little bit of profit, then you can reload the trade.
Oh, man.
So Intel under VWAP working, Tesla working, Apple now working. Meta was at 500, but I don't want to short that. It probably was good just now, 500 break.
Oh, man. Yes, sir. Oh, man. We've got a dollar club on Tesla. We've got a dollar club on AMD. We have maybe our highest P&L winner right now with Apple as well as that goes. And I really do appreciate this, man. eForce, thank you for your nice comments there as we go, man. And that's what it's all about. And I just said, you know what? No matter the plays that we have on board, I'm just trying to show you the trades that I have and that it is possible to, pick out some winners, get going, have the passion to do this kind of a job, and show everybody, every day, what it takes to be, hopefully a consistently profitable trader and able to make a little bit of money, at least giving some ideas. And then how everybody trades, as we keep saying, is their own decisione. But here it goes right now. Apple, I'm going to start to cover. So like I said, although I think there is a bigger downside move, I look at my position and say, hey, I have enough shares right now to cover here, to be able to put a decent risk to reward ratio into my pocket and be happy with that return. So if I talk about getting out at 169.30, we're short at 169.20. If we're now all of a sudden 2 and 3 to 1 on this trade in a matter of 5 minutes, that's something that we want to put in our pocket. And you know what? Today, right now, we might not be in first at the end of all this, but this has been a good morning. So we're just going to get out, wait for that Fed, Neil, as we mentioned, man. That could really change the market. Bostic is first. Let me just double check right here on our board.
Oh, check that. It's Bowman right now. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who's speaking.
No, it's all later, actually. There are people speaking now, but we have Goolsby at noon, Powell at 10 after, Barr at 10 after 1, and then after hours, Kugler. Kugler.
Never heard of him.
Yeah, must be a new one there. So so anyways, end of the day, let's just continue to watch it. We are starting to piece out of a little bit. I'm getting a little nervous about Apple.
I'm trailing Tesla now down here. It's been 3 separate times it's wicked 164 and reversed. So higher low, and the buyers have kind of come in. Underneath 164, they're just starting to buy, and it gets back above. It got to 50. If it gets to the quarter, I'm going to get out of that trade. It'll be about it'll be $2, but that's more coincidence than anything else. So this consolidation either breaks down and gives us a fresh low, or I'm going to trail out of it. If it gets to VWAP, we can reassess at that point. Intel still going to look for the reloads above 41. So I want to be filled above the 41 into VWAP, and then getting out into the 4080. I'll get rid of these wicks if I can, so we'll tighten these things up in Intel. And then Apple, that continues to slide. I'm thinking the low here, 168.5 at the open. We're having inside day in the market, and with Fed speakers, I don't necessarily anticipate craziness, abject craziness, to the upside or to the downside. Disney, I liked 121 on Disney, but as you can see, like it's kind of hanging out at 122. So I don't really have anything for Disney right now unless it gets a little bit lower to maybe work a long off 121. That was something I did like for a long. And then Meta, I mean, I guess if you're bullish, it's holding 500. But I find myself not wanting the longs again. I did this yesterday and talked myself out of a Google long that ended up being good. But you know what? Sometimes you just don't have to force the trade, so I'm not going to.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Like Disney 121 I kind of liked, and we're not there, so.
Yeah, you don't have to do nothing. You don't have to do nothing. All right, guys. Again, we just tweeted this out, and it's trade idea number 1 on here. Go short on Tesla. So boom, we're still into half of this now. Now $2.30 in the money. So good trade there, but like Neil, put in some trails, and I think that's definitely a prudent thing to do because this is an interesting name for sure. Another name right here, CGC. We've been talking some weed names lately. We had the Cannabis on yesterday, and there goes CGC right now, up 9% and ripping. Let's go, wow. Apple with a nice little downside movement. The net, she be going right now. So we were like, oh yeah, that's a nice little pullback down in for Apple. So despite the market really doing nothing, yes, sir, we spin that right now and go a little bit of diamond hands, man. I mean, this is a 3-to-1 trade. Let's put some more on the bid here as I see what's happening. We'll get a little bit out of that one. We took advantage of AMD, but not completely. Let's see if that keeps on falling. Tesla's still going to the downside. And once again, if you guys are following, we talked about it all on the sticky note that our bias was short, short, short again. We only went short yesterday, we only went short Monday, and we are only short today. And one name that could be a long, we'll talk about it after, is Alibaba. We could look at crypto. Meta, I know, is flashing, and then weed flashing in our face now as well. So let's go back over to Adair and see what's up.
Yeah, another cannabis name to keep an eye on here. ACB up about 12%. Aurora Cannabis, lots of attention for this one in social media. We did have as well yesterday a nice move up for some of these cannabis-related names after the Florida Supreme Court allowed for the vote on recreational marijuana legalization. So nice move up here, continued momentum for ACB.
I actually want some of these weed names long. I'm looking between the two, and ACB's up more, but CGC's breaking out off that $9 level that it couldn't. It's a double top break on CGC here with room to $10. So it's going to be the setup over the one that's stronger, if that makes sense to everybody. So the setup here is long over 9, and it looks like, give it to about 880 on this name. So I'm just going to get that in. I want to take a fill closer to $9 if I can. Oh, the other thing that happened, I said money fills over 180 on AMD. So when I say money fills, actually in the lesson of the day, I'm going to explain what I mean about that, because this is it's actually a Luca term that I've co-opted. But when you get these wick tops and it's showing you highs like that, where 180 is a resistance, but it's popping above 180 and it's trending up, then take the fills over with the stop way above the top there at 180.5. And now if it plays to VWAP, you can be taking profit. So going to rinse and repeat this. So we went one win, and then we took the hit, waited for it to show a level, and now the 180 is back into play. So we're long CGC. I said I wasn't going to force them long, but the weed names are very much in play. I'm checking on an Apple. I want that low at 168.5 if I think it's going to be an inside day. I'm just going to get the bids out there. Intel's, it's still holding the same range, like 41.20 down to 40.80, so it's about 1% worth of range on Intel. If it takes out the top, I'd be a little surprised, but my eyes are on it. If it breaks 41.20, I have to back off this because it's consolidating down here. So short pretty much everything except for weed.
Oh, this just came back up. I just wanted to talk about this, but I wasn't sure what we were going to do. Yeah, exactly. Those are the catalysts, man. I mean, those weed calls, good call there, and good look at them. Regardless of what happens with any of the trades, it's like you want to get into names that are actionable, especially at this time of day. So good look on there. We'll look at Disney in a minute as well. Yeah, so AMD just flew back to the upside here. It's still like a top name. Like we've still done really well on AMD today. But I'm a little uncertain of what we want it to, or what it wants to do, because it's really battling around this 50 period and 180 right now. And it's holding above, like it's holding above VWAP while the market's below. So I'm not gonna reload this, but I wanna hold the short. So I have what we have now. I'm gonna put another bid down here at 179. I mean, we've really been, the trader that we've wanted to be here in the last couple of days. And that is to, I mean, you saw yesterday where we were 4 for 4 by the time we left at 11 o'clock. And it's not, you could go 0 for 4. It's not about how your wins or losses come through. It is about how your wins or losses come through, not about the end result, in my opinion, because the end result is a result of the market doing what it is and the names doing what they are. If you get your money in at the right spot, I mean, me and Neil always use poker analogies and things like that.
Get in good.
You can't really be too upset if the stock goes against you, because you looked at it, you believed in that level, and this is what I tell Obi too, and I even had this discussion with 3 or 4 traders the other day, and it's like, why are we even here if we're not going to take trades that we believe are going to work in our favor? So you could change your opinion. Neil and I could be like, oh, we want to short Intel, and then Intel rips and we completely go long. That's us changing our opinion, which as a day trader is a vital.
I'm not going long.
No, that may be a bad example, but that's a vital thing you need to have. You cannot be stuck in one way or the other, because then when it rips your face off and you're just averaging into the wrong way, you gotta have the ability to flip over, and that's something that I've tried to work on myself. So I'm speaking out of spot of experience and hopefully truth, that all of you traders are seeing us, even me and Neil, changing month to month, week to week, day to day on something that we're doing. But at the end of the day, I feel that when we're talking about this, and look, maybe this is a really good segue. I don't know, sometimes I just talk and it rambles on forever, which is most of the days. Tesla's trade idea number 1, my number 1 P&L, I mean, we're $3 in the money on Tesla, and we have one damn trade on it. And it's the short that we wanted, a rip off the open. I cannot do that any better. And we both have this. That's trade idea number 1. Trade idea number 2 hasn't hit the market yet. It's 1 o'clock, we're waiting for Disney, and we'll look at that. Trade idea number 3 is an Apple short, which is my number 1 P&L name there today. So again, I'd hope that both of these ideas would both be my number 1 losers as well. But it's just, they've worked out, we've believed in those trades, and do your work, do everything like that, and that might be a clip that moment. I have no idea.
So there was just speaking of Tesla, by the way, there was just a liquidity grab under the low of the day. So I've moved my trail when that happens. I had it a little bit tighter to like the quarters, like up here, but I've tightened it to the 64 because of this little volume spike under the low of the day. Yesterday, Tesla actually made the open its bottom and then put in some higher lows. So if it's gonna put in a higher low here, then I want to jam out of this and then work till the next trade, like whatever the next trade might be. Maybe it's VWAP, maybe it's right back hit 166.5. Like I don't know what that next entry is going to be on Tesla. So I'm out of the trade for now. We'll see what happens next. We got 164 on the out, so we'll ring the register. It could easily continue to flush. I wouldn't discount that whatsoever. I was joking when I said I wouldn't go long Intel. There's no such thing as never for me. Like it could absolutely show me some kind of a setup for a long, but I've now just taken it a 4th time off this VWAP 4120 level. And if it breaks out from here, I'm going to get out at the quarter and then work to the next trade. You know what I mean? Like you don't want to give it away just because you're being stubborn. Well, it has to be a short. It doesn't have to be a short. Like it can break VWAP and I look for something else. AMD is breaking VWAP to the downside. I want to see this back at 178. If I thought 178 was a reason to get out of the short when I was short at 179, then short up at 180, I'm going to think the same thing. So if we get down to 178, I want to get out of that bad boy. Meta, just to check in, I'm not trading Meta, but it looks like 500 was a good hold after all. So anyone trading Meta, I think you got something off the 500 level. The market's not doing a heck of a lot, and this is relatively strong. So if you're going long something, I feel like Meta could be the one. Not that I want to be long it. Oh, there goes CGC. I actually got a fill on the offer of CGC, but it was only for a third. So I got tagged for a third at the high of the day, and then it broke the previous high. So breakout trade off the top. I was able to get tagged here, like right in front of 920, and then it took out yesterday's hop to the downside. So I'll trail out of it. I still like the long. Maybe we'll go dip buy hunting, but from the structure, it couldn't take out that 920 level, so I then gave it to that local high. Still only want to be looking long for those names. So far, so good. Just don't force trades. I haven't heard anything crazy from any Fed members or whoever that guy was that was talking, so we can keep our ears to the ground there.
Here we go, Fabian CPM. Look at this. AMD straight down, man, $1.20, right into these levels again. I'm bidding 178.50. Let's see if we can get something out at the 50-period moving average right now. But we are starting to head lower now. This is all good, man. This has been a real good day. For Tesla, yeah, that just bounced off 163 again down there. I feel like that's going to be the out, man. We said yesterday on actually on the sticky note that this 162, actually we said it today, 162 was not really a level yesterday. It was in the pre-market off that horrible delivery number. So something to watch out for at that bottom. I feel like we should put a bid here, 163.50 for sure. All right, numbers now at 10 with Adara.
Just waiting for some of these numbers to come in here. The key number being ISM Services PMI. We just got in the ISM Services prices coming in lower than expected, 53.4 versus 58.4 expected. ISM Services PMI, though, right here, 51.4 is the number here, lower than the consensus of 52.6. We also have ISM Business Activity higher than the consensus estimate here. We also have ISM Services Employment a little bit higher, 0.5 higher. ISM New Orders lower than expected here. So a bit of a mixed picture, but the key number here, ISM Services PMI 51.4 versus consensus of 52.7, forecast of 52.4. So overall lower than expected for ISM Services PMI. Nice spike to the upside here for the SPY off of that number here, guys. In terms of other names to keep an eye on, we have Dave & Buster's, PLAY being the ticker for this one, up about 10%. They missed earnings across the board, but they didn't announce that they're doubling the share buyback program. So nice look there for PLAY. We also have DJT here, Trump Media, trying to turn around a little bit. The company suing its co-founders. So bit of an interesting look here for DJT, guys.
Never more of an important time to maybe have watched out the importance for numbers, as most of these highs.
We were just talking about Wix on numbers.
Yeah, no, I was more about the Fed talk, but yeah, Wix on numbers, same difference.
Same thing.
That's literally the exact same thing. So we'll wait.
Like I can recap quickly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Apple. Yeah. Okay, so Apple, we're shorted down into VWAP, reload, broke out. Intel, we're short that one off. It's not okay. It's VWAP as well, but that wasn't necessarily the reason I was short that price. Reload. I actually got a fill.
All right.
Right under at 40.90, and then it broke out the top. AMD, like you just go right down the line. AMD was right underneath VWAP looking fantastic, and then get like the overfill, not overfill, but the fill over VWAP in here, and that could be taking out the local high, and then we'll get out of that one. So what was fantastic early, and I just got Mara as well, Mara breaking. I got pre-market highs here. There's a wick at like 2010, but if you zoom it out a little bit further, there is some overhead resistance. I'm jamming out of this trade and waiting for it to get into 2030. Yeah. Like I'm not gonna hold Mara from 1990 all the way to 2030. I'd rather, if I like the short, let it calm down and short back in there. So I'm gonna try and keep us a little bit tighter to the vest. Intel, if it calms down, the market's still going and Intel's barely above VWAP. So I see that one as a reload potential. I got out of Tesla, and I still think it's an opportunity to get back into it. So Intel's looking relatively weak, being down that 6%, so I feel like that's the most likely reload, and then Tesla as well, right back up at that original price. So I got out near the bottom on a trail, and now the market's screaming enough, but I want this, like, calm down, market.
Yeah,
chill, Winston.
It's going up here. That what
chill,
was
Winston.
That number was ISM now manufacturing 54.4 versus 55, so lower, right? So the market goes up there because, again, now we're back in that time where bad numbers are good and good numbers are bad, most likely, because we are waiting for the Fed to come out and do something with these rates. And we're hoping, obviously, for, well, I don't know what we're hoping for at this point, to be honest with you, because the market has been hitting all-time highs with the rates doing nothing. But okay, so that stops us out of AMD. We are still very net positive on AMD, although it is pulling back in. We got out right here, right now at 180.30. So we could take it again, but I don't really want to do that. The market just turned green. I'm already dug back in here into Apple, so we're just short at 55. We just got a 47 fill, but we did get taken out when that move happened. So then we reassessed our position, and this is what we're doing, right? Like we still wanted 170 short.
Holy Nvidia.
Oh, okay. Well, that would make sense. So you want to go over to Nvidia? I'm just holding out for Apple lower, basically. Long story short, reload on Tesla, hold for Apple lower, and it doesn't surprise me, Neil, because we just looked at AMD ripped up to the upside. So here comes Nvidia. I'm actually waiting on
The
Nvidia.
900 levels right here.
Yeah, I'm right here. I just got missed, so I'm at 898. So let's see what happens with Nvidia coming back in now. But my whole morning is still completely intact because we loaded the you-know-what back on Apple short. But for right now, that is position pending, as I'm not sure where this market wants to go. We're short Apple right now, just a dime in the money, or 15 cents in the money.
Yeah, the reload for me first is on Intel, but as I was sort of saying, Nvidia is at 897 is the high, but it's so close. Once Nvidia gets within $5 of a level, you want to be already looking at it because it'll get that last $2 or $3 to your entry like super quick. So you want to be locked and loaded and ready to go with it. So we are getting close to 900 on Nvidia. I was going to double check in on Meta. I'm back over to Intel because when everything else is screaming, this can't even seem to break the pre-market. Like the pre-market low before the open break was at 41.40, and that can't seem to get too far away from it. So it's still looking a little bit sluggish compared to everything else. So if you're going to fade something, why not that? Meta's probably, it's too far gone over the 500 level. Look, I'm going to look for longs on Meta. So if it gets to VWAP, fine. If it fails a 505 break, maybe a pullback into 503. Meta looks like a long. If the market's a long, Meta's a long.
All right, let's ring a little bit of a register right now because we took another 50 cents on Tesla. And now we're just going to hold again. We still got the position on. That's another name that we want to look at here. Tesla coming back in one more time. I have shares on Apple. So honestly, if I can get 10 or 15 cents on this sort of market uncertainty here and get out of half, even just for that, I'll do that because we did lose on Apple going back up to the upside. We were net positive on Apple today, but we were up a lot more than just me simply saying net positive. But we did give some back on that ISM manufacturing number, and that was pretty stupid of me to do that. I think so anyways. All right, so here's the start for, we just have, I'm going to wait for Tesla to do its thing where, we're going to wait for that because I just got another position on board. Yeah, I don't know if you guys can see this, but we'll do this. We are in Nvidia short now. So here we go, man. We're short at 899, but this market is really going. So let's be very, very careful here. Where are some of our targets? 896. I mean, if we could get a bid at 897, I think that's worth it. Let's just put it there before I talk in case we do get a flush. But 900 is incoming, man. So here we go. This is what we waited for. We waited for this. So we'll take another short in and around here, 901, 902. We are waiting for that 905. So I'm not levered up too much yet
Big
here.
seller underneath 99.
Yeah, well, we're already short. So let's just see what happens here. This is 905. So that's kind of the level that I was thinking about if Nvidia really gets super spicy. But right now we're 50 cents in the money on Nvidia. We're 40 cents in the money on Tesla. But this is nothing to talk about because we are waiting for $2 win here on Nvidia, hopefully, because we're at least taking that much risk. And these are just starter positions. So we'll take that for what it's worth and let our heart rate settle down here. We have Apple, Nvidia, and Tesla short. Hello, we're dancing with a couple devils here, so let's hope that they do come through for us.
Yeah, look, 900 on Nvidia is 900. You know what I mean? It is what it is at this particular time. So if you're looking for fade plays, well, what are you going to do? AMD off the 181.5 is doing the same thing, where that $1.50 above the dollar above a price, it's giving the over/under. Intel just hit the bid for me, so that's starting to work. There goes Nvidia. I'm going to ring register first at 98 because of this. So look at yesterday's range, 900 and 901, but then this is 97.5. So I want it out in front of that before I look at the close price of 94.5. So this is a play back into 94.5, which means I'm just going to put 95 as the out on that. Maybe not exactly 95 because you don't want to put it at the exact round number. Intel just hit the bid again at VWAP. So if it starts holding VWAP up here, then it's stair step to the upside, and I got to walk away from the reload of the long. Or the short, sorry, I'm long. I haven't been long Intel. No, if it holds VWAP, then you've got higher lows, and I don't need to be reloading the same price if it's doing the stair step into the upside. I should be looking for a new entry price if it's going to do that play. So AMD starting to pull back in. It does a wick shimmy above 181, the same way it did it at 180 originally. So I jumped out of that trade. We'll take a hit, take a win, take a win, take a hit, and now I'm looking to get out in front of 180 at VWAP. So make sure you're banking profit because this market is starting to look strong. Never got the long in Meta, which is obvious. As you can see, I have no long positions.
I mean, this is exactly. It's always great when the stuff we talk about, the stuff I talk to the guys about, the stuff I talk to you guys about. We talked about Nvidia. It's again, Tesla short, Apple short, Nvidia short, everything as written, and we are right back to our day's high right now today. Stay with what you're doing, man. That's honestly like I can't do anything. I can't say anything better than that. I mean, look at this. Look at Nvidia coming back in here. Look at Apple. Like, we are at the highest spot we've been at all day, and I was just like, oh man, we were so mad about what just happened there on the that number. We weren't mad, but just disappointed in what happened on that number. So there it is, man. The Tesla on the reload. Let's get going. I mean, Neil, what a great opportunity to short all the way up there. That Tesla 166 is now another. First of all, Nvidia is now $3 in the money. We still have a piece. When do we want to take this bad boy out?
I'm out.
Exactly. Great trade, man. Great trade there. That's what we're doing. And then look at this trade also on Apple, man. Great trade here for Apple as that's pulling back in right now. So yes, sir, this has been a very, very profitable morning. Needless to say, and I want to thank everybody for watching us. It's only 10:10, man. This is why I come into work every single day. Like, I'm so happy to be sitting here and trading every single day. You guys actually really, truly have no idea, to be honest with you. But here we go. Another move to the downside, and there it is, man. Highest spot we've been at all day. We're killing it over here, guys. Neil, great short there. Nvidia all the way down to 895. Apple is really going to be P&L number one here. But yeah, Nvidia, great play. AMD, great play today. We don't have any negative names. I mean, this has been such an eventful morning, and we kind of thought that, right? Economic numbers plus Fed speak.
But we're still inside. The good thing is we're still inside the ranges, so you're getting opportunities to be able to still play the levels that you were looking at in the morning, which is fortunate because a lot of times on the bigger days, if you don't get the first trade, your levels are gone. You're not going to be able to catch it. But Nvidia, look, my trade is obviously a little bit different because I was shorting it to 900. So I shorted in front of 900. I was probably risking about $1 when you consider slippage. So I'm taking some out when it gets to 98, and then when it gets down into the previous close, I'm jamming out of the trade. So it's a very much a scalp trade on Nvidia for me. Get in, get out, which has been better for me on Nvidia in particular. Intel is going to continue to now it's going to continue to go down. I think this could see $40 today. So I want to look for re-entries, maybe back underneath VWAP, or now I can reload at that level if it gets back to like 41.40. So let's look for Intel to continue to be a good short. The one I got to be worried about is, I mean, AMD is the most trend up. If you look at this, and the 50 period, like it failed the 50 period yesterday, but it's been up and down the 50 period for a week and a half, actually 2 weeks now. And that's sitting at 182. So it isn't unreasonable that it could actually test 182 or even 83 before making a definitive top today. So have to be very, very careful shorting this. And I've seen a lot of questions about DXYZ or Z, whatever.
That's that name from yesterday.
Yeah, we're Canadian, so bear with me when I say Z. This is like 30% SpaceX and then a couple of other things. It's very thin to trade. I think this is an interesting look for an investment. I know it's moving right now, but it's on 200,000 in volume. You can't really trade this as a day trader. 200,000 volume, 25-cent spread as we speak. There's no liquidity on it. But I think it's an interesting investment vehicle if you're interested in like OpenAI and SpaceX. But I will not be trading this stock.
Thank you so much, Jay Vandeweer from Vandalay Industries. Thank you to Kevin Mendoza. Everybody in the chat, man. I mean, yeah. No, it's tough to sit here and trade and do all this, which is sort of why we brought out the sticky notes so we can sort of talk about that a little bit. But yeah, good trading there today. And like I said, remember I said, let's just take a breath and let's calm down and, you know, not have heart attacks and so on and so forth. So that's like, you know, what we've been doing here. And it's really paid, like, you know, it's really, really paying off. To sit back and relax and just be able to see levels and trade the names that you really, really like to trade. And like I said today, we'll run the gauntlet again. And Nvidia, you know, we've been really nailing Tesla lately and Nvidia. So for me, this is kind of what we've been doing. So we're going to stay doing that. I'm bidding 894 right now. to see if we can get a dip down. It is really not breaking 895. So this is something to rethink about. We are $4 in the money if we take an 895 fill. So debating taking something there and then letting the rest sort of ride to the downside, because we, like I said, we do have enough to do that. So let's do that. Let's take an 895 if it seems to not be wanting to break. So we'll do that again, and if it goes back up to the upside, we'll trade it appropriately from there. We've been getting out, so we got out some more Apple. The funny thing about Apple for me, anyways, we'll punch some more out there at 32, is that MU is exploding. Okay, we'll look at all these stocks. Trust me, I mean, I want to look at them all. We didn't even get to one of my trade ideas on DraftKings yet, and it's 10:14, but. You know, this name's
Disney,
strong.
no.
Disney break 121 down, or that was
Hell no, it didn't break 121.
Okay.
It bounced.
Here's another name. We're just getting a spike in activity on DocuSign. DocuSign's another podcast name, by the way. So here's a good opportunity. Yeah, what's up, Vince? There it is. So on the podcast, we actually talked about DocuSign being able to be bought down at these levels. So I don't know if you guys are listening to the podcast or looking for investment advice. If you are, again, they're just ideas. They're not necessarily advice, but you can listen. We give those every single week. I talked about DocuSign down here when they lost their bid, and boom, right back into those levels, and then right back up again, another 20% from the bottom. So congratulations on anybody that hit DocuSign down there in the low 50s. I do really like that stock.
What was the actual news there?
Today, no, nothing. It just a spike right now.
Oh,
volume.
okay.
I don't know.
No, I just assume when I see a spike like that that there was an update or something, because that's a massive volume spike. I know it's not a lot. It's not a lot of raw volume. It's 300,000 shares on Docu, but it also had done literally zero. Like it quadrupled its volume in one print. Okay, so I just assumed there was something going on. But new high, and I'm getting out every time I set a stop on AMD. You got to take it. This is now it's just getting out of hand to the upside. So I jumped out of Nvidia. In hindsight, again, like you trade sort of the way you trade, and I was trading that back in 95 because that was a previous support level. So I'm out that one. Do I want to reload 900? I'm not really thinking so, and the reason why is I just feel like it's been a good short, but the NASDAQ just went a heck of green and broke out this top, and it's looking pretty bullish right now. So I don't know that I want to throw away the early money by fighting the trend. And there happens to be like Intel's still underneath VWAP and showing you some weakness. So I feel like that could be a safer play for the short. As far as the Meta long goes, like Meta doesn't want VWAP today. I should have just taken VWAP when that number came out, or 500 when that number came out, because that was your really good chance. It was on that, with the PMI. It was the PMI number when this wicked under 500, snapped back instantly, and you could have just been long back through 500. And was yelling about Disney because Disney bounced off 121, and I'll have to fail on myself because I didn't take that long. It's already back to VWAP, and it's pulled back a dollar. So maybe we can get another shot at this one before 1 o'clock. But I'm going to wait for the 121 again.
All right. So again, we talk about covering our positions down there on Apple. We did that. It came right back into the day. Now it's coming back up to the upside. So let's wait to see what happens there with Apple for sure. But you guys remember earlier on today when we were talking about that bottom of 18.2, and I said the NASDAQ, if it's going to be a short, would probably be a short if we got to 18.4. Well, we just got to 18.4. So there it is, man. That high is 90. We pull back now 15 handles. So if you're shorting those levels that we talked about, you're now 20 handles in the money, and we're going to see if it goes even, whoops, oh no, I just closed my chart. Then we're going to see if we can even go lower than that. I am debating reloading Apple. I'd like to get it a little closer to 169 because again, Neil just mentioned something that is obviously important, and that is that you don't want to make different decisions now because you want to preserve some of the capital and make potentially new decisions, because now the market's really breaking out. I mean, it's a nice move to the upside there. So again, if you're going to look for some shorts, I think you're getting close to getting stopped out of those, because that 8, and I just closed the chart on the longer time frame, but I really like that 18,400. So I'm going to reopen a chart on eSignal and see if I can get that to populate the exact same one that just closed. So
man, I was just asked to look at GameStop. Possibly because if you're looking for things to short, why not short the worst? It's down 2.5%. Look at the trend on this thing. Why are we not just short this every single day since it broke 13? And what I mean by that is flat bottom break, hold under, short it, short it, short it, short it, until the cows come home. I don't even like that saying. Like, well, I'm not a farmer. But yeah, short the pops. 1125, that's previous support. Like, that would be my 2 cents is, okay, well, it quadunked and then flat bottom broke. So just look for shorts on the stock. The last one would be short it back into pre-market low, which was yesterday's low at 1125. It pops 20 cents. You risk 10 cents to like 30s or something like that. That looks pretty interesting as far as I'm concerned. Nvidia right now is right back at the 900 level. I said I wasn't going to reload because of the strength in the market. Now what I'm contemplating is, do I want to try a breakout? A 900 break on Nvidia. But before that even happens, Tesla, I'm on the offer of Tesla. Okay. You can make the decision there, but also it's like, wait a minute, no, I'm on the offer of Tesla off the high. I'm still looking to short Tesla off this high. So I'm going to get on this above the 166, see if that can play back in VWAP. I'm still holding Intel because it is not looking as strong as the market. But Tesla, third time up here at the 166.5.
All right, yeah, I got to relook at that. Okay, so yeah, Nvidia back upside. We sort of talked about that one. I am going to wait for a little bit more on Apple. We mentioned that up into, damn it, that stupid chart didn't load, and I just spent a couple seconds looking at that. Apple, yeah, I mean, that 170, if we break higher than that, then I don't think, I mean, we wrote down that was a level that we were talking about. So let's just continue to watch out for that. We are short right now. I'm going to short a little bit more here, but this is not the level. I want something closer to 170 flat before we really put on a decent position, but we're already back up here, so we can hold out for that, see if it pops up, and then we'll get out if we break too much greater than 170. So that'll be like my kind of limit there. And if it comes through, it comes through. Nvidia's right back to 9 builds. So this is good. Going to be maybe a good reload spot here. And let's just find out if that is a good reload spot for Nvidia or not. But there it is. We take some more shares and we'll see what happens. And we go over to the desk as it's 10:20 with Adara.
Nice push up here for the IWM right now. Failing right now to make new highs of day, but about 0.5% to the upside for the Russell 2000. In terms of individual movers here, we do have Vanda Pharmaceuticals. VNDA is the ticker for this one. This one up almost 50% after receiving FDA approval yesterday evening for its treatment for bipolar disorder. We also have ATAI. This is ATAI Life Sciences, ticker is also ATAI, getting upgraded to a buy rating with a $6 price target here from Maxim Group. This one up about 13%. Last but not least here, ABIO, this is Arca Biopharma, announcing its merger with Aruka Therapeutics, up over 100%. Lots of these moving around today, guys.
Okay, we did not get that Tesla. We're up at Tesla 167 to see, because we don't want to get out of this until a 168 break. But the thing is, man, we already talked about this. We have Fed speakers. We have all this kind of stuff happening. We got a great, apparently, was it PMI? ISM? Yeah, PMI at 10 o'clock there. I don't remember what the 945 number was because that was so long ago. Yeah, ISM non-manufacturing there at 10 o'clock was 54.4 versus 55.5. And then as of 10 o'clock, that has really, like, nothing else has changed. We talked about that, right? I mean, when nothing changes, it's tough to get away from that bias. But again, we're still going to be short right here. We haven't done too much else. We did reshort, or no, we did not reshort Tesla. That was a name that we were looking to do. Nvidia is still kind of in the pocket here. I mean,
I keystroke the breakout because
it is making the move up right now. I was waiting for 902 flat, so at this point I might as well just wait there. I could put it at 75 and get the fill now. Maybe we should. Let's just wait. It's only 30 cents away. We'll get that 902. This is the level that we've really wanted, but we were able to take advantage of that there, and then we average it in again. This actually, our average in went $1 in the money. This broke again. It went to 898.75 here. Look, it went to 898.75 on that move right there. 898, yeah, 75.
We're flying now.
So now, yeah, exactly what Neil was just saying there. Now
the market, Meta's at 5, broke 505.
Well, the market's flying. I mean, this is a huge move. Back up to 18,400. So here's the move. It's at there right now. Looks like it wants to break it. To me, this was kind of the max pain area. So I guess we should have shorted some more Nvidia up there. We're still waiting at 902. Let's see if we can get picked up there. Damn, that we just missed that at 902. That would have been nice. Oh, man. All right, what's up, Abe?
Massive spike to the downside here for Rio Tinto. RIO is the ticker for this one. Basically, some reports that its Norwegian fund may be divesting from this company amid possible alleged links to deforestation in Brazil. This is reported by Wall Street Journal. So Norwegian fund looking to divest from this company with regards to possible deforestation links, guys.
Yikes. That's not necessarily good. But
I'd say no.
See, here's the thing. Like, to me, I've been getting out of the way on the way up on AMD, and it looks like I made a top wick just now. But you got to be able to accept that because I don't want to throw away the morning profit. So I'm going to be willing to make some top wicks and then look for a re-entry. Like that just happened, and I'm not even back into it the way the market's screaming. I did get the reload in Tesla. I got the quarters. It pulled right back into first resistance at the 80, so took the 50 cents, and then it took out the top. So I'm getting out and backing away till 68 or at least till 67.5 and looking for re-entry off yesterday's high. Because if the market's trending up, I don't see why I shouldn't be able to get the better price. It just feels like it's that kind of a thing. Nvidia, yeah, I'll be a little bit frustrated because I think I went long. I was in Tesla at that same fill. And I went over to Tesla, and I got the Nvidia fill, but it looks like I had a stop order that just got me out right away. Like I had it, and it triggered long, and it triggered out right away. That's a keystroke error on my part, and I wasn't on the level 2 because I was over at Tesla. The long would have worked out because it got to the 2.5 before breaking 99, but I'm not in it, so it doesn't really matter. Intel is still under VWAP. But I'll be very careful where we reload this. I want the market to turn around and show me a curl that I can stick with this one to the south side. Intel is going to continue to be a dog. It's down 6%. If you can't break VWAP when the market's breaking out like this, you suck. I'm just saying. Like that's why I was interested when GME was talked about.
Oh yeah.
Although as I speak, GameStop is cracking VWAP right now. So Intel can't even crack VWAP. Even GameStop is cracking VWAP. Even that's looking pretty strong. Meta's out of pocket for that long. I think that was just a straight up missed opportunity at that 500. So I'm looking for VWAP. It's just all higher lows here for Meta. So until it gives me a dip buy, I'm not chasing tops. I'm liking short too much to chase tops for longs.
All right. Yeah. I mean, I wish we weren't chasing too much here. I don't feel like we are. I feel like a lot of these names are kind of floating up to the levels that we thought they were, but it's just happening real quick because the market is completely a long right now. So like I said, we can't sit here and talk about taking fills where we want them and then don't take them when they come up. So this 905 here for Nvidia, probably, oh man, we're up 1% now. The market's really rocking, but we're at that 18,400. So to me, this is a trade that we're willing to do. We're in it, and we're averaged out at $900.50. So right now, it is about a $2.50 hit if you want to take it out. I'm going to let this continue to go to the upside and see what happens. More importantly here is Apple. Apple's really starting to go. Apple's at that 170 level. This is a level that we thought we would maybe be able to take some shares at. So we'll do that, and then we'll see what happens. Right now for Apple, we're short at 90s. So again, nice pullback would be nice here, especially if we get a little bit of one off of this level, but it doesn't look like it, man. It's hanging out on the upside. Watch out for Apple to break. The programs are buying up this market right now. It seems like they really like that number. I don't know if people are buying this ahead of Powell or what, but here we go for Apple making that move to the downside now, but again, retraced all the way back up to that 170. We wanted the short here, so we're short at 87s. I mean, this is exactly where we should be. So happy with this. Let's go back over to Adair quickly.
A story a little bit from earlier that could contextualize some of this Tesla move up here. TSLA, seeing news that Tesla in China offering zero interest loan in vehicle purchases. So interesting note here coming from Tesla China as Tesla breaks to the upside, guys.
Okay, that
Zero
kind of
interest
changes
loan.
maybe. I didn't see that one coming.
So look, there's a little bit of size on Apple. I don't think it matters at 170. It's enough that it might take a few seconds for it to break, but it's not enough that it'll have trouble going through. So it did do that like wick shimmy up and down. I have my stop. I don't like even dollar stops on Apple. I learned my lesson with the 180 last year that you just can't do that. So I traded it right off 99s. I actually got 96s and 97s on that one. But I'm going to give it just a little bit above. And to me, when it stopped out that level, I waited for this one. So we got back up to the 170. I want this short back to that close, which is the 80 level, then to 60, then to 40, and then VWAP. So So those are going to be the targets to the downside on Apple. We're still in Intel, but Rohit, you are right. There's other things going. Micron. I mean, we showed Nvidia. Nvidia's only up 1%.
There goes Apple.
But Micron is up 3%, and Hunting, I mean, this is already 52-week highs if we were to close up here, but the actual top is like 127.80. So it's within earshot of that. It's a heck of a bull run, and the only thing I wanted long we didn't get, so it is what it is on Meta. Just wasn't willing to put the long on at that time. Like that was like 9:45, and I was way too bearish to force the action on a long trade. Try not to give back too much of the morning, but if Apple takes out a fresh high, that's going to happen. But I like to short up at the 170. It's already done the wick. If it doesn't make a fresh high, this should give us at least a scalp pullback.
Yeah, I mean, I'm giving it all back because we're right here short, waiting to see what happens. So we'll wait to see what does happen here. I mean, it's 10:30. Should be a decent spot for the market to start to move a little bit. But if we go upside, I mean, we're short everything, and the market's going up. So there's that 18.4. This is the level for us. I mean, I'm tired. Honestly, I'm a little bit tired of saying that because we need this market to pull back just a little bit. We are short Tesla, though, right here at 167. So a little bit of a break lower on that one would be pretty nice. But again, all these levels are starting to go. So we got to watch out for 168. Like, this is not the time to be like a superhero and just average in all the way up. We have our levels. They all came in. And then when they go against you, they're supposed to put you into a nervous spot. You know, I mean, I feel like that's fine. You don't want to be comfortable too much when you have decent amount of shares on it. We could get blown out here and go back up to the upside and then give, like I said, give back that day. But levels hit that we like. The only thing I should have gotten out of, and we talked about that, man. Right at 10, we should have switched up. So the only trade that I'm really mad at, and we won't even really be down that much, is Apple. It's just we gave it back. And it's like we saw that Apple was strong today. We talked about that. It was strong against the market early. We just believed in 170. We got there real quick, man. We got there in about like 20 minutes off 169. So I thought it was worth it for a short, and I still do think that it's worth it. So that's why we're sitting in here waiting to see what happens. But if it takes it out, we're not going to give it too much more time, man. We've hovered up here too long. I haven't got anything out. And it looks like it'll be a 20-cent hit or so. So yeah, Apple, we'll give it back on this because we do have, you know, big position, so that's not too comfortable, but we'll wait to see here what happens with Apple, Nvidia, and Tesla. But for now, we got to go back over to Adara. Our Nvidia trade is $1 out. We'll wait.
Interesting look here with some of these stable coins as the Bitcoin rally gets a little bit more stalled here. I'm reading this out from CoinDesk. Apparently, the cumulative supply of the top 3 stable coins is actually at its highest level since May 2022. So cumulative supply at $141.42 billion for the top 3 stable coins. Interesting look there. In terms of Bitcoin itself, giving a little bit of a pop to the upside here after falling for 2 straight days on Monday and Tuesday, finding a bit of support here at the actually previous area of support as well around this 66 level. Right now, Bitcoin at 666 here, 66,600, up just under 1%. Ethereum also finding some support at 33, about 33.50 right now. Solana up about 5%, nice look pushing into 190. Ripple down about 1.3%, Doge down about just shy of 3%. Shiba Inu up about 2.3%, so a bit of a mixed look for some of these cryptocurrencies. And we are brought to you by Benzinga Pro. You can sign up today for 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders with code TTV, capital letters. Use the link in the description to go to checkout.
So there goes that high, local high on Apple. Now my style of trading, where we essentially take range trades, and then I'm going to get out when it gets that top. I'll be red on Apple. At the end of the day, you got to try to control the hit. So make sure you stick to your plan. I am willing to make a top wick and look bad when that happens, but then at the end of the day, when it trends up, I'm just going to be getting out of the trade. It's the same. Like, look at AMD. Like, I could still be in theory in this because it's been controlling itself to the upside. But once it takes out that high, like that short, you take some profit, but stop it when it goes against. Stop it when it goes against. Stop it when it goes against. Try to control it. Now I'm waiting for 183 because if I don't get a reasonable long, I'm not chasing tops. If I don't get a reasonable entry into the trend long, I'm not going to force it. Intel has stayed in the pocket the whole way because it stinks. But I want to get over to what just happened to Ulta. So Like I haven't seen anything hit Benzinga for, I don't know if you have on Alta, but Alta's down 13% here. I'll let you guys know if I see anything. Like obviously Alta has news. Let me just do another search for it. It looks like there was a presentation at JP Morgan's retail roundup that disappointed. So they have a presentation at a retail conference held by JP Morgan, and they're getting destroyed for it. I'm not trading it because it's kind of out of nowhere, but if you're wondering, there is a presentation happening at a JP Morgan conference. Alta Beauty's down 13%, so they're getting smoked. I think it's a pretty solid company, but without knowing what's going on, I wouldn't just blindly jump on the bid. It's not Palo Alto. Like Palo Alto, when that thing tanked, I was kind of ready to be buying the 200 period moving average. I don't know about this one here. It's actually broken the 200 period by like $12. That's nasty.
Yeah, I find like I don't know enough about that company to know enough about it. Basically,
everyone I know that uses like a lot of they love them.
Yeah.
Mark Roberts would love this company. There's so many people I know love them. But
I want to make an announcement to everybody around here. We got the email earlier on that our Sephora order has shipped. So that's great. So we'll get some more makeup on when that comes through. All right, so
yay!
I just want to talk quickly about Nvidia because we have multiple opportunities to get this out for flat. If you guys want that, our position. I mean, you probably don't. No one has the same average positions as us. I mean, but maybe you have something close. We're just talking about that 902 level. So like we're short at $900.60 right now. So it just keeps on bouncing off 901.25 here. So that's, 70, 60, 70 cent hit. We are hovering at the highs. I mean, if we fall, we are going to, potentially have a decent winner here. So I already told you at the beginning, remember I said like, if you want to lose $5,000, then put 1,000 shares. We're not anywhere near those numbers on anything like this. So we're going to give this up to 905. So that's the trade there for me. We are going to go to Adair in 1 second. I just want to show this. So there we go. So we did short that 167.50 on Tesla. We did take another short right here, but you could see where my average price is 167 flat now. So this is what we're dealing with. So I did take a piece out there for flat at 167. I thought what was that? Yeah, sorry, 167. This is Tesla I'm talking about. 167 right there, we did get that fill. So that was my last trade to come through. Why I just was like, what's happening is Apple, we just got another fill down there at 170. So this is getting close to taking out that 170 and a quarter. When that happens, we're going to be gone on Apple. But again, like Neil mentioned, we'll turn ourselves red on this name as it breaks above these key levels.
Positive analyst note for Tesla here coming out from RBC Capital saying that they value autonomy over the car business. So they prefer the free trial for the full self-drive that Tesla announced last week over the potential harms of the Q3 delivery numbers. So they say that they prefer the full self-drive with regards to its potential benefit for the business over the potential drawdown of those Q1 delivery misses. They reiterated a 290 price target. So positive note here for TSLA coming from RBC Capital, guys.
All right, I'm kind of like back and forth with all this because we do have shares. Sorry, that's Apple. Sorry, my bad. We do have shares on Tesla, so I'll take another fill here at 90 this time. I was sitting there; it just wicked down when Adair was talking about that. But again, like all these stories coming out, positive. She just said that that was a positive note there for Tesla. So I don't know. We have some lower bids. I mean, I'm waiting for 166. So if we can come into that, that'd be pretty nice. Actually, now that I see that 166.40, let's just put a bid there. And if that fills, then hey, man, we got to be happy with that. So we'll see about a takeout there. We'll put a quarter down there. If we can get a fill on that one, then we'd be pretty happy with that. We are still waiting for Nvidia to break. Here it comes. It's now $1 out of the money. If you want to take this, again, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I am bidding, though, down at 900. I'd really like to see it come back in and have a look at that. But I am seeing this 901.30 has been a support level, and we just bounced off of it again. So if you're in capital preservation mode, I mean, I'm in make some money mode. So I'm going to see if we can hold on and see if this one will work, because right now I'm in it and I don't mind it. So a little bit of a breakdown here. Let's see if we can get rocking with Nvidia. But see, now that I see this, I think let me take out a piece just that flat there at $900.50. Cancel our 900 order. Maybe we can whoosh down there. I think if we break 900, we'll probably get that fill that we're looking for anyways, sub that level. So I am bidding right right now, 898 and a quarter. So there it is. We'll take it out for flat just to show you guys. There's the flat trade. If you want that, you can get that on Nvidia, but we are starting to push downside again on this name. So there it is. There's the 900 break. So what a good hold there on Nvidia, putting us back to Greensville, but temporary because I'm not out. So as this name starts to dance around, we do have that bid down here at 898. Let's see if we can get a little lower than where we are right now. So that 902 seems to have wanted to hold for now. And Tesla's trying to cook, man. Let's see if we get a downside push here on Tesla as well, as Apple takes out the top. So we will go red on Apple, which is fine. I said that before. If it's going to be a top trade idea for me, then I want to make money and celebrate it when it's right, and then also let you guys know when it's wrong. So there it is right there. I still don't think it was really that wrong, but nice move upside on Apple, and ball don't lie. So there you go.
So I have a new position alert, but I'm going to get to Intel first. I said I was going to reload Intel at the local high. To me, this is still at least stair-stepping down. You got lower highs into a gap down, so I shorted it off of this top, reloaded at 26s. I got 26s and 27s the first time, 26s the second time. Took some VWAP. I'm going to get some out in front of 41 and then hold for 40.80, which is low today. But you'll see I have a new position on Nikola. Nikola doesn't want to give you $1 today. But as I was looking for things, if I'm going to be looking short, then I want stocks that have not taken out the top and are still looking weak. So under $1, lower high, off of the opening market range and yesterday's close price. So it gave me a short in here that I can give to 94. So I got 92. I have a 92.8 price. It's going to round to 93. We've discussed that before. I'll take some out in front of VWAP. I want to hold some down into the 80s. And if it breaks 88, I want to hold some for the dream down to 86. So I'm back into Intel on a reload. Well, I've never been out of Intel, but we reloaded Intel. New position for me is Nikola. I don't necessarily want to be fighting any of the high flyers. Like, I got the one trade. I've been scalping Nvidia, so I had the one trade, scalp short, and then I kind of messed up the long trade. Getting in and out flat was the keystroke error on my part, but it happens. But so I'm going to stick with that. It's still trending to the upside. I do not want to be fighting it too hard here. So we're going to go to Sector Watch with Adara. And we'll see how some energy names are doing, because I just realized we haven't talked about that once, and I'm curious.
Energy, one of the few sectors that are pretty much flat right now. Energy minerals flat. We have consumer durables pretty flat, although do keep an eye on Tesla. In addition to that positive note from RBC Capital, Elon Musk also saying just now on X that they're looking to license out full self-drive technology to other companies. So keep an eye on Tesla with regards to that. Health services also pretty flat here after a really rough day for that sector yesterday. And communications also pretty flat. In terms of positivity, a lot of sectors moving to the upside. Producer manufacturing strong. Health technology pretty strong as well here. But we do have some negativity here coming out of consumer non-durables. Couple analysts here downgrading some of these names. Argus Research downgrading Pepsi here, PEP, and also some of these other names within this sector getting downgraded by Gordon Haskett this morning as well. So very much some red look here for consumer non-durables, but a lot of other positivity in the market today, guys.
Thank you very much there, Adara. And I was actually, what it is, but UPS was one of the ones we talked about on that upgrade downgrade board. Sometimes you look at the chart in hindsight's 2020, dip right into the previous close and clean bounce. Clean bounce off the previous close price within 5 cents on a $150 stock. That's insane. When you see things like that, it blows your mind. If you're looking only at this stock and you favor the long, well, if it was one of two things, which was holding above 50 period and breaking 152, that was one setup. It never gave the breakout trade, but it gave you the dip almost perfectly. My last trade was kind of looking for something weak into a strong market to fade it. And it ended up being Nikola, which is on the NASDAQ. That kind of annoys me. I always think it's on the New York. We faded that one. I got some out going into VWAP. But if this continues to stair step up, like if what happens next is, okay, you get that reversal trade, it bounces and consolidates off VWAP, then I don't want to be reloading this 93 area. I think what I want to do there is make sure I get enough out that I can try and short it off of the new high, like that high at 95 instead of the 94. So I'm taking profit into VWAP. I'm going to hold some for under because I want to see if we can't get something more move to the downside on this name. But I do want to respect that the market is looking strong. I think you got to do that. About 15 minutes to go until we get to learn to trade and we adjust into midday trading. Do remember you have a host of Fed speakers and, of course, Chairman Powell. Event's at 12. He hits the podium at 12:10. We'll keep you abreast of everything. Manuel says look at DraftKings because it looks weak. Like, that's where my focus is going to be. If I want to be bearish and I don't want a long tops, then if I think we can pull back in the futures, I want to look for shorts that if the market continues going up, you still have a chance. I think that Intel's giving you that. I think you can get that with Nikola. DraftKings, this sort of fits the bill. I mean, look at this stock. There's 44.80. There's a close 44.80. There's resistance 44.80 yesterday. And the high today is 44.97. Like, it wicks that top. This is exactly the kind of thing I mean when you talk about relative weakness and what is it safer to work yourself into a short off of. Maybe it's not ideal here at 44.5. You want the market to press it up and give you some money fills above VWAP into that 45. I think you want the 80s going into 45. But that's a great look, Manuel. I think you want to look for relative names and not try to fight that trend too much. Speaking of trends, you still can't get VWAP on Meta. Can't get it. Like, this stock is way too strong at this point. Like I said, I'm not going to chase tops. I'm in preservation mode because at this point, like Tesla and Nvidia, like Tesla's 2x any single loss I have, Nvidia's 3x any single loss I have, because I've been going range trading, and that's just going to be my style. Like, I'll take small hits on stocks that I'm wrong at and try not to hold them. You've got to be able to trade your own pocket, whatever that happens to be. And then some days your strategy style works better than others. Today, getting out of the way of the short at times has been the way to go. But then there's some days where it continues, and you see me not have those trades that Sean will have in the afternoon. So you got to stick in the pocket. I like that DraftKings look. So Manuel, I guess technically I'm stealing it because you said it. But I'd want fills above VWAP, shorting like 77s into like 70s into 80s because this can't seem to get going when the market is looking strong. And I like that look.
Yeah, DraftKings was the one sticky no name that we didn't get to. I mean, I wrote down 46 just to look at that, but the market's not getting that heated. Well, it is, but I mean, DraftKings not going up there. So I think the show was right for there as well. Okay, it's 10:45 right now. The good thing about this is no matter how you're trading today, you don't have to have lunch. Maybe some days you
should always eat lunch.
Extravagant than other days, but
eat.
Today, what is for lunch? What yesterday? What?
It was the sausage, dude.
Oh, yeah.
They had sauerkraut.
Remember, I called it.
They had I don't do corn on the sausage, but
There was spicy corn.
if you're into that,
pickles.
Was pickles.
Remember, I was
diced onions.
Yeah. So that was a dub there for sure.
I had a salad.
Today has a potential as well. Today's another very, very typical, especially if you're British. This is a very, very typical meal and very, very popular. And hopefully I'll be having some of this with my main man, Adam, because I know that he is over across the pond there. And it's fish and chips. So it is not a chicken dinner winner. I mean, it's a winner because it's not chicken. We get that fish. Adair and I were pretty close, man. It's fish and chips. You do not make fish and chips with salmon. So we will be wrong on that one, but we are right, in the aquatic area.
I think that's as close to dead on because salmon's pretty rare to get here. But
yeah. So
my
there we
only
go.
beef
Fish
with
and
that
chips.
is when you're delivering catering, fries aren't the best option. Because there's not, unless you're making on-site, there's no good way to do, you can't keep them crispy. It's almost impossible. When you transport it, condensation,
that's definitely
science, it just doesn't work. If you make it
look.
on-site, it's one thing. Because I love fish and chips. I eat seafood every day in Florida, though.
It is
every
absolutely glorious.
single meal, I was eating seafood. So I'll stick to my salad today, but fish and chips is good. What else we got going on here? So, that's what I wanted to get to. We've been ignoring a few Mag 7 names. I'm not going to force anything right now. If I get DraftKings, great. Nikola's looking like it's going to press into VWAP. We haven't talked about Microsoft or Alphabet today, unless you did that. I don't think we did.
No.
So I'm going to do this. I didn't even look at Microsoft. I was focused on Intel, AMD, Nvidia, Apple, all the same names from yesterday. Obviously, we're talking about Tesla as well, and Mara, CGC a little bit, but not Microsoft. And Microsoft bounced off our support right away. So that's a bit of a miss. Like if you go through every possible idea, sometimes you'll get bogged down, but sometimes it's that one thing you didn't look at because that was the support level we've been talking about for a couple of days, and now it's gone. However, look at 422. Resistance, support, resistance. to possible support. So I am going to look back at a pull, but forget about VWAP for a second and just think about that 422. If the market continues trend up, Microsoft looks pretty darn good at that 422 level if it can start to pull back and bounce off of it. The new position for me was a Nikola short. By the way, here at Real Trading, we had to pay for locates. I think it was like 1/8 of a cent or something like that for Nikola shorts. They're not free. I don't know what your brokers charge, but I can tell you here at Real Trading that it's like a fraction of a cent for us. So it's pretty good. It's essentially free. So it's now at VWAP. I'm going to wait for a press down into 90. I was risking about a penny on this, penny and a quarter technically. So when it goes in the money, 2.5 cents, that's 2 to 1. Right, so it's a penny stock. You got to adjust the way you look at things. It's all about risk to reward. But if you're only risking 1.5 cents or 1.25 cents, you should be taking profit when it goes 2.5.
All right, it's 10:49, almost 10:50. We haven't looked at crypto too much today, but wow, what a nice move up. It's been there for BTC. So yeah, congratulations. We talked about that 64 level as possibly coming into play. So let's go over here and just drop down. Come on, man. Let's go to a 1-minute chart right now. Look at that. So U.S. equity markets, 10 o'clock. I mean, okay, come on, Nvidia. Oh, man, let's take a sip of coffee as we get ready for that one. All right, so, you know, that ISM, I keep saying what that number was. It was ISM manufacturing at 10 o'clock. That really started this, yeah, ISM PMI, 51, lower, 54 on the manufacturing. So all lower numbers, but definitely sent not only the NASDAQ mooning here, but also Bitcoin. So yeah, just a little bit of a move up there. We got to go over two money talks, but before we do that, Tesla right now back in the pocket here, 50 cents in the money. We're going to bid out a little bit right now, so let's bid that. There it is right there. Let's take that. We'll take a 75 fill right there as it does come back in. I was going to wait for a little bit lower, but hey, we talked about this with conviction early today. We said that Tesla, look what it's written down here. It's written 168 for the short. So we don't have the best price. I mean, it did go as high as 167.60 there. We're at 30s. So we didn't want to average in. We talked about that. It was kind of like, are these shorts even right today? Because we are also in Nvidia right now. But let's go over to the desk. We'll figure out what's going on with the DXY and come back and see what happens to this Tesla trade.
Second day of downside here for the DXY on these daily candles. We did get that number, ISM non-manufacturing PMI, coming in, as Sean just said, they're lower than expected. So 51.4 versus the 52.8 estimate, also lower than the previous number, 52.6. So this is bullish for the market. Looks like it may have been bearish here for the DXY. We also have some comments from Fed speakers. We had Fed's Bowman at 9:45. Didn't see any comments from that, but we had Fed's Bostic on CNBC at 8:30. Quite a few comments from here, including his continuing forecast for one rate cut this year. So a little bit more hawkish than some of these other Fed speakers we've seen. We do have, though, Fed Powell coming on. I'm seeing here 12:10. At 12, we'll have Fed's Goolsbee. 3:10, we're going to be getting Fed's Barr. And then at 4:30, we get Fed's Kugler. So lots of Fed speak to keep an eye on. The main thing we're going to be watching for is Fed Chair Powell just around 12, guys.
I mean, when Bowman was talking, apparently Hal did open the pod bay doors for this market. So that did work out for him in the end. You're not going to get that reference. Anybody gets that reference, I'll shout you out for sure if you do, because I'm a big science fiction guy. Nikola broke VWAP. We got 91s in there, so we got our next target. I have a 90 bid, and I still think, you know, in this market, like, we're still trend up. It's consolidating up there, but if you can find those weak names, it's just easier. Like, it's easier for something that hasn't broken out to find an entry into a short where you have some obvious stop areas that you can keep it reasonable, as opposed to something which is just continuously making highs. Now, ultimately, like, if I stick with AMD, like, it probably gets some out there and then maybe find a top off 82. Like, I think that would have worked out, but you know, it's not going to be my cup of tea at this time of day. However, you know, like, Intel still can't break the pre-market low. So you're able to short that one first off VWAP and then off 41.40. That's right back into the low of the day. If it does double bottom down here, I'd probably jam out of it in a strong market. So it's all about looking for the things that can still give you that flush trade, as now the market's starting to come back in. But I'm liking what I'm seeing here overall in terms of giving you opportunities. So you stick to the names that are in your plan. I said this yesterday in the lesson of the day. Like, you can alter your plan. You can adjust your plan, but you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, because even if you're looking for fades, there's going to be levels that are in play even when the market goes bullish. There's going to be relatively weak names even in play when the market goes bullish. So you got to be able to stick to that overall. I do want to go back over to Meta. I think you're going to get, if the market pulls back here, I think you're going to get an opportunity into VWAP on this bad boy. And I think that would be the long I'm looking for, would be Meta off of VWAP.
All right, yeah, I mean, good words there. I mean, that's exactly what we've been talking about, right? It was sticking with the names and literally, you know, dying with them or, you know, winning with them. So we're doing that with Nvidia right now. We have, you know, the two #1 P&L names today will be Nvidia and Tesla, you know, and we're literally holding those two names. So I feel like I'm doing what we're supposed to be doing right now. Now over $1 in the money on Nvidia, and we sweated that one out. But there it is, coming back in. It's at the 50 period. I told you where I'm bidding, man. I want a 980. I want an 898, Phil. So we want that. Well, maybe we'll take it right here, though. I'm going to put it at 898.60 in case we do get that little bit of a bump down right now. And then you break 899, and then we get that. So I'm going to cancel my 898.25, and just to see. I mean, it's still, you know, the market's still up here. This could be a losing trade, you know, so like I said, we sit here and we wait. Like, if the market fades out, this Nvidia trade is going to be an absolute monster. If we wind up losing on it, we've already taken enough out to have basically not worried about it. Okay, here we go. Let's go to the downside right now. I'm feeling like, BPI, why do I do this, Big Patty Ice? All right, I'm going to put another bid there so I'm just going to take this out right now at 899.20. I just keep upping my outs because, again, we want to make sure that we're right, because we were wrong. You know, this went all the way through. We weren't wrong. We said we were going to wait for 905, and the only thing that's wrong is us not getting more short, because I'm at 904, and it went to 903.75. But see what I'm saying? There's the move right back up to the upside again. So, yeah, you know, maybe that 50 period is something, and we will potentially regret not taking $1. So we'll wait. Tesla's still right there as well, man. Good trading, like I said. Another top name right there today. But yeah, I really hope you've enjoyed this. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, and what's up, the boring man? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, let's actually make some money, you know, and see if we can get some downside pushes here. So that's what I'm waiting for. Like I said, we can get out for flat and call it like a flat morning. But I like the trade, and it doesn't have to be a P&L based thing at all. It's just like, if we're going to hold the name, let's see if it will get down to the downside. We are well comfortable now if it does break that 905, and I would want to see what this market does. We have apparently Joe Biden's coming at 11 o'clock. I don't know if that's...
Say what?
Exactly. That's not going to affect anything about the market. The Tesla thing is the worst for me because, well, we just got an out, so that was great. Is because we have that news with the full self-drive that Adair's talked to us a little bit about. And so, you know, if that hits the news wires, obviously, which it already has, and gives like a good feel story here to that, then maybe Tesla does, you know, get some wings here and start to get back up to the upside. But hey, man, Nvidia is coming in again, 899.70. The spread on this is 50 cents. You know, sometimes right now it's 40. So just be careful with it. I'm hoping for a whoosh down, and we will get that fill at 899.20 in the next couple minutes.
Yeah, next couple of minutes. We only have 3 minutes till we go to 11. We're back at 2. You know how we do around here. Learn to trade has been great all week because it's so topical in the midday when you're learning to adjust your trading strategy to the time of day, and then you see it adjust from us to Obi and Adair doing a fantastic job. I want to give a shout out first of all to, like, I don't know if we acknowledged this name in the chat because you said the apple fritter thing.
Yep.
In the chat we have apple and raisin pancake with powdered sugar. I don't know if this is the same person that has changed her name from apple fritter, but that is just making me want to have breakfast for dinner tonight, which we do in my household all the time. Like, at least a couple times a month, we're throwing down like waffles and bacon and eggs and stuff for dinner. Probably not tonight because my daughter has gymnastics, so I'm going to be in and out, so I'm probably ordering something. But I also want to shout out Ford because I kept talking about play relative strength and weakness, so stick to the shorts and things that are relatively weak, look for longs and things that are relatively strong. Ford is still going up another 2.5% today. Shout out to everyone that's talking about this bad boy. I think when you see this, why not look for dip and rip? $13.50 is VWAP. That's not bad at all. Ford's going to move in 10 cents at a time, so if you risk 5 cents on it, make profit when it goes like 10 cents for you. But I'm making an adjustment. I said the other day, I own 4 shares in my personal account that have reclaimed that 50 and 200 period cross at like 12.20, or I think I put the stop at $12. I'm just going to get out of this in my long term. Actually, no, now that it's broken out, if it even breaks 13, I'm just going to get out. And let's see if it can run to 15. If it runs to 15, I know I'm already getting out because I have an offer out there for, I think it's good for like 4 months or something like that. But yeah, this is a stock that's starting to go finally, but I'm going to lock it in the personal account because I don't want to hold this long term. And it was good off that 11 level, but it actually went down to 950 and I didn't cover it then. So now that it's actually turning into a winner, I'm going to get out of that stock. 1 minute to go here, everybody. I'm looking at this Apple. Oh, goodness, now I have a wick on Apple. See, I didn't have any of these all morning. And Apple is now, when I talk about setups, I'm trying to be patient. I only shorted it off the levels I liked. So off of yesterday's high, that was a winning trade, then the second time loss, then shorted off the 170. So I go 1 for 3 on Apple, but again, that's going to be the style of trade I like. Now you're into this level, which is holding. 170.5 to 170, call it like 70s, which was a bottom on the 28th. And then on April Fool's Day, the level didn't matter unless you were shorting it off of that breakdown. But today, it's starting to crest. So if we go sideways in the afternoon, Apple has a tendency to hold 20, 30-cent ranges where you can start scalping it. And if it's going to do that, then this 170, 60 area could be that kind of a trade. So if it confirms the top here and gives a little bit of sideways action, I think I'd start scalping Apple. I don't want to be long tops. I'm not that bullish on this name that I'm going long tops. Meta, that could be a different story. You show me VWAP, I'll go long Meta. But that's the only long I'm really still thinking about.
All right, yeah, some good ideas there into the midday show. So again, we're about to get ready to go over there. We're just fixing up some mics or something with Obi, so that should be fun. All right, so a name that we looked at until we're ready here. Nvidia's still bouncing around. I don't know. Like I said, the market's going higher. It's not breaking lower. As long as we're above that 50 period, this trade is in trouble, which is why we've moved our stop up on that one. All right, so here's Palantir Technologies. We did want to talk a little bit about this name because we had indicated before a 22 bottom. I'm still bidding there. Obviously, we didn't get it. I'm at 22.10. I want to cancel that now just so I don't have to worry about it. But we did get there down to 22.40. But nice move up, man. Now taking out some of these levels that we had talked about with the 50 period. So we had rang up Aunt Kathy and said maybe potentially if this name gets low enough, someone will buy it. But maybe they were in there a little bit earlier than we had thought, as there it goes, nicely done to the upside for Palantir and really cooking in the last 10 minutes. So watch out. If this market gets going, we could have, and there's Nvidia again for a dollar winner if you want it, but there's Palantir at 23, looking like a decent level break. Up to the, like now that it's breaking this, up to the 200 is a possibility, especially if this market doesn't slow down. So I'd look for a break here. Watch out for 23.20, could be a level to get something out. And then maybe if you're looking to go short in and around 23.50, but not until then, especially if we break. And yeah, there's Nvidia breaking through 900 again. We are short at 901. So as I said, there's another dollar if you want it. We're getting greedy and waiting for 2, but yeah, get greedy with Trader TV Live and want more.
Ooh, Netflix.
Netflix is breaking?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, we could keep talking about stocks forever. So let's go give Netflix to these two. It's Adara, nice shirt.
Adobe.
And Obi, nice sweater. You're welcome. And it's the midday show, so let's go.
Thank you, Sean, for those shirt-related compliments. Sean and I are both in salmon today, and we're actually having fish and chips for lunch. Pretty funny how that works out. I am Adara, and this is Obi in the green sweater. And I get a very nice sweater. And
Thank you.
we are.
I like your shirt as well.
Pardon?
I said I like your shirt as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very complimentary today as we wait for everybody to roll into the chat so we can do the roll call for today's How to Trade session. We are going to be talking about today, time of day. Of course, we're talking about that all week. Today, though, we're going to focus on trading the afternoon, which I guess is apt because we talked about the morning on Monday and then the midday yesterday. So today we're going to be talking about trading in the afternoon. Chase Bands, hello. Hi, Rich Naples. Hi, Andrew Chow. RH. Darwin saying, Ola Adobe. Ola to you, Darwin. Bob Dub. Trader Drew. Callum Mitchell Miller. Mui Casanado. We have Fonzie, Max Trading and Investing, Jack, Levi H, Jay Lowe, Brett, Brandon, Fiddleback, Derek Thompson, Pranaya, Chuck of All Trades, Dexter, Rathkid, I love that name, Phony Baloney, love that one too. Everybody has great names here in the chat. Get a real job, they say. Snow Ove. Andy Yurnes, everybody's coming in now. Great to see everybody here in the chat. Jose Gonzalez, Caputi, Electronic Music, Bright Ascending. Everyone's rolling in. We're going to let everybody do their thing. 21. And actually, we have the 21st episode of the podcast coming up this weekend, too. Funny enough, too. So the podcast will also be doing its thing, 21. But for now, what have you been up to this morning before we get into the lesson?
Yeah, so I've been a little bit of a sweaty morning. I was heavily short biased coming in on chips. As you can see, I pretty much sprayed every price on Intel. I was like, oh, that's a great price. That's a great price. That's a little bit of a chase. I like that. And then we talk about yesterday, we literally talked about like midday trading, or just like even in the morning, looking for those economic numbers. And I was like, yeah, you got to have that stop in if you're kind of playing in and around that time where an economic number comes out. And look at that, Adara, right here on stock sell. I'm short on stock sell. Sure, my stop never got hit on Intel. It was a little bit wider. I was a little bit more, I guess, loose with the stop on Intel, but stock sell definitely a lot tighter, and that economic number comes out, I think ISM at 10 o'clock, and boom, look at that, straight to the upside. So glad I had that in. So it's a nice little example of something we were talking about yesterday. Got to be wary of speakers and economic numbers. And today we got some speakers as well, right? So
lots of speakers, yeah. Fed Powell actually will be making. No, I'm joking. He won't be here, but we will be bringing his
an appearance
to you at 12:10.
Yeah. Yeah, no. So I think that was a good example of like gotta stay nimble when those numbers come out. Intel, I actually liked it even more after the number came out. I was like, all right, well, it can't really go, even though the market is ripping to the upside. And I was like, yeah, I'll take more there. And it happened to work out. Stock sell short once again here, but. We'll see. We'll see if it comes into fruition. Stocksell not really. It's a little bit more stubborn with the bids on the day, and then you can see that Intel's curling up a little bit as well. So that might be all she wrote. Down at 4080s there on Intel. So that's been the morning. Nothing too crazy, nothing too eventful. I know that Micron and a lot of these other chip names, if you were long, oh boy, did you have some nice moves and nice wave to ride on that. But that's how my morning has been. How about you? Are you watching anything for the midday session today?
Yeah, I mean, I really like this Tesla long off the 90 MA. Clearly, I missed it. By the time I started looking at it, I was at 171.40 or 167.40. What am I saying? 167.40. And I was like, oh, maybe it's short within a range. But then also that 90 MA bounce is really nice. So I was like, if we bounce again, I'll take it long. We did not bounce again. We stayed on that trampoline to the upside. We were flying with the viciousness. So Tesla did not invite me into the Cybertruck. How rude of it. But that's okay. If there are dip buys along this 90 MA, I want to get involved. This is an area we bounced off a little bit earlier. We rejected off it even earlier than that. So it's a level that I do like. That's the main thing I'm looking at. But I do have to talk about another name in play, and that name is Play, Dave & Buster's. So this one, we are falling off a little bit off that VWAP. I was going to get long off VWAP, but I said to Dara, wait a little bit. Look at all these wicks to the upside of sellers overwhelming buyers on the 5-minute. I want none of that smoke. So I'm happy I waited. If we pick up somewhere, though, this could be an interesting trade. I like the idea of play, but right now it's not really in play for me because we didn't play with that VWAP level the way I wanted us to, and now I will stop making puns with that ticker. But yeah, thank you so much, JC, giving us a little compliment here for Team Adobe, I guess. So much appreciated. Always happy to be here. And someone in the chat as well, I think it was Hans Beer, saying Obi looks a lot like, or Sharif looks a lot like Obi today. So yeah, funny times. Yeah, Obi is. Thank you again to Obi.
I don't know about that. I'm looking a little slim compared to Sharif there. But yeah, no, thanks. It's always good to kind of be on and trade live here with you guys and talk about some of these markets. And yeah, we're still learning how to trade, so we'll do it together. And with that, we'll go right into the lesson, Darren.
Yeah, let's do it. What great transition there. Also, yeah, there you are. Look at that URL there in the bottom, so shout that out. Let's talk about trading in the afternoon, the natural progression, I guess, from trading in the morning and trading in the midday. Trading in the afternoon, basically, afternoon trading usually refers to that period from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m., so ahead of the market close. So technically, a lot of the midday is in the afternoon as of 12 noon, but that still refers to the midday period because you are going to have action that's a little bit more subdued as traders, maybe eat brisket at lunch, as we did actually see live on the show on Thursday, or, take lunch in general, different time zones. We see a little bit slower action in the middays we discussed yesterday. So during the afternoon, things heat back up as we get ready for the close, especially power hour, which there's a whole section on later in the lesson, so I'm not going to belabor that too much. But basically, much like the trading scene in the morning, we start to see a return in the afternoon trading to extra volatility. Traders, market participants, and institutional investors all back from the lunch, and their peepers are on the market. They're preparing for the close. There are more eyes on the market, and action does tend to ramp up a little bit more too. But also, of course, we have to talk about some of the characteristics of trading during this time of day.
Yeah, so characteristics of end of day. We talked about how the morning and the midday was over the past couple of days. And yeah, I think that's a good observation there to note that participants will kind of trickle back in that last hour as we come into a close, and a lot of eyes on, right? So if we haven't really been doing too much, say that we have what I've noticed is sometimes you get that leg in the morning session, and the midday kind of a consolidation chop, nothing really, and maybe you can look for that kind of volume to come back in and see what it does with that consolidation end of day. And sometimes you'll see that range or consolidation or chop that's been happening in the midday that'll interact in one way or another that you could potentially structure something off of. But it's always good to be have eyes on, and good to be watching for that momentum and that volume to kind of come back into a ticker, especially if it's in play. And yeah, so if you're looking for like a trend day, maybe we've been chopping around in the midday session, you potentially looking for that continuation going into the end of day as well. And something I really like for end of day, and I like squeezes. So sometimes if you see that the morning session and the midday session has kind of trapped shorts in a way, and we're kind of slowly trickling like a low volume higher and higher in the midday going into the end of day, I always like to look for that power hour squeeze. Now I haven't seen one as strong or anything that aggressive lately, but I do like it when that does happen, and that's a classic example of like, okay, well, you might have some strong volume in the morning, and then intraday the volume dries out, and then price doesn't really get anywhere. End of day, you might get some spiciness there. So you get like what I'm talking about, like an intraday liquidity trap kind of potentially happening. So end of day, lots of opportunities, potential for lots of opportunities. And obviously you also have the close, right? There's a lot of strategies in and around taking the close for anything that might be interesting on the day. So some characteristics to watch out for in the end of day power hour.
Yeah, there's certainly, I like that you use the word spicy. I think that does describe a lot of that end of day action, just looking at the big desk and being like, oh my gosh, like all of these things are moving, things pick back up, things can get really exciting, so you just have to keep your eye on things. But there are a couple really important times within this time of day. I guess we're getting a little meta with this lesson. So within the time of the afternoon, there are two important times you want to watch out for. One of them is going to be power hour. So this term usually we use to refer to or describe the last hour of the trading day, which is going to be 3 to 4 p.m. Eastern time. This is when the markets get extra exciting. They get, an infusion of power. And so with the end of the trading day just a few hours away, usually traders are looking to get either flat on the day, so you're going to be selling or de-risking, or you want to get involved in some of that volatility before close. And as Opie just mentioned, there's lots of squeeze potentials. The end of the day does really give you a lot of really exciting opportunities to get involved with. So I think that, what we call power hour for a reason. So halfway through the power hour, around 3:30 p.m., things are going to get even spicier, though. An extra habanero pepper adding to the market here with the imbalances. So we get those early imbalances at 3:30, and then you get your actual market on close imbalance at 3:50. And so the market on close imbalances reflect market on close orders, which allow traders to buy or sell at the last available price of the trading day. So particularly large buy or sell imbalances on certain stocks can suggest an influx of institutional interest. And the final imbalances, as you just said earlier, too, they hit at 350. So keep an eye on the market at 350. Neil and Sean will always bring it to you on that desk, so you will know exactly what is going on with those, because a lot of these individual names can give you some really interesting opportunities with regards to the imbalances. So with it, you have power hour within the afternoon, and within power hour, you also have imbalance time.
Yeah,
and then
sure.
we also have some other factors to consider too.
Yeah, so some of these factors, just to carry forward there, is things could be moving around, like I mentioned, in the afternoon that might not have been moving midday or sometimes even in the beginning of the day. So something to keep an eye on. Again, we talk about the volume and scanners, right? So running scans throughout the day, I think is very effective. I kind of sometimes on my on the app there, you can just see right there what's doing the most volume, right? What's doing the most volume? What are the gainers? What are the losers? Right now, I'd like to take a quick look at that every now and then. So running scans at the end of the day, just to see how things have built up, what the kind of story of the price action has been throughout the day on the ticker. Some of these top volume leaders, what are they looking like going into the close? I think that's all things that could be potentially important if you're kind of lost for a little bit of I guess direction, right? You're looking for potential trades going into the close, and I think running those scans end of day is a pretty good look to have, and then you can kind of identify what trades potentially might be setting up relative to your playbook as well, right? So another thing is like checking your earnings calendar, right? So earnings. End of day earnings, you can see that if something is reporting earnings today, maybe there's a setup, maybe it's doing something interesting going into the close in anticipation of those earnings, and there could potentially be a trade there again, relative to your playbook, of course, right? So looking out for that. In the power hour, sometimes you can see that aggressive move either way, or even tight little range. Sometimes I've seen it on Amazon a couple times. Like going into earnings report, maybe it'll range in 30-40 penny range going into the close. That could be interesting if you like trading ranges as well. But economic releases as well. Another factor to consider is that in the certain numbers can be coming out. You have FOMC. That Powell comes on to the mic around 2:30. Numbers are released. He comes on and talks to the reversion men. We talk about that a lot. And when he comes around, markets do definitely tend to move. And that's something you might want to consider if you are in position or you're looking to take positions in and around that time. So usually that session, I think the number comes out around 2 p.m. and then sometimes he comes on the podium around 2:30 as well, and then that goes on for about an hour or so. So make sure you're aware of any of those incidents that may be happening going into the close, earnings, scanners, any speakers talking, or FOMC, right?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Obi, for going over those. And that is our lesson of the day. We do repeat it a couple times because sometimes people come late. But one thing you do not want to be late for, I couldn't think of a good transition for this, was or is going to be the Disney shareholder meeting. I have it up on my computer. So apparently it's asking me to kindly return 15 minutes prior to the presentation to ensure my connection. So I'm just going to keep this open and refresh at 12:45 because it starts at 1. Shout out to Varsha asking about the time this one started, which reminded me, hey, I want to get my little screen up because I like to be able to see these events as they happen. We saw with Rivian, which was another midday event that happened, I guess, I can't believe a couple weeks ago now. The stock moved up massively on that event. So sometimes, especially with an event as hotly anticipated, as this Disney shareholder meeting and the ongoing proxy battle between Nelson Peltz and the Disney board, I think this could be really interesting to see how this shakes out. Move aside Jake Paul and Mike Tyson. There's a new fight in town. So let's see. I'm really excited to see what happens in Disney. Also, I did get involved in play. I thought it was in play once we broke back above VWAP. We're falling a little bit here. If we break decisively below this VWAP area again, so we're giving this like 35 pennies, I'm out, but I want to be trying to take up into the 69.70 area, right? So because we want a little bit more reward, our risk is actually, it's not at all bad considering, because we're looking for about $1 here in profit, right? So We're giving this about 35 cents. Nice risk to reward ratio, 3.5 to 10. I need to work on making mine more mathematically sound rather than just levels I like and becoming kind of mathematically weird. But the point is, the reward outnumbers the risk. That's what you want. What do you have your eye on over here?
I got my eyes on what I'm in right now. Okay, so I guess it's not showing my positions right now. I got to get in and out of something to kind of update that. But you guys can see on my main screen right here, short a little bit of SOXL, short a little bit of Intel pushing that 80 right there. I did pull it up. There was some size initially at that 80. Some interesting action kind of happened. Even going into that, the manufacturing number, 10 a.m. number, interesting, kind of a 2,000 lots showed up on the bid at 41.08, and then just a few, I think it was a couple of minutes, or even within the minute before that release on the bid, Buddy gets filled, and then the number comes out. We shoot up about 30-40 pennies on Intel off of that. That was pretty interesting there. I was like, all right, well, I got a little short there, and I was a little sweaty, as I was mentioning to Adara when I sat down on the desk. A little bit of a little sweaty, a little flustered when I was like, okay, well, somebody's kind of trying to bid this up, but the selling pressure I still feel is still kind of there. So I'm still willing to short, giving in a wider risk. But we talk about kind of working in and around some of those economic numbers. Yeah, sometimes you don't want to be in position, but sometimes maybe you still do with obviously a little bit of a stop in. But the market right here, super strong to the upside, 18,240 to 18,4s, and then we're kind of pretty much retracing some of what we did over the past couple of days. So that's definitely interesting. Very, very strong on the day. When will we turn? Are we going to take a breather? Are we going to have a reversion? I have no idea, but let's see if the market kind of comes in, if Intel can kind of come in as well. Intel kind of gapped down. If you guys look at the daily chart, that's why I like it. I'm kind of watching it on the day. For that, I'm interacting with it. So I'll pull it up here. If I can just get rid of that VWAP. Okay, cool. So right here. So this is how we were looking. We got that news overnight. Something about foundries and taking losses much more than expected. Clearly, the sentiment doesn't really like it, and we kind of get crushed. So looking at this on the daily chart here, you can see what Intel is testing. Intel is testing not only a daily low or a weekly low, it's a multi-month low here down at, what is that price right there? The low is 40.57. So right there, the 40.57, and we're kind of slowly kind of trending into that level here with sellers distinctly in charge. Look at the market and look at Intel. That's a stark difference, right? So the market slaps up about over 200 points, right? So 18,240, and then now we're pushing 18,440. So 200 points to the upside, and Intel cannot catch a bid for to save its life. And I think some of the other names. That's why I was a little sweaty on the Intel short, but I still believed in the idea, believed in the short, had some conviction, covered most of it right here on top of the 80s, but now we're making some fresh lows. I was waiting for a nice little pop to get some more in, but never really got back to some of these levels above that 41. So let's see what we do with this 40.80. Some decent size that kind of went on and traded near these highs, these intraday highs here at that 41, 41.10s, 41.20s as well. Lots of churning going on at those prices. So I liked that look as well. And at the same time, I was feeling out the pressure on SOXL, and look at how many times I get stopped out. I am not following my three strike rule here, but I was a little convicted on the short side. And look, get stopped out the initial time, get stopped out again on the ISM number, get stopped out again on this leg, and I'm like, all right, maybe I'm being too aggressive. Try it one more time with an even tighter stop, and get stopped out again. So we short one more time underneath this 47. Let's see what we do here. Micron was one hell of a runner off the open. You can see that Micron kind of catching a bid and not even having any sort of relief as of right now. Sure, we go a little bit sideways on top of 126, but we're holding these gains quite well and pushing for fresh highs on Micron. So maybe the play was to stop out those 3 times, hit my 3 strike rule, and then maybe reassess to flip to the long side. But clearly some of these chips are straight to the upside. And then again, of course, we got to take a look at Nvidia. Nvidia, that 900 interaction, definitely interesting, consolidating above that, holding that 900 as of right now, but that resistance at that 904 also coming in with a potential double top as of right now. Let's see. So these are 3-minute candles. Let's go over to the 15 real quick, and yeah, a little bit more stark of a resistance being pointed out there on the 15-minute chart. You can see over the past couple of days, whenever we kind of attempt to push past that 900, it doesn't really want it. Today we get about 4 points above 900, and we're kind of chopping and consolidating over on top of that 900, while the market is still holding within a nice little within its upper part of its range here, right? Range being we've only visited the high just once. We don't even know if this is the high yet, but let's see if and when the market does pull back, if Intel kind of cracks this 4080 and then pushes that day low, that monthly low that I just pointed out on the higher time frame chart on Intel. So that's what I got going on. That's what I'm looking at right now. Let me see what you guys are trading by mention. Make sure you throw it up in the chat. Let's take a look at what some of you guys are trading. I know a lot of names are very, very strong. The bid was not wrong today. The long is definitely on some of these names, but I'm looking for that short on Intel with that catalyst that we had today.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff moving around that you want to take advantage of. I believe Play is going to be kicking me out of the arcade in a second. Maybe I ran out of tokens. I don't know. Going to have to probably get out of that. But I want to talk for a second about this Tesla trade. So I was pleased as punch with this. I was saying yesterday, why am I not being scalpier? I know I trade better when I am adhering to the scalpier nature. I have the patience of, I don't know, like a small child or something. I'm trying to think of a good analogy. But my long-term patience, I would say I have my short-term patience. It's not non-existent, but it's not super existent either, right? So I like to be kind of in and out of these moves. So then it's like, why am I not trading that way? So to make a long story short, that was really the impetus for this short. I got involved here because I did see this top and tail candle at Tesla 168.40, and I said, So we have this other red candle. Then I get involved when I see this guy coming, and I said, you know what, Adara? Let's say like 168.10s. Let's give it a little bit of room. If it goes up there, if it fails, you go and you short this pop. If not, then you get out if it breaks above that 168.40. It's basically 1-to-1 risk to reward. I took it. I was very happy I did. We got into 85s, I think, and I took it out. So pleased as punch. This was a planned scalp, and it's the type of trading I want to be doing more of. So pretty happy with this. Play is a little bit less of that. Play is actually becoming a good old-fashioned range, which I don't mind, but give a girl a clue, Play. Give a girl a clue, Yavin Busters. Don't just, start becoming a range. So I think we're going to have probably a dip by here, 50. Let's do 54s. I want to add a couple shares to the mix here. And I will be getting out entirely, like I said, if we have this decisive break below VWAP. That being said, though, even with this pull down, we did make a higher low. The other thing, though, that you could argue is this is a lopsided little shoulder armpit situation here, setting up for head and shoulders. I do want to be cognizant of that. Worst case scenario, we get out at 69s. You know what? I think we're going to have to get half the position out at 69s. I have decided based on what this chart is telling me. As Neil said, you have to have like a plan. Yesterday, this was during the lesson of the day, and I thought it was very apt and something I'm trying to learn from. It's about having a plan and sticking to it to some extent, but also adjusting accordingly. Also, we're on all socials. Check us out. I love that banner. Go give Trader TV a like, follow, what have you, on our social media platforms. So give that a look. Shout out to Fabian Rubin for putting that little banner there. But yeah, Tesla picking back up. I was considering getting back into the long here around the area where I got out of the short. Then I was like, wait and see how it holds up. Clearly, I waited too long. But if this scalp continues, I've drawn out my micro ranges of areas that I want to play around. So I have micro ranges ready should I decide to get involved in this. I like this area of this 167.60s up to 168.40. I like 167.60 and 167.2 area. Then 167.2 to about 166.80. 70, I guess. And when I say micro ranges, I'll play these in either direction. It's not like they're necessarily a long or a short, but they give me areas to roam where price action has shown itself to be happening. So that's what I'm kind of looking at here. Thank you very much, Bears versus Bulls. Much appreciated. Rock Doc as well. Happy for the support. I've always loved being here, and everybody in our community is always awesome. So yeah, right now we're still playing around and play, but we'll see how long the fun lasts there. Also, really quickly here, I want to chat about Lily. Because Lily volume below a milli, so I'm not stepping in yet. But initially here, what's on my side chart for Lily? The 3-minute. This 3-minute was actually kind of looking a little like it was curling to the upside. I was very much down. Then we rejected out this 90 MA with a topping tail candle to boot, and now I'm like, Adara, this actually looks like a short here. Look at on this 3-minute, all of these little wicks of buyers trying to overwhelm sellers, but sellers like, no, we're continuing to go to the downside. So I think that this could be a short. I would like Lily to get to a milli before I take a dose of a short here. I was trying to make a pharmaceutical pun, didn't really play. That's all right, but was it crickets?
Nice.
Nice, says Sophie. But yeah, we'll have to see how play goes. I think this is going to be more of a range that I'll be playing. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. I'm kind of watching this stock sell here. I see a lot of people mentioning tickers in the chat, and yeah, no, I agree. The solid short there on the Tesla as well. But something that's caught my eye, oh boy, is that Amazon straight to the upside. I was like, off the open, I was like, oh boy, is that a nice reversion off of this strength that we had 180 into 181s, and then it comes right back in, breaks that high, consolidates, and now we're grinding to the upside. Looking left, there's a high right here, only about 15 pennies away at that 183, and I like that 183 a few days ago as well. Let's see if that selling kind of comes right back in. Let's take a quick look at the higher time frame here as well. So this is an hourly. You can see how strong that wick is on the hourly on Amazon, 183. Didn't really want that 2 days ago, and coming in today with this market strength, we're about to kind of violate that high. So let's see if we catch some shorts off guard. Let's see if we get that buying pressure if we do go in and break that 183. But we've already had a significant amount of buying pressure going into that level as well. So how far can we get past that? I have no idea, but that's absolutely amazing there. Did you guys take a long on Amazon there? A bit of yesterday's kind of high break and that consolidation after that 183 kind of slammed right back into that 180. We hold that 180 off the open. Wow. That's really nice. And then you get that strength with that market tailwind pushing right back into an intra-week resistance level at that 183. So let's pull up that Amazon tape here, and we'll take a closer look at what that 183 may or may not have in store for us. So stock sell is looking nice off this 47 as of right now. We are still in this uptrend, so I am kind of pushing on the counter. But that's fine for me right now. Let's see if it kind of works out. I've accepted the risk for that. TSM, another name that's kind of very, very strong on the day. VanEck, of course, we're watching that SMH. But yeah, Intel looking distinctly different, right? I'm gonna pull up. I don't usually do this, but I'm gonna pull up this my other chart here, so you guys can get a better perspective of just the semis and what's going on with some of these semis here, right here. So boom, you can see Nvidia, AMD, SMCI, this is SockCell, this is VanEck, this is SMH, that's TSM, that's ARM. Look at, there's only one that doesn't look like it really belongs, and that's Intel. Intel looking distinctly different in the chips. So chips with the dip, or just one chip with the dip today? And I think that chip is Intel. So let's see what those guys do here at some of these lows. I'm looking for the market to take a little bit of a breather. Can that confluence with some more selling on Intel? That's what I'm asking. That's a question I'm asking. I've already taken a good chunk off of the trade that I kind of wanted, just holding a little piece for the dream, and maybe potentially looking to add more as well. Let's see, on SockCell as well. So maybe that's something I'm kind of waiting for. Maybe it'll come into fruition, maybe not. Who knows? But I'll stay patient for that one. People talking about Nvidia, we just looked at that one. Yeah, Nvidia kind of pushing as well. So something I'm not really watching right now is Softy. Softy, we know, is kind of part of that sector as well, in a sense. But yeah, okay, so looking very, very similar here. Now another name I kind of had on watch, and it was doing some craziness off of the open, is GE. GE, I was like, okay, well, why do I like GE on the day? A little bit of change in behavior on a larger time frame on GE. So if you take a look at the weekly on GE, it's been quite strong there. And so coming into the morning, I was like, we broke this prior week low and kind of that very strong trend. coming into the open, I was looking for a short on GE below this 137. We were opening in around 130s, right? But take a look at that strength. That strength kind of pushes us right back in. That candle goes red to green, and I even wrote it down. I was like, be careful shorting GE, even though I like the idea that week open is at 140.05, and take a look at that. That week goes red to green very, very aggressively. We got to go down to the 1 minute to really see that come into action there. So 140.05 was week open, and take a look at that. 140, you get slapped up into 140, and that consolidation, definitely a missed trade on my part, where I'm like, all right, well, if the week is going to go red to green, I'm looking for that week open to hold, and that week open holds by 40 pennies, 43 pennies if you take a look at that kind of low base there, 44. So roughly about 40 pennies it holds above. So a decently defined risk on the week going red to green on GE, and we're trading near these highs at that 145. So some fresh highs on GE. That's pretty awesome there. So that plan didn't really work out the way I was looking at it, looking for it to happen, but got to stay nimble. We talk about how I like to say I got to try to do better at being like water, and that's definitely a situation where I'm like, all right, well, that's a strong reason to buy, regardless of whether you're short or long, through that 140 week open, and GE giving you about almost 5 points. Well, it gave you 5 points off of that week open kind of break back through. But I was a little short biased. I was looking for the short that clearly does not come in, and I kind of step away from that. But GE was definitely one on one of the top lists, and of course Play, right? Dave & Buster's with that earnings day one, but a little choppy. I was looking at the long off of the open there. It does push that 67 quite aggressively. That was the earnings reaction high. Maybe not the earnings reaction high, but that after hours high post earnings report there on the 1 minute. So maybe let's take a look at the 15 minute? Yeah, let's take a look at the 15 minute right there. So that 67 was that high, kind of a distinct wick in the after hours, and coming in the upside, pushing into right now. So maybe this is the backside potentially on Dave & Buster's, but let's throw up that VWAP and see what VWAP is up to. We're coasting and consolidating on top of VWAP right now on Dave & Buster's. So nothing for me there. Let us know in the chat what you guys are trading. I know people are talking about Amazon still. Let's see. I'm going to be waiting for that potential reversion on Amazon if it can even come in, but that's hella strong on the day. That's a grind to the upside. So maybe we got an active buyer on this on the tape here with this nice slow methodic grind up after we've broken these highs, and also pushing into that 183, right? Intra week shorts, maybe a little sweaty in and around that 183 on Amazon. So I'll definitely be watching that if and when Amazon can get close enough to that 183 on the day.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, your ex-wife Amazon has been really, really strong today. We're just making jokes. So, Neil was talking about not getting married to stocks on Monday, yes, for anyone who wasn't there on Monday. So, I used to be married to Eli Lilly. I know you were talking about your former, but amicable, divorce from Amazon. So just thought that was, or amicable. Just thought that was, I had to, sorry. But yeah, there was actually a positive catalyst with AWS too, with regards to those layoffs, as reported by the information. So that being positive information for Amazon. I do agree with you about Dave & Buster doing nothing at VWAP. I think this was a nicer look when you first had that move. Yes, it is holding, which is why I added, and I'm not leaving. But honestly, at this point, if I can take like 83s, I'd be pleased as punch. These lower highs are not something I'm a fan of. Maybe we'll just take like half off at like 80s, because I don't want to be too aggressive. The thing is, though, too, is this is not the type of trade I normally like. I took this thinking we'd have a little bit of a curl back up, and it could become a range. Alas, the range right now is like 20 pennies, and the spread is about 10 pennies. I do want to quickly talk about this SPY trade I was in, because I was pretty happy with this. It's the type of trading I want to be doing more of. So basically, with the SPY, like I said, with these ETFs, I try to look less, especially the SPY, because it is the market. Do you know what I mean? So it's a large part of the market, so I don't want to be trading it purely based on levels. However, what I like to do is I like to use the levels to give me areas to look at on the book for price levels. And actually, there is, I believe, speaking of our social media account, there's a video of me talking about this on our Instagram and TikTok, which you can check out. But anywho, I like this because we were really struggling with this 85 area. So I started with a small position. I said, if we get it to 90s and we hold, I add. That is what we did, so I was pretty happy. I had a little bit more, unfortunately, 85 or 87, I think, than I did at 90. So not a perfect average here, but it's all good. And I was starting to take off as we got to 80s. So I ended up having 3 beak wetters here. Pretty happy with this. The largest, or not the largest piece, I think the last piece I got was at 75. So we took roughly about 15 pennies on this. Pretty pleased, but this is actually still kind of rangy at that 80 to 90 area. The thing is, though, if you want to look at this, we are seeing a harder and harder time getting to 90. We're seeing a little bit of a curl here of the top, so this could be a little bit more downside for the SPY. But another name looked like that and didn't end up manifesting like that, so I do not want to be, overly, I want to make sure I'm still discerning and I'm not just taking things based on chart patterns or price levels, right? Microsoft was curling down, and then Microsoft decided it would like to curl right back up. Thank you very much. So to me, things can be really bamboozling. I like the concept of the short here, especially look at this 3-minute topping tail candle. I think I was at some point a lot of confluence, for this Microsoft short. Then we curl back up to the upside. So clearly that is not in the stars. That's all right. Also, Tesla, what are you going to do at 164.40 if you're short? Or not if you're short, but if you go down, I might be short Tesla because I do think that this is a nice little option. The other thing, though, is we make a higher high. So I will be really patient with Tesla here. We call it stressful for a reason. If you want the trade to be a successful, you have to go into it with a clear plan. Don't be too stressful, don't get too obsessed, and just let it give you what it ends up giving you. And we'll have to see if Tesla ends up giving us a short here because I like that look. But yeah, a lot of divergence in what some of these mega caps are doing for sure. Meta pretty strong. Meta, Tesla, Microsoft, all kind of similar looking, but these other ones giving you a bit more opportunity. Nvidia, seen a little bit of chop and turn at the 3 at this 900. I might have to take out my 1-minute chart and start scalping. How are you doing?
Yeah, no, I like that. I like that look on Tesla, and yeah, I do agree. If you do kind of stay patient, you might get a little blessed. So I'm still watching. These shorts that I have on. I was setting up some of these charts. I don't really have everything here, like I've mentioned before, in terms of charts and market view that I have the same at the back of my desk. But I was setting up some charts here because I'm like, I don't know. Adira mentioned the SPY, and I'm like, I'm not looking at the SPY right now. I should probably keep an eye on the SPY and some of the large caps there as well, like I normally do back at my desk there. So I was setting up some of these charts, but yeah, super strong, mostly across the board, pretty strong there. And Intel seems like it's still kind of these VWAP sellers or this area 41s, 4120s, 4130s been a little bit heavy here. So let's see if that kind of changes, if it changes the tune of its stance, or we kind of continue to do more of the same here. But a little bit of a second red 15-minute candle happening here on the NQ. So the question I'm asking is, are we poised for a little bit of a pullback, or are we going to kind of continue back up? This is just a little bit of a consolidation for the next leg up. I have no idea, but I am watching Amazon, as you guys have so astutely pointed out, hella strong on the day. So let's see if some of these trends kind of break for a potential backside move there. Again, rough rudimentary line, but you guys get the point there. It doesn't have to be necessarily perfect, but it's kind of the change in behavior that I'm looking for there with of course that confluence. And so people in the chat talking about Frank Boso saying UVXY. So yeah, the VIXY has been kind of interesting. So let's take a quick look at the UVXY. Real quick, and so I think it was yesterday the VIX kind of popped back into that 15, so we are getting a bit of that reversion happening today. So a nice little flush. Let's take a quick look at the VIX as well. I know I like to keep this on watch whenever we do clip that 15 for potential reversions, and yesterday we did kind of hit that overnight. We still stayed there and then been getting a bit of reversion off of that 15 today as of right now, with this market clearly pushing very, very strong to the upside there. Insurance Mama saying, can you guys check on AMD? Will it go to 183? I have no idea where it's going to go. I don't got a what do you call I mean, we do have a magic 8 ball, but I don't have the what are they called? The orb, the magic.
The orb. I know you don't have the force.
The crystal ball. Sorry. Yeah, that's. I think so.
Apparently it's a Palantir is what it's called, says Fabian. I need to look that
up.
up.
It's called a
Thank you,
Palantir.
Fabian.
Really? Okay. Huh. All right, so interesting. So I don't have that Palantir, the crystal ball, but sure, we can take a quick look at AMD. I have no idea what it can and cannot do on the day, but we can see what it has done and maybe talk a little bit about that. So AMD kind of very strong alongside with a lot of these chips. Again, I showed you kind of that sector board I got going on for the chips. And yeah, very, very strong off of this level. Can it come into 183? You're asking, where is 183? That's a question. Kind of asking myself, okay, so 183, not really. I'm curious to know why you like that 183. Sure, maybe some shelf here, some levels, some resistance, some support, but we've watched this level a couple times already this week. Yeah, let's see if this double top 182 right now is that double top high, but we're holding higher highs and higher lows above VWAP, and I'm looking on my other screen here, Intel and SockCell both kind of holding on the bid as well. So let's see how far this can get. The NQ printing back another green there, so maybe, yeah, a little bit of continuation. Let's see what we got on watch here today. So AMD, so Ravi saying 82 big sell orders sitting there for AMD. Okay, so maybe we should pull up the tape. So I got that AMD tape here, ironically, just sitting there from last time I switched tickers. So yeah, let's see if that 182 kind of comes in. We'll see it. I'll throw on that size filter so Buddy will show up if there's any significant size. 47's pushing on this SockCell. This is a SockCell tape here, but an AMD book. Yeah, I'll continue to kind of watch those there as well. 47 holding right now. Intel, let's see if this VWAP kind of stays a little heavy on the short side, or we get that strength and maybe we push back up. We saw what happened yesterday quite aggressively on some of these names. I think I was interacting with AMD, if I remember correctly, and Google yesterday. Maybe it wasn't AMD.
I think it was both. It was definitely AMD.
Yeah. So, yeah, no, it was AMD. I remember that 75. Oh boy, yeah, that 75 lick grab that we had. Yeah, how can I forget that? As soon as I see the chart, I'm like, yeah, okay, I recognize. I definitely traded this chart yesterday. But yeah, that aggressive push back into, so once, twice, third time, not as great. We hold and consolidate above VWAP and continue to close at near. I was going to say near the highs, but yeah, I guess near the highs, but with some strength into the close. So are we going to get more of the same today here on Intel? Is that a similar kind of action that we're going to get, or are we going to stay heavy? Intel has a little bit of a catalyst today that's pushing that sell side pressure. We can see that it is distinctly different from the rest of the names. Now I know that Intel usually does follow the market, maybe not very closely, but quite close, as the beta is definitely in and around that 1. I'm just going to check it real quick for you guys here on Intel. Pulling it up on, oh, didn't mean to do that. Pull that back. Okay, let me see. Intel, let's see right here. Boom. Beta is 1, exactly, 1.01. So yeah, it does kind of follow the market in step there on Intel, but on a day like today where it is disconnected, that's something I'm definitely picking up on and keeping in mind as, okay, so AMD may be taking a little bit of a breather as well. So I think somebody was saying in the chat that 182, yeah, Ravi was saying big sell order sitting there at 182 on AMD. Seems like those sellers are kind of in charge as of right now. So let's see if we get that sentiment kind of reflecting on some of these other names as well. Let me take a quick look at Nvidia. Nvidia, are we pulling back Nvidia? Nvidia is 900. I guess we did kind of clip that 900 just now. So let's see if that 900 shelf kind of holds or we pull back into that VWAP. VWAP being at that 895 and some change right there. But still, we would be making relatively higher lows based off of this kind of base here off of the open, and maybe this consolidation here as well. So let's see if we kind of hold that 900 or we come back into VWAP. I have no idea, but I'm going to be patiently waiting, and I'll take what the market gives me, especially on a day where things might not be as in play. The market is definitely kind of in play there with that sort of strength, pushing right through that 18.3, right through that 18.4, and and just holding and consolidating, or just slowing down a little bit in and around that 18,450s mark as of right now. So I don't have too much going on. Chef Joe saying that 20 is a brick wall. What are you guys talking about when you mention that 20? I want to know if where that brick wall is. I'm liking the short maybe potentially right now with this market poised for a little bit of a breather. Third 15 red printing as of right now. So maybe it's time to get a little bit more short on some of these names.
Yeah, I was just in a short on Tesla, but I want to talk about this because it was a little disappointing, not because the trade went badly, but because we only got a third of the position filled, and it was a really small position anyway. So we had a scintilla of shares, a literal scintilla, but I was like, we're going to still trade it, properly. Like, we have a whole bunch of shares, even though we had very few. I still wanted to get out at least some of that 168. Obviously, we didn't have enough to take out some. We were taking out the full Monty, so we took out here at 168, took about 25 cents on this. Please just punch. Initially, too, the funniest thing is this didn't even fully fill. So we had a part fill on this buy order of a sell order that was already a part fill. So I was like, guys, no one wants me to have any. No one wants me to have any of the smoke in Tesla. No, all jokes aside, stocks don't have vendettas. It's just, I thought it was pretty funny that we had this partial fill there. I guess the really arbitrary price I decided of 168.23 was very popular. C'est la vie. Pretty happy with this trade though. And if we bounce again off that bottom, this looks to me here like it might be a range. In which case, I will be hopping, not in my Range Rover, but in my Tesla to be driving down that range, because I do not have a Tesla. Spoiler alert, I don't drive. But I do think that my metaphorical Tesla, in this stock, I think will be a very fun trade. Let's keep bouncing off that 60. Let's keep rejecting off that 168.40. If we keep having this, I have no problem driving this one, as we continue to do these U-turns in the market. We might be breaking down here. If we do, I have other ranges drawn out here, like Tesla, do your thing 21 by all means. But we did just bounce off that 60 area again, so this looks like this could be a spicy opportunity. If this keeps doing what it's doing here, I probably have no problem just kind of getting in and out of this range all day. SPY broke down even further, so I do like the look of that. I have no problems with this here. We did have another move down here in the SPY. Like I said, I'm trying to use charts less, except for just general areas of interest. The general area of interest I'm seeing is we went from using this 90 MA of support to now using it as resistance. So when we get into these areas of the 90 MA, that's when I'll be starting to look at the book for potential shorts. I think there could be something in the water here. Also, Joanna Bruce, you're asking about the alpha beta thing. Honestly, it's not something I'm super familiar with in terms too of like the alpha and the beta. I guess alpha's profit. Thank you, Fabian, for that. And then beta, he thinks. But yeah, no, it's not something I actually know a lot about, but I appreciate you asking. I just want to be really honest. It's definitely not my wheelhouse there in terms of alpha and beta.
Yeah, how I see kind of beta is like, I forget what the specific calculation is for it, so let me just pull that up so I can give you guys a better explanation. But so just off the top of my head, it's kind of like how in step with the market a ticker kind of moves. Okay, so hold on, with the market kind of pulling back here, I do want to get a little bit involved, like I did mention here on the Amazon. Hello. Haven't seen you in a while, but yeah. So let's take a quick kind of a push into that. See if that kind of comes into fruition. Everything's good. Okay. All right. So Intel kind of coming in as well. All right. So let me look up that beta calculation stock formula. That's what I'm looking for. I don't want to search on Bing. I want to search on the Google.
That's offensive. I would assume you wanted to search on Bing.
Yeah, I'm like, no, I don't want to search. I don't know. I don't really use Bing as a search engine, but I guess people have been saying they're a little bit better. Yeah.
Really?
Hold on one second. Yeah, you want to take over while I kind of look at that?
Yeah. Thank you for doing that.
I just don't want to speak off of just memory. I do want to pull up the actual beta equation, and then we can talk about it from there.
Yeah, no, I like that. Thank you. Yeah, so I did get back into the Cybertruck that I do not actually drive. We're having that 50 bounce. If we fail 50, I'm out. So we're giving this about 20-ish pennies. I do not love my point of entry. I should have been trying to get in closer to 60s, but I was trying to get it on the back end, and the back end was kind of that 70, 75 area. I'm not going to belabor the point. C'est de la vie, la-di-da. I was interested. What I'm noticing too is we'll break down below that 50s and then we'll come right back up. Once we start rejecting off the 50s, that's what I'm going to be watching for. And it looks like that could be where the turntables, shout out to Michael Scott from The Office. He continues to have a lot of quotes that you can kind of use for trading. Verse Visa says the stadium there too. It's pretty good there. But yeah, let's see. We are having this 50 area hold decently. I do not know how much longer we'll stay there. If this works out, if we continue to drive up this hill here in our full self-drive mode, I want to be taking some out at 168. Then I'm going to be saving a piece for the dream at 168.20. I usually don't like saving pieces for the dream. Like I said, I'm trying to be scalpier. However, I think this is a pretty realistic dream. I don't think, this is like some waking up and thinking you're a millionaire. I think this is more like, I got a dog or something type of dream. I think it's a dream that you could fulfill in reality is what I'm trying to say. And I guess a kind of roundabout analogy here. It's not a pipe dream. Yeah, Fabian, thank you so much, Fabian, for helping me there with my apparently very deeply confused analogies. Also, it's the Palantir or crystal ball. That's the other word for it here. Here's the image, if I can pull this up. So here's Saruman from Lord of the Rings with the Palantir. I said Lord of the Rings singular. It's plural Lord of the Rings. But yeah, shout out there to Fabian for telling us it is the Palantir. And let's actually look at Palantir on this note because we know, I think Sean and Neil looked at this one right before they switched it over here to how to trade. Palantir's rangy. I wasn't even expecting that. So I got excited there. We had to pull back the chair. I like this range. Bottom 22.85, top 22.97. If you take this with enough shares, you get about 15 pennies. I'd be pleased as punch. So I think this is something I want to be very seriously having a look at. I don't know if I want all that smoke, but I want some of the smoke here. So I think Palantir is going to be ousting one of my side charts, and in fact, it has already taken its place. The other thing on my side chart too, shout out to Anthony Kerr saying, if you like ranges, take a look at Boeing. I do think Boeing was ranging at one point earlier. The thing that kind of, actually this is interesting with Boeing, is we do have that bottom here, that earlier support area, 187.30, 187.80 becoming resistance, one support to resistance here at that 187.80 level. I think there's something there, but I don't have as much of an immediate read on it as I do that beautiful Palantir range. Our Palantir, or my internal Palantir crystal ball, is telling me I want to be involved in Palantir. So I shall be involved in Palantir. Tesla keeps bouncing, so I am pleased as punch. Also, just because I can, let's say hi to, I just want to say hi to Trendla. So here's Trendla. She's killing it here as well. Lots of trending tickers here today. Actually, a lot of ranging tickers, but Trenda here, Trenda ticker, the trading turtle, always killing it. How are you doing? Lots of positions over here.
Yeah, I got a few positions going on. That market really coming in. I'm like, I got to get into Amazon for the reversion. Market slaps down into 18.4. I'm like, we keep talking about this. I got to pick a better vehicle if I'm trying to play a market move there. And you look at that, we have some solid strength, and then we start to slow down. That strength, that momentum kind of goes away. We talked about this yesterday, where that morning momentum, that morning volume. Look at this beautiful volume chart right here as the volume kind of decrements as the morning session kind of comes to an end, and we push into 11 o'clock-ish, and then look at that price action reflecting quite beautifully and then coming right back in aggressively, a lot more aggressively than I kind of anticipated. But again, the move to the upside was quite aggressive. So can we expect a little bit of a mirrored sentiment to the downside? Yeah, sure, why not? Very aggressive selling to the downside again. So let's see if this 183, that confluence, that weekly kind of resistance on Amazon, see if those sellers kind of push right back in with that market tailwind right now on the NQ and the ES. Take a look at that, beautiful. I should maybe just take the futures there on something like that, but we'll get to that a little bit later. So we were talking about beta, so I didn't want to lead you guys astray there with the definition. So let's just this is on Investopedia, and the equation is on here too. So it's just a measure of volatility of a security that's compared usually to the S&P 500. So the betas higher than 1 can be interpreted as more volatile. So if the beta is like 1.2 or 1.3, you can look for it to be more volatile, that ticker, versus the market itself. And then lower, obviously the opposite way. What did you say? Versa versa, the opposite way, being less volatile than the S&P 500. So. Let's go to that equation. So right here, quick, simple little snippet, measure volatility of a security compared to the market as a whole, usually the S&P 500. And so that's a little bit more of the same. So here we go. Calculation for beta. So the beta coefficient, so how you get that 1 is the covariance divided by the variance there. So the return on an individual stock times and then the return of the overall market, and you take the difference between that. Not really the difference, that you divide those two values. I'm not that great at math, but this is kind of that equation that's going into that beta calculation there. So you're calculating the return of an individual stock, and then comparing that with the overall market as well to get that coefficient of beta. So hopefully that kind of explains it a little bit better. I'm not an expert on this, just reading off the definition, but usually just a quick measure of volatility relative to the rest of the market. And I see that a lot of people in the chat are talking about Powell. Yes, Powell's about to come on the mic in about roughly about 12 minutes there. I think 12:10 is when he's kind of talking there. We talk about being aware and being kind of factors to consider for trading during the midday session. And then again, I pull up that economic calendar here. Today is Wednesday. We had that ISM number in around 9:45, 10 o'clock, and then look right there. Jerome Powell is speaking at 12:10. So that might be something. Maybe I got to pull up a stream or something like that and maybe read off of what he might be talking about here. Martin Lawrence, thank you for the super chat. Cannabis news, Cron next. More cash than more cash than market cap. Might be a Freudian slip there.
Yeah, when
it comes to cannabis names there. So let's take a quick look at Kronos Group. One of the leaders in the weed sector there. Let's see what it's been up to. I haven't really looked at this name in quite a while there. So let's see what kind of volume it's doing. Average. So it's doing about a little bit over average volume on the day. Not really any significant R-vol, it would seem. But yeah. So let's take a quick look at also MSOS, which is the cannabis ETF. So let me get rid of this VWAP here. Let's see what our friend MSOS has been up to on a little bit of a higher time frame. It's a little choppy here. Not really doing too much volume today. Average 30-day volume is 8 million. It's only done about 3 today. So that's definitely interesting. Holding that 10 level, which it kind of did earlier on in the week there on Monday as well. So let's see what we do with that week low being at that 990. So kind of like that. Let's take a look at the quick higher time frame, because I don't know what these tickers have been up to, although I have been observant of that volume that's been stepping into a lot of these weed names over the past few months, or a couple, I think 23, yeah, so August 23, look at that volume that kind of comes in to MSOS. If you look at a lot of these other, cannabis names, you'll see a similar kind of pattern there of an interesting volume pushing into these tickers relative to what it was before. So I don't know if that's a result of the whole wave in 2020, 2021, but you can see that volume has pretty much sustained, even though the price has not sustained. So a lot of interesting action there with the volume happening on some of these marijuana names. But yeah, let's see if we can catch a bit of a curl. But we have come quite a long ways, right? Still remember the good old days when the marijuana names were running to oblivion in early 2018, 2019 as well, just pre-COVID there on some of those names. So yeah. Nice look. AMD coming to the downside. Oh boy, is that Amazon short kind of working right now? I'm trying to get some more there, but a lot of these chips taking a bit of a pullback, except for Intel. Huh.
So it really is not behaving like its friends in the bull.
I mean, it is what it's going to act like. It's going to act like I can kind of anticipate things, but I'm trying to react more to like what information I'm being presented with, and it seems like the other thing is like a lot of these other tickers, they ran up a lot more, right?
Yeah.
So Intel didn't really run up. So the pullback and the reversion on some of these tickers, you can see that Nvidia is doing a bit of a 50% reversion of its leg that it's had on the day here. So let's take a quick look at that 15-minute and pull it up here for you guys. And yeah, look at that, boom. So off the open, what is the push there? That's about a 20-point push, 20 and some change. And how much have we pulled back? About 10 points. So 50% retracement on that Nvidia. We talk about that 895, 900 kind of level. We pulled up that VWAP earlier. I was like, can it come down into VWAP? Oh boy, can it? And a little bit further. What is the opening price? I don't know if we're going to get back all the way down there, but take a look at yesterday. We did have a full-on reversion in and around these prices. So are we ranging is the next question I'm kind of asking. So if we are, maybe we are poised to kind of push a little bit further than that 50% retracement. The market is or was quite strongly aggressive and was quite strongly bid up in the morning session, and we are catching a little bit of a relief that I was looking for on some of these names here now coming in on the markets as well. So let's see how far it can get. Look out below, says Ponzi Fonzie. Yes, I like the short.
I like that too. Yeah. Also, we have Powell. I found the link from the Fed website. He hasn't started speaking yet. It's this lady named Maria France who keeps saying welcome. But I did put the YouTube link here in the chat. This is Maria, and this is the 2024 Business, Government, and Society Forum from Stanford. This is the opening keynote, which I'm guessing might go to our pal, Jay Powell. So we're gonna have to find out what happens here. I have it in my ear, so I'll tell you guys if anyone says anything interesting. I have subtitles up here as well, so if anything pops up that I see visually, I'll be like, hey everybody, Powell's saying this, or someone's saying this. I'll also put stuff up in the chat if there's anything to keep an eye on there. But right now, Palantir falling a bit. I was giving this a really tight stop, so I was giving this about like 5 pennies just because, now we're bouncing. So Palantir, like if it breaks below 80s, I'm good. We got to 80s, I was ready to leave, then it bounced. Why I say 80s is because A, that was that previous area of resistance, B, it was that previous area of support. If we can't bounce there, where will we bounce? So I say that way too seriously for talking about bouncing, but Palantir, we'll have to see what it does here. Also, Tesla initially got really bamboozling and then went back to doing just Tesla things, trademark. I really love Blesla, by the way. That was great. I had to shout that out. I put that in the chat as well, how much I enjoyed that. But we're actually coming into my other range area too. So if we bounce off here, off this 167.30, this could be a long right now, though I don't know if that's what's happening. Why I say bamboozlement, though? I got long here. I got out the second that we broke below the 40s. I was really proud of my exit here. Like, I adhered to my risk management, yada, yada, yada. As Neil says, sometimes the trades where you adhere to your principles and the trades where things go well, even if they lose, those should be boring trades. So it was boring, but it got a little bit more interesting. And the second I get out, this thing blasts back up to 168. I said, Tesla, how dare you? I feel the disrespect. No, I'm joking. But it's all good, right? The stocks don't care about your feelings. It happens. I got bamboozled, but I stuck to my principles, so I can't be too pressed. I can't be too pressed about it. That wasn't even planned. It just kind of happened.
It kind of flows sometimes,
Yeah, we'll have to see. Jay Lee saying get out, reload at the bottom for Palantir. Yeah, I might. We'll have to see what happens here. I have a really small position. Like, it's larger for me, but it's still very small by like human standards. I have really small position sizes. I've talked about this, so we'll have to see what happens here. I think though this is getting kind of dicey. Also, Miss Lily. She's above $1 million now. So she is, there's a real possibility here, a possibility, if you will, but I didn't want to chase it. I was trying to get at that 776 area because I was watching us fail that. Lily dropped below that with the viciousness as she is wont to do. The spread right now is also pretty hairy. The spread's like 50, 60 pennies. At one point it was $1. So I think just because I like that pattern doesn't mean I should get involved. Then I was trying to play Novo as a sympathy play. And if I had gotten filled here, that would have worked out. But I was interested in 60s. By the time I was looking at this, we were already kind of in that 55 area. Then we swooped to the downside with a viciousness. We'll have to see here. I think if we potentially bounce off VWAP, this could be a long. But right now, I don't know. This might not be worth the Novo nor risk on Novo Nordisk. I need to see what we do at VWAP. If we continue to fall below, maybe it's more of a short. If we bounce, and why I say we could bounce here, in addition to the confluence with VWAP, is this earlier support area around 127. So let's see what happens here. It is 12, so we're going to have to see what happens in terms of the lesson of the day. Right now, though, our focus is, of course, on the market's father, Papa Powell. We talk about mother market, but we also always have to talk about Papa Powell. So Papa Powell is going to be first and foremost in our minds right now, as we are 3 minutes away from when he is set to take the podium. Right now, a guy named Jonathan Levin is talking about education. So he is not Papa Powell. We have no take on that. Novo Nordisk starting to pop back up. So this might actually be worth the Novo Nor risk to get involved. Love to see what Palantir doing nothing. How are you doing?
I'm still patiently waiting, kind of watching some of these positions. Nothing too crazy. We got Buddy at 40.80 right here with a couple hundred lots, and he's been showing up a few times there. I think the size was there on the initial push. The size was there here. The size was there here as well. Stepped out of the way. Some of it gets filled, kind of comes right back in, and then showing up once again at that 40.80 on Intel, while the market kind of takes a little bit of a breather. That bid is kind of holding, and there we go, bang, taken out. Yeah, we talk about kind of seeing some size there at times. Okay, there we go, 75. So there were some size sitting at 75s as well on an EDGX and NASDAQ book right there happening. And then there's another set of a couple hundred lots at 40.70. So okay, there's a stack. Oh boy, I like that. Let's see what we do with this stack at 75s. Bing bang, there we go. Prints all of them. Right there, look, everybody got printed at that 75. Hello. So, all right, so let's see what we do. So we break that guy at 80s. A bunch of size gets pushed into the bid at 75. So a lot of buying kind of happened there, but there's just as much selling, and the market's coming in. Let's see if this shelf on Intel will break. Amazon, I'm still looking for that flush, but this 182.16, a little bit of an interesting area from earlier. Let's see if we can crack this at 182 level here as well for a little pullback into VWAP with the market coming on. And Powell's going to be talking in about 1 minute. Ponzi Fonzie is asking, what's the 2009 Kia Soul with the low fuel light on trade? Again, we talk about these, a little bit of everyday layups, the ones you see every day, on the street, nothing too crazy. We've been taking some of these shorts off of lower highs, right? So I don't know what the next trade is, but I am in some right now and just patiently waiting for them to come into fruition. Obi's not scared of a squeeze. Oh boy, let me tell you about squeezes. Some of my account blowups when I was trading back at home happened off of squeezes. SPI, if you guys remember that ticker. Oh boy, did that one definitely blew me out of the park, and account got shut down off of that. SPI squeeze was absolutely wild, and then you know what? I'm thankful for that. If I never got, I'm so used to saying shut down now. If I never got blown up off of SPI squeeze, I don't know where I would have been. That tape, that experience that I kind of had, that seat time in that squeeze, and that emotional kind of fluctuation and panic that happened, I was like, oh yeah, I'm happy I lived through that one. Sean's saying $9 in the money for which ticker? Nvidia? Nvidia. Hey yo, nice, beautiful. What's your price? What's your price on Nvidia?
Well, the current price plus $9.
Okay.
$10 in the
boom. We are making fresh lows. Congratulations, Sean. That's a beautiful short. I was talking about I played the kind of the turn, but but I did it on Amazon, and Nvidia better vehicle to take that trade. Obviously, as Nvidia is one of the market leaders. So nice short.
If I'm not in a meeting, I'm sitting here trading.
Go, Sean. Congrats to Sean with that. I mean, call it 9Nvidia. Change the name to 9Nvidia, and that 9 is for the $9 in the money that Sean is on NVDA. Also, Jonathan Levin is now introducing Papa Powell. People are clapping for, I can't say it the way Sharif does, but Papa. So, here he is. He's taking the mic. So nice looking. Right. I put the link in the chat as well. I'll put it in again and just make sure everybody has that. He is speaking at the Stanford Graduate School of Business's 2024 Business, Government, and Society Forum Welcome and Opening Keynote. So That's what's happening here. He said he's going to be briefly discussing monetary policies. So he just said that's going to be happening, if these subtitles are correct and if what I'm hearing is correct. So my ears are not great, so we're gonna be hopeful here. I did get into Palantir before that drop, and pleased as punch that I did. I was like, you know what, Dara, do you really want to be in Palantir? But like, it's not Powell-Lantir. There's no, you know what I mean? You gotta get out, because who knows what Papa Powell will do to the market. I'm gonna pull up the SPY right now, actually getting a little bit. What is this? My 3-minute on my side chart on the SPY. Little bit of a bid, popping up a little bit here. I'm very sad I neglected this short. I wouldn't have held it that long anyway, but it could have been more in and out, you know what I mean? But Opla di, Opla da, c'est la vie. It is what it is. As Obi says, where's the next trade? Right now, I'm going to be really honest, I don't really have a lot of plans here. Meta fell a little bit. I think Todd McLean, I want to say earlier in the chat, asking us about Meta. So I'll take a look at this, because I noticed this one on my side chart and my eyes went, huh? Let's see what's happening here. We are actually, these are levels I did not draw today, but weirdly they're actually holding. We're bouncing off this 504 area. This actually could be interesting, but we're still projecting off the 9 EMA on a wider scale. That's something I very much want to be cognizant of. So let's see how this goes. Also, if you are a fan of Sean's trade, as I know we all are, trying to be members of the esteemed Dollar Club, Sean's trade, boom, Nvidia straight fire, let's go, hashtag stick to it, baby, with 4 exclamation points. I am not Sean, so he can definitely say that better than me, but look at this trade. I mean, the way that he refilled it here too, this is gorgeous. So shout out to Sean. Killer Katina, as our friend Sharif, who's currently on a safari, does call him sometimes, so nice look. Thank you, Jay Lee, for that Palantir tip. I'm going to have to take a look at this. But this is interesting, too. Jay Lee saying in the chat, in my honest opinion, we'll be lucky to have 2 rate cuts this year at this point. Anyone else thinking the same as myself? Well, to be fair, we did have Fed Bostic earlier today saying that he sees only 1 rate cut this year, and he doesn't think we'll get to 2% until 2026. So there definitely is a little bit more hawkishness in the Fed right now. Powell actually just mentioning 2% himself, so I need to go keep apprised of that and see what he's saying that in relation to. Fed Powell says Fed is not and does not seek to be climate policymaker. Oh, that's about the climate. Okay. He says the outlook's still quite uncertain. Fed likely faces risks on both sides of its mandate. Those risks continue to move into better balance. Fed continues to believe policy rate likely at peak for this cycle. So that's a bullish side. He's saying that he doesn't see any more hikes in this cycle.
Nice.
So to keep public's trust, Fed must avoid mission creep. So lots of laughs happening in the background here as well. But yeah, so some nice talks coming here from Papa Powell, and I lost my Papa monitor. Here he is. I was like, where's my tab with Papa Powell on it? So here he is. I'm going to be keeping an eye on this to see what he has to say there. But a lot of the market getting a pop. I really should have taken that Meta long. So yeah, that I have to forget about that because I did not take that long on Meta. How are you doing?
Still kind of holding on. So yeah, he did kind of come on. Market does catch a little bit of a bid here. Amazon taking a little bit of a bid as well. So I'm just observing, kind of being patient. I'll react to any sort of price action that might come through. Like I've mentioned before, I do like to trade mainly off of price action there, and again, volume being one of my top indicators as well. It's interesting how I was talking to a few traders. Some traders is trading off of line charts, and I'm like, damn, like why, like how do you trade off the close or something like that? I have no idea, but it's kind of it's hard to comprehend how that can happen. But I need the candles, I need the open, high, low, close, I need the volume to kind of build that picture, and also I need the tape as well. I talked to some of my friends, they trade straight off of charts, and that's fine, right? It's very valid, but I like the tape. Like there's a lot of information going on the tape and the book, and some of these charts as well. So Adrian says line charts are clearer. Yeah, I guess. I mean, it depends on your perspective, right? It depends on how you trade and maybe some of your playbook as well. So if it works, if it makes you money, then who am I to say anything about that? Nobody. But at the same time, it just kind of mind blowing, a little mind blasting for me to kind of even fathom how that can be done effectively over time. But I got a lot to learn, so I have no idea.
Yeah, that's actually a great transition because we're actually going to be having Neil's lesson of the day right now, speaking of learning. So let's hear from Neil in the purple shirt, which I just noticed now.
Welcome, lesson of the day. You can either get played by the algos or you can try to play the algos. Now, what I'm going to talk about here is not necessarily the easiest thing to do, but if you can put it into your toolbox and sometimes anticipate that there's going to be gamesmanship, then you can possibly make more efficient trades, get bigger gains, and do not get those shakeouts that frustrate us so much when we have the correct price area and even the correct price direction, just not able to hold on to the trade because you get shaken out. And the first things first, so like what I'm going to describe is usually centered around a price area, an area of interest on a stock that almost everybody is going to see. So you're talking about a key support level, a key resistance level, an obvious round number, stock gets to $100 and Nvidia 1,000. Like these are the types of things where you can kind of anticipate sometimes there's going to be a lot of gamesmanship. And most of that's going to be done by institutional orders, by algos. When everybody knows where stops are likely to be, you can either roll with that punch and just take your trade how you always would. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Or maybe you can anticipate an altered move around that price area, which will not be subject to the same kind of shakeout, but then give you that upside. So I want to talk about some ideas with regards to that. I'm going to start with one of the ones at the open that we discussed this on the morning show pretty much, I feel like all the time, and the amount of times that you're going to be able to see this setup, it's just multiple times a day with the stock in play. And that's why I want to start here first. And the example I'm going to use is Reddit because I think it's a fun one. And you saw after Reddit came to market, I mean, look, it had a pretty decent debut. Let's go, I can go daily chart first, I suppose. Like it had a pretty decent debut. But after it pulled back in, it should be obvious what I'm going to talk about here. It started selling off and then made it back to $44, which was that low on the daily you saw. That $44 level was already the bottom, and it put it in on April 1st. Wasn't a joke. It made a fresh IPO low. And at that point, you're looking at a double bottom on the daily. Now, an IPO doesn't have a lot of historical price action. So almost everybody is going to be saying, oh, that's a double bottom at the post-IPO low at 44. That's got to be a support level worth trading off. You have people wanting to go short if it breaks. You have people wanting to go long if it's going to do a hold. So how do you manage to be in this trade when it obviously does break the previous day's support level, it does wick the bottom, and then eventually run? So what's a way to not get stopped out there? There's a couple ways you could do it. One way to do it would just be to just give it an extra $1. Okay, well now you're just going to go long on the way down and say instead of getting out on a break of the previous low, 44.5, or a break of the even, you're just going to give it to 43. Fair enough. I think that's perfectly reasonable. But that is not necessarily the most efficient risk-reward way to do it. Because if you do that on a stock like Reddit, there's going to be a lot of slippage in your trade, and you might not be risking the extra $1. You could be risking an extra $1.50, maybe even $2, and that might not fit your risk to reward. If you want to try to still have your same style of trade where you have a tighter stop, you've got to almost anticipate that they're going to get run. And what that looks like is you just sit this move out here. At the open, when it makes the run at the bottom, you're anticipating could happen. If it continues and flushes through the low, you don't have to trade it. Great. You're not holding the long against you. You're not anticipating where you're going to get in. But if it does a snapback, and this is a 3-minute, if it snaps back and holds, now you've got two setups you can play. The aggressive setup, you can very plainly see the 44.5 support. There's your wick underneath. It holds 44. The aggressive play is just go long here with a stop there. That's one way to do it. But if you're even more conservative than that, you're anticipating the whipsaw action, anticipate it both ways. It then goes right up to, if it's going to be a bearish day, right to the previous close and gets a bit of a rejection. Now that's a spot where anybody thinking short Reddit, because it's been going down, is looking for short opportunities. So that's where bears are like, I'm just shorting into that upward move at the open. And then it pulls back in. It's a popular play. You've seen us do that short and work all the time on our live show. But what I think is your best and most conservative setup is the second it holds this higher low, and that's right in here at that 45, the next even dollar, you see the consolidation, One bottom, holds bottom, breaks this candle to the upside. It's about 45.15. You have reasonable stops. You can stop it here for 35 cents. You can stop it there for about 65 cents. And that way, you've got some people that were shorting. You've got some people that were long and got stopped out. You have maybe even some trap shorts down there. And you've got a very high risk to reward entry. What this requires you to do, however, is see that stock in the price area and be willing to sit out a lot of action at the open for that perfect setup. I mean, algo's running stops at the bottom, algo's running stops at the pre-market high, then getting a pullback, and then still looking for your entry. Requires a lot of patience, but because you're getting a tighter stop entry with some extra confidence, it allows you to then have more shares with that tight stop, and then had the potential upside for what you got over there in Reddit. So I think it's not always the easiest trade, but it's a very valuable one to have in your toolbox when you really, really like a price level and you want to get the shares in and you don't want to get wicked out. You want to get that good solid entry, but you also want to do it with a lot of confidence in maybe your bigger position. So the other thing I want to talk about here is just the obvious, and we've seen, I mean, how many times do we see this? Where you have a price area, but you don't necessarily have, the exact entry point off a key price level. And I think this is a difficult one for people to comprehend because, and actually let me go to a 15-minute on Tesla to better explain this. Like, you can see a stock when it's in a downward trend and it breaks to the downside. You would have heard me on the live show, and I talked about this yesterday even. You're keying in on a 168, which is a very important price for the stock previously when it was trading in this area, and you're looking for sellers out in front of it. So what ends up happening a lot of times is if you have a really good resistance spot or even a really good support level, you can have failure to get to that price. And what that simply means is, it's like if it gets there on that rubber band action, it's like it's too strong. If it gets to that 68 level, then the bounce off the top, bounce from the bottom might actually be too strong. It almost needs to stall out. Like, the sellers are getting in front of it, and you have to be willing to take the trades in front of it. And the best way to do that is to play the wicks. And what I mean by that is you're not going to get to your stop order at that 68, but you can say, okay, well, if it's showing me resistance at 166.5 in here, and I can zoom it over here, 166.5, it's showing me that resistance, don't take that fill. If I know 68's a top, and it shows me 68.5 once, then let it break 68.5, looking for the fill here, where you're giving it the extra 50 cents, knowing you've got 68 behind you, and then that way, you've got two things working for you. If you're holding the 68 anyways, you're risking $1 instead of $1.50. That's one thing working for you. The second thing working for you is you've got people shorting here that are just going to stop out early. And when they stop out, you're actually getting in. So that wick top, you're getting an entry with some relief pressure as well. But just like the example before, what is the risk of that trade? You are sitting out the short if it doesn't actually break that local high the second time. If it doesn't break and form that wick, well, then you're not really getting that entry. But there are times where it's that far away from your anticipated resistance where you want to try to give it a little bit of extra room. And if you can do that and find ways to do it, you can be in a trade, say against the short-term momentum, with a little bit more confidence because you're entering after the algos have already stopped a bunch of people out. Like, you're finding an entry past a bunch of other pain points. That's the key with the example that I showed you with Reddit, and that's the key with the example here, what happened on Tesla. You're getting in after people have been stopped out. And sometimes you want to look for those pain points and say, I'm not going to go in until other people have gotten out of the trade, because then there's less resistance when it starts to fall back into that downside. And the key with these trades are, the more you like the price level, the more convicted you are in that area for trade, in that direction, the more things you want in your toolbox around that price area, especially ones that would allow you not to get wicked out. And I can say this as a trader who I've shown them many times getting top wicked and bottom wicked. You know that when that happens to you, that you were right about the area of interest and you were dead right. However, you just needed to adjust your entrance or exit strategy based on that price area. So that's why today's lesson is important, because you have to have these in your toolboxes so you can trade the really big levels without always getting run over. Sometimes you'll make top wick and bottom wick, but you don't always have to make top wick and bottom wick if you're going into the trade anticipating the algos want to run you. Now, if you anticipate it, sometimes you won't get into the trade at all because you're being picky. But when it does work, you're going to absolutely hit some bangers. And you've got to have it in your toolbox. Play the algos. Don't let them play you. You've got to bring other ways to step up your game because they're not going anywhere. So you can adjust or die. That's the lesson of the day.
Sorry, I have a potato wedge in my mouth. That's my bad. No, that's very much my bad. Thank you so much, Neil, for the lesson of the day there. Right now, Powell continuing to speak. I'm so sorry. Live TV. Thank you, Baby and Ramin, for that. I appreciate you guys going back to there for a second. We're all good. I should not have been putting a potato wedge in my mouth as the lesson of the day ended. So there we go. Also, here we go with Powell continuing to talk to a man with glasses whose name I didn't catch. But he's at the Stanford Graduate School of Business at their 2024 Business, Government, and Society Forum. So let's talk. Thank you again to Neil for the lesson of the day. And you can actually catch it with that URL or that QR code. Sorry, that's a QR code. Catch that there with Neil and his glasses and his lessons of the day. Also, thank you so much to Martin Lawrence with the $1.99 super chat. Can you guys do some trading, a swing trading lesson soon? Question mark, exclamation point, question mark. And yeah, I think that's a really good question. I know a while ago, Sharif and I did one, I believe, at the end of December, which was investing versus trading, but I think swing trading would be a really great lesson to do. And I know Sharif does swing trade as well, so he definitely has some insight on that. Yeah, I think I'll definitely talk to him about that once he gets back from hanging out with the lions, tigers, bears, oh my, plus gorillas on his safari. So I will let him know on that. I've been on. Thank you. I appreciate that story there. It's we're all good. I appreciate the little thing there, and I like that. Thank you guys for cutting to yourselves. It's live, right? So things are going to happen, including people eating potato wedges at inopportune moments. But that's why we're all here to learn and grow together.
Those wedges weren't too bad.
They were not bad. Yeah, I just had one in my mouth as we did the throw over, so that
Nice.
was where the problem was lying there. But well, hi Obi, how are you doing right now?
Good,
It's been
good.
like 20 minutes.
Sorry, I'm a little late there. I was just grabbing some coffee. What happened while we were gone? I guess I covered the Amazon. I was like, well, if it's going to bid right back up, doesn't really have much follow through. Sure, we were a little bit in the money, over 50 pennies in the money there, but not what I was looking for. I was looking for a push down into VWAP. Doesn't really come in. If it's going to bid, that's perfectly fine. I'll get out at pretty much break even and maybe potentially get a better price. But that 183 weekly high, we are pretty much knocking on the door of that area there. Look at the NQ and the ES, distinctly different there. So I guess I'm still short on the Intel. I was like, I want to get more. I covered. Oh boy, did I cover pretty much everything right there. This is a good place where I could have definitely picked up a little bit more there. So I got to go back and on the review, kind of reassess some of that there. I will take off Amazon for now. Let's pull up SockSell here on this chart real quick. It's on the Amex. Boom, there we go. All right, excuse me. So SockSell did come back into VWAP over the past 15, 20 minutes. So where was that? That was in around 12:10. And then I guess still kind of consolidating sideways there on top of VWAP while the market takes a little bit of a pop to the upside. Intel making fresh lows, so Intel kind of pushing into that level we talked about. That daily is around 67 exactly. So we're on top of that level right now. So let's revisit some of that charting that we saw on Intel real quick to see what Intel may or may not be up to here. So a little bit of a fumble on my part where I'm covering most of my position here. Like I think it was over 70% of the position cover on top of this 80, and then don't really reload back here on top of that VWAP. So that's a bit of a fumble on my part there. We're getting that little bit of aggressiveness, but let's take a quick look right there on, take a quick look left on Intel just to check that out. So right here, previous week low, also kind of the monthly low. Look at it on the daily. You can see that last week that was a bit of the low right there, and we are testing that. What was that low price? We said 57, so it was around 60. So 57 is that price. We kind of we come into it a little bit there, just to hopping on top of that 60, a little bit of a hover, and now we're catching a bit of a bid. Let's see where this bid kind of takes us here. Soxel bidding up as well, but Intel significantly weaker than the rest of those, the rest of the chip names, the rest of the market, as well as the market kind of bounces, and all Intel can do is bid up like 5-10 pennies there. So. Nvidia as well, with a little bit of a bid happening here. So let's take a quick look at that one. Nvidia held, okay, so it does hold VWAP there. So it kind of comes right into VWAP, back through yesterday's high, and then holding VWAP right now on this 15-minute chart here, and the market catching a little bit of a bid as well. So kind of looking at this stock sell position, being like, all right, well, sure, Intel isn't catching as strong of a bid, but if stock sell is going to make some fresh highs, I do want to stay kind of nimble with that one. But that 47 looking quite nice as we attempted to push through that 47, and that sideways consolidation can't really get through that 47. Let's see if we can do it now with this strength kind of coming back into the market, or do we make a relatively lower high below that 47? So let me know what you guys are trading. I can see that Jay Powell is still kind of talking up there. Has he said anything significant, or are they just, is it unrelated to kind of what's going on here?
It's pretty unrelated. This guy's not, like, his questions are pretty oddly worded. So he'll be like, oh, so this thing, what do you think about that? And it's like, that's not really... It's not really a question. A lot of this stuff, it's like if you've heard Powell talk, you kind of know what he will and won't speak on, right? So he won't speak on any policy that isn't related to financial policy. So to me, I gotta say, I have a couple notes, I think, for this guy asking him the questions. But no, Powell hasn't said much. If he does say anything interesting, I will let you guys know. I am getting some of these sound bites as well coming in from Benzinga, so keeping an eye on that. But really, he hasn't said much. The biggest thing he said is monetary policy is tight. He also does say, though, that he has faith in their policies and what the Fed's done. So he does give the Fed a decent amount of credit for bringing inflation down. So take that how you will. I thought that was kind of interesting. That was a specific thing he has said, that he said, you know, we are doing what we need to be doing. So patting themselves on the back just a skosh over there. But also, I do want to take a look at this A-Bus. Thank you, Darwin, for bringing this up. This is Arbutus Biopharma. And apparently, this is not confirmed, but traders are circulating this, I'm assuming probably on X and social media, that the Arbutus Genevant versus Moderna patent infringement lawsuit claim has some order court documents. So this is not super specific news here, but something about, again, if I hear anything specific, because this is just a rumor right now, I will let everyone know. Oh, they're just circulating the documents. That's the issue. They're literally just circulating documents. So there we go. So these documents here, this is Arbutus and Genevant versus Moderna. So interesting look, these documents circulating around here. Arbutus getting a nice little bounce here. This actually looks like it could be a potential flat top break. Volume's not bad, especially given the lateness of this move, about 2.68 mil. So we're kind of seeing a bit of this flat top I think we could break out of. I'll keep an eye on it. Not really necessarily my type of trade always, but thank you very much, Darwin, for bringing this to everybody's attention here so we can give everybody the news. As Darwin just said here too, new high of day on this one. Also, really quickly here, I do want to talk about Palantir. Jay Lee called it, try to get this one a little bit lower as it gets down into this area. I did it, and I think the thing is too is I'm happy I didn't, even though, shout out to Jay Lee for calling this. I'm really trying to stick with trades that are more my style of trade, right? So me initially getting involved in this, it was a super rangy look. That's the type of thing I'm comfortable with, right? I got out when I realized we were gonna have the Powell drop, and I just didn't really want to deal with that. And then we popped back up, but because we're not in a range now, it's just not my type of trade. So I have to take the type of trades I'm comfortable with. So there we go. That's what I think is, I just kind of wanted to touch on that with regards to PLTR. are also it's 12:30, so we're kind of late, I guess, on the lesson of the day. We'll do it now, and then we'll just wait a little bit. And usually we'll do it at 12 and 1. Obviously not happening right now, but let's do it right now here, and then we'll get into the second one, I guess, a little bit later to balance everything out. So we will do the lesson for the second time of the day, and of course this is talking about trading the afternoon. And what's interesting too is this lesson becomes more and more apt the closer to the afternoon we get, I guess, because earlier we did this right freshly in the midday. Oh, sorry, I just need to get my notes. Oh, did I close my notes? Okay. We did this initially right fresh in the midday. We were right off the opening. Now we're getting closer and closer to power hour, which, as we will discuss in this lesson, is a very interesting part of afternoon trading. So what is trading the afternoon? As self-explanatory as it kind of sounds, it is trading that happens in the afternoon, takes place from 2 to 4 p.m. ahead of the market close. And much like the trading that you see in the morning, this afternoon or late afternoon trading does tend to be a little bit more volatile because traders, market participants, and institutional investors are saying, all eyes on me with regards to the market. They want to take every look at the market. They're back from lunch. They're preparing for the close. They want to see what positions they want to add and get involved in. So there are a few more eyes on the market because of this. And as such, the action does tend to ratchet back up. And OB was talking as well about squeeze opportunities. Those are some of the many characteristics that we have in afternoon trading.
Yeah, so some of these characteristics, again, as Adira just mentioned, more eyes on the market, so volume potentially coming right back in and maybe mirroring some of the morning action as well. So we kind of talked about that, what can happen in different scenarios, but yeah, a lot of volume kind of coming back in. So similar concepts there to the opening session there, and with that stronger volume coming into the close and the closing prints as well, the closing imbalances happening as well. So we talked about how depending on what's been happening, maybe you have a bigger picture. You've had the rest of the day, the whole day's kind of price action to tell you a story, to build up a story, and then going into that power hour, maybe there's something there you might be looking for that continuation, or maybe that reversion, or whatever you think may be there. But definitely something to keep an eye out on. And the market is tanking here as I speak, so I'm glad I'm still short. I added onto that SOC sell because I was like, I like that hold below that 47, but oh boy, should I have added onto that Intel? And I see that Sean's really enjoying himself here. So I'm gonna assume you still have a little bit of that Nvidia short. Yeah, damn.
Oh, my Unity's
beautiful. 169 short on Tesla. So let's take a quick look at Tesla. Wow, mid lesson. So all right, cool. Nice little wick of the highs there on Tesla, and yeah, the market pulling back a little bit. 75s saying, so 168.75s, Sean is short that, so about 6 pennies off the top. Damn, talk about sniping those tops and bottoms right there. Absolutely beautiful, nice trade. All right, let's go back to the lesson here. Characteristics of that last hour. So price action tends to pick up if that volume, again, with the volume, right? I like that volume indicator to kind of bring things into fruition. So if you see that volume kind of expanding going into the end of the day, maybe there could be something there. Right? So we are pushing we're still in the midday right now, so I can't really show you an example of today, but yeah, let's take a quick look at something that may have increased in volume going into the end of the day. So we can, I have Nvidia up right here, so I can show you right away, right off the bat. Look at this. So morning session, so a little bit more clearer a couple days ago with that strong morning action that we had, that push into 922s and then a strong flush in the midday kind of consolidating. But take a look at this. The end of the day in around 230. Look at that volume, slight little pickup with a strong volume candle going into the close. So that's definitely a little bit of the imbalances and the closing print as well. But you can see a little bit of that volume expansion going into the close. So potential for things to set up going into the close as well. Again, volume dictating on that. So some characteristics for that power hour end of day session trading.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, and also, make sure if you're liking the lessons, if you're liking what we're doing here, make sure to give us a like and a subscribe because,
yes,
we like being here with everybody and we're always having a great time. And we do bring market news and info every single day. So come check it out. But also, another important thing to keep in mind are important times of day. during the afternoon. So of course it's a little bit meta because generally this week we're talking about times of day. Within the afternoon though, there are two really key things to keep in mind in terms of time. And one of those is going to be power hour. So that is that time of day, this term often used to describe the last hour of the trading day. So that's going to be from 3 to 4 p.m. Eastern, which is when the markets tend to get extra exciting. And with the end of the trading day just an hour away, traders are either looking to get flat on the day. A lot of times, if you're not swing trading, if you're going to do intraday trading, especially at a prop firm, you cannot have any positions out there waiting. You have to make sure everything's closed. So that might be some of the impetus there. There's also sometimes people wanting to get involved in some scalps, getting involved in this market volatility before close. Halfway through the power hour, around about 3:30, things are going to get extra spicy and extra exciting as those early imbalances hit, which brings me to the imbalances. Usually I'm not very good with the slides, so I was pretty happy with the timing there. Imbalances, use the market on close or MOC imbalances, they'll reflect the market on close orders, right? So those orders allow traders to buy or sell at the last available price of the trading day. And particularly large buy-or-sell imbalances on particular stocks can suggest a large amount of institutional interest. And you have our final imbalances sitting at 350. So you'll always hear Sean and Neil bring those to you right away, straight away with the viciousness and the swiftness at that desk over there. And because they really can move the market, especially if you have a significant buy or sell imbalance. You'll see if I'm on the big desk on the scanners, I'm like, oh, what's explaining this move? No catalyst, just an imbalance. So they really can move the market around. And with that in mind, you also have to keep in mind some other important factors when you're talking about the close or the afternoon in general, which include you want to keep an eye on these scanners, as I just mentioned, right? So there tends to be an influx of activity on these scanners during power hour, which can give you a sense of some of the names that might be into play heading into close. You also want to check your earnings calendar because a lot of these names that are set to report after the bell. Tonight we have Levi's, so we'll have to, maybe we're to put on those jeans there, and also BlackBerry tonight as well. So these actually could get interesting. So maybe we'll see if we have a little bit of movement there on these names heading into the close today, because the extra eyes on these names heading into earnings, when combined with the overall excitement, hubbub, furor, insert word here, of power hour, can lead to some extra potential spicy opportunities. And last but not least, these economic releases are a little bit more of a common concern in the pre-market in the afternoon, but they can matter in the afternoon because there are some numbers like consumer credit that are often scheduled for release at 3, and we saw the last consumer credit number we actually did have a move down on. So these numbers can be important, of course. Also, FOMC meetings will take place around 2, so right as the afternoon session begins. They usually start at 2 at the Q&A, extending to around 3:30. So you want to make sure you're aware of what data is getting released and when. So shout out to Live Trader and Trading with Trader TV Live in the chat, 1,000 likes and this emoji of, I think, cash. So woohoo, let's see. We're gonna pump it up. I don't know what we're a good day.
Let's get those likes and subscribes up. That's what he's saying, right? Yeah. Thank you, Adara, for the lesson there, and kind of a pop back up on the market there. So we saw that strong flush, and all of a sudden we get that bid right back up. So it's like, all right, well, that was corrected quite aggressively and quite fast there. You can see that NQ and the ES. Look at that wick on the 15-minute candle. Sock sell. Oh boy, I thought this was gonna be pretty nice there, pushing into that 46, but that VWAP, that 46.20 holds quite well, and I think AMD may be a little bit of a factor there as well. So you can see AMD, a nice little pop back up, very aggressive off of that VWAP. So that's pretty interesting as well. Let's take a quick look at Nvidia. Nvidia jumps right back into that 900 or that 899 on that push right back up. So let's see if we make a lower high here, or we kind of we push back and consolidate sideways. We can see that both the ES and the NQ are holding up quite well in terms of where they are relative to the extension that they've had in the morning session right now. So we're holding that upper quartile of that range for sure. It's probably even a little bit tighter than that, but I'm just gonna say, yeah, we're holding that upper third at least for now on the market and a lot of these other names as well. So I'm watching AMD, I'm watching Nvidia, I'm watching stock sell, I'm watching Amazon as well. Amazon gets right back up. Okay, interesting. It gets back up to that 182.75 and comes right back in. So maybe we are poised a little bit better for the short now on the Amazon. So you know what? I'm just gonna quickly kind of move over to that one and see what that one is starting to look like on the tape there. But this kind of shimmy, this dance that we just did, the shake and bake that just happened here across the board, that's a little concerning. That might be setting us up for something or nothing, but I'm going to be patiently waiting and watching some of these tapes for anything to potentially come in as well. But yeah, let us know in the chat what you guys are trading here. Gold just shy of 2,300, eh? Okay, all right, so let's take a quick look at gold. I know that gold has been pushing some fresh highs as of late. So let me just pull up these CFDs. So yeah, 2,300 test on the gold. Let's take a quick look at the weekly here, taking a larger time frame into perspective just to show how strong this gold has been. So all-time highs on gold as of right now, as of today actually. Fresh highs 2,300. So shout out to all my gold bugs there. Finally in the money. Well, maybe depending on where you bought, right? But yeah, it's fresh highs on gold itself. You know what? That reminds me of. Let's take a quick look at the Dixie. See what our friend the Dixie, the U.S. dollar, is up to here. What is this? That means absolutely nothing. All right. So okay. So a little bit of insight. Okay. So we did have that strong push at the beginning of or going into the middle of this 2022, 2023-ish. But over the past few days, I've been watching it. We've been testing that 105, 103, kind of a chop in that range, it would seem. And today, a bit of a pullback, perhaps. Happening on the weekly here. So let's take a closer look. 105 highs. We are pulling down a little bit here. So potentially some moves may be expected off of that one there. But yeah, let us know in the chat what you guys are up to, what you guys are trading, any names you'd like us to look at, and we'd be more than willing to kind of take a look at some of those.
Yeah, we love looking at charts, right? We love looking at names, so absolutely let us know. Also, I have to address Powell and this man with the glasses are still talking, and also he asked him one of the most eyebrow-raising questions, both for me and also I think for Powell, which was, if you had a crystal ball and you could know about one thing, what would you want to know about? And Powell's response was to be flummoxed, which I think is a fair response to that question. Yeah, he was like, I don't know if it would just be one thing. And the guy was like, well, come on, if you could only know one thing. Yeah. And yeah, honestly, I don't even remember Powell's response because it was pretty inconsequential, but I just think it was really funny that you have the opportunity to talk to the Fed chair in front of a group of business students, and that's the question you ask. So I kind of got a kick out of that. I mean, I make puns all day, so I'm not here to judge, of course, but I just thought that was pretty entertaining. Also entertaining is this SPY. I'm pretty sad I didn't scalp out of some of this earlier. I didn't see this move down to 520. This might have been more on a wick basis. I should have punched out some at 520.10 though, for sure. But I did add a bit to this position. We're still failing 40s. If we break decisively above the 40s, I will be outie. But I've been having a lot of fun trading this SPY earlier. I will say too, I was looking at this as we had this move down, and then I didn't catch it, and then of course by the time we fell. So a little bit upset I missed it, but I know I wouldn't have held onto it that long anyway. I know what I'm like. So it's like, Adara, don't go chasing waterfalls. Don't go crying over spilt milk on a type of trade you know it's not really in your nature to take to that extent. So c'est la vie, shake it off, to quote Taylor Swift, or to quote a Taylor Swift song that Sean mentioned earlier, I guess there. Shake it off. Look at what these markets are doing. We're quoting Taylor Swift over here, but no, it's all good. I'm still in Palantir. But Palantir is kind of doing a whole lot of nothing. So let's look over at P to the L to the T to the R. Yeah, so if we break below this VWAP area here, back at 75s, you're giving this like 3 pennies. I'm out. I was interested initially in the top of this range at 89. We're not getting that. I would have been cool with 81s, 83s. So we had enough of a position we could take a couple shares here. Again, I do not think that's what we're going to be getting, just how this is moving. I think we're now rejecting off that 9 EMA. So we might end up losing a little bit on this or getting flat. I think I need to look away from Palantir. My own Palantir or crystal ball, shout out to Fabian for giving us that phrase, is telling me that Palantir is not in the cards for me today. There are not a lot of range opportunities on that, so on to the next one. C'est la vie. Tesla, interesting though. Someone earlier was saying perplexla about this, which is a new Tesla pun I like. I'm going to switch to the 5 minute because I like my 1 minute for my Nvidia and my SPY, but not for a lot else. Yeah, Tesla, we're still kind of accumulating around that earlier top that we had. This very clear double top, 168.40. I was shorting this a couple times, then we tried to go long and it went a little wrong. All good. Going. We made a slightly higher high, but now we're continuing to come down here. Now we're bouncing off this 9 EMA. So to me, it looks like there are some possibilities. I think I'm going to probably have to look at this tape and chart a little bit longer to see how it's interacting before I decide to interact. But did you end up taking your pal Amazon on a little coffee date? Did you end up? I guess no, you're not involved in Amazon.
No, so I guess yeah, it was a little bit of a date, and let me pull it up here while I talk about it. So yeah, I guess. Hold on, I'll pull it up first. Boom, right there. So there's Amazon, and yeah, it might have been something, but I just I guess left her at the door because it kind of came right back, and I was like, no, that's not really what I'm looking for there. But that quadunk to the downside, absolutely beautiful. Look at that selling aggression right into the lower end of this kind of short-term range that we made there on Amazon. So I do have eyes on it, and maybe she'll walk back into the coffee shop, and maybe we can sit down for a conversation there.
So
but yeah, no, I'm still watching. I'm being patient. I do have a little bit of a short bias, if you guys didn't already notice here. But I'll try to stay as nimble as possible. But yeah, Amazon looking quite nice here, and some of the other names that I'm watching as well. Nothing too crazy. The market is still holding up its highs here, right? So I do want to stay respectful of that and try to be as nimble as possible here. I'm short the stock sell, which is the semiconductor, one of the semiconductor ETFs, right? So I do want to stay nimble on that. Looking for that Nvidia potentially to kind of to catch a little bit of a breather, but it is kind of popping back into that 900. So the question is, can that 900 serve as a little bit of a resistance? We just saw this crazy like a wick, shake and bake, whatever you want to call it, that happened across the board here on the market. So not only it was just not an individual ticker, but you can see that it happened on both the ES and the NQ. So maybe some big boys pushing some shares around, it would seem. But yeah, I got to do my job and try to stay as nimble as possible. If Soxel is going to push towards some of these highs, I do want to stay nimble and maybe get some better prices for the short as well, right? So as Soxel kind of pushes right back into that 47, we observed that 47 was quite strong earlier. Let's see if we make a lower high underneath it. Let's see if the market kind of holds this. That wick to the low side, that rebid was quite aggressive. So maybe some continuation of that morning session bid that we had, very, very aggressive. So you can see how aggressive those initial candles were. We start to slow down. We take a little bit of a pullback. I'm asking, where is VWAP on the NQs here? So let's take a quick look right there on the NQs. Let's pull it up on it's already on a 15 minute. Throw up the VWAP right there. So okay, so we didn't get all the way down to VWAP, it would seem, but we did get kind of close there on that. Okay, so second candle, we didn't even break that low, and then rips right back up. So let's see what we do in and around this area here. Just consolidating, just orbiting around that 18.4 right now is the NQ. So I don't really see too much going on. Let me know if you guys see anything going on, anything crazy, anything outlier that we can potentially look at, potentially structure some trades off of. Nvidia pushing into that 900. Let's see what we do with that 900 right now as the market taking a little bit of a breather sideways, but maybe some action going on. I have no idea.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's always, some possibilities, but I'm also struggling to find them here. This has really, honestly, been a pretty bad trading week for me. I mean, probably don't have to say it. I think it's, I've been trading here live, and so, or not live. I'm still in the sim, but I mean on the How to Trade show live here on YouTube, and I think it's been kind of clear that this has not really been my day. Trying to be a little bit like little orphan Annie, and the sun will come out tomorrow, and the sun keeps not coming out tomorrow. But that's, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to learn anything from being down in the dumps about it. I'm trying to learn and I'm trying to understand why trades are or aren't working. This Palantir, I'm pretty happy with just on a level of sticking to the plan and waiting for it to come in. This is starting to feel a little bit like Apple yesterday, which if you recall, I was in for half an hour and it moved a grand total of 10 cents or less in either direction. It's starting to feel like a little bit like this. I have no reason to leave, much like with the Apple, but it's also a little bit hard to find the willpower to stay, much like the Apple trade. So that's just what I'm working on here. I'm trying to take a couple pennies on this as we get into that 82, 83. But I do want to talk about the SPY trade because I am not proud of myself on this. I do not think I handled this appropriately. And let's talk about it. So initially, I think this short would have been, also Powell stopped talking there. They're clapping for him now. So by the end, they're just kind of talking about careers and like, why people pick CEOs and stuff like that. So I don't know. But yeah, so here on the SPY, I initially did spy some short opportunities and I should have been a lot scalpier about it. I should have just taken, I don't remember us seeing actually like getting to 520. This might have been a dark pull. I definitely saw 520.10s. I should have taken my 20 pennies and been pleased as a punch, but I wasn't. I was getting a little bit too ambitious, and I really shouldn't have been. I should have been like, Adara, you missed that pop down earlier, and that honestly might have been also why I was a little bit vengeful, because I saw that, I look over and I see that move down and I'm about to punch, and then I stop myself, and then we dropped 50 cents. So I do think this is probably a Scotia revenge trade. We had really small size, so we didn't lose too much here, but it's the principle of the thing that upsets me. I got out part of it, then I got back in, I added back in because I was like, oh no, we could be dropping another couple pennies. It's like, Adara, don't do this. So that, you know what I mean? But I am here. I don't want to be too hard on myself about it. I want to be here to just kind of talk about it and learn from it. As Cindy Lauper says, don't be discouraged. And the true colors on this trade are obviously not in the direction you want them to be. You would want my little purple triangles to be at the top, the little green ones to be at the bottom, and they're not. But like I said, the sun will come out tomorrow. There always are more opportunities. As Obi often says here, where's the next trade? Yeah. So I'm trying to find it. I do think that Tesla is still, I think that's maybe my best name today, and I still think there's some opportunities there. If we keep riding this 90 MA, I'll take this bad boy long. I have no qualms. It also is, with these lines I drew, we kind of have some room to play, right? If we fall below, I take it short to 176. Yes, 167. 167.60s. If we go long, they take it to 168.40. So it gives you about 40 pennies of risk to reward either way. Right now, though, I'm sensing this could be a little bit of a long. So we're going to try to get involved here. Let's see if we are allowed into the Cybertruck. Powell says close the door, but hopefully the Cybertruck says to open it. How are you doing? I'm
doing all right there. Yeah. So I guess Powell's finished. He's off the mic now. Where was it at University?
Stanford Business School.
Okay, Stanford Business School. So he's done talking now. Some crazy action while he was talking, or going into the end of his talk right there, as the market makes an interesting move as he's kind of finished talking. So I don't know whether that was related to him talking or not, but we saw a move across the board on a lot of different names there, including these futures. So I'm still kind of patiently waiting, looking for more places. I guess a place to get some more Intel as well. If Intel's going to stay weak going into the close, I do want to find more places to get a little more aggressive there. Again, a couple of missed opportunities on this little test here, a lower high. We're just looking at lower highs. Sure, you got VWAP as well, but that's just a line on the chart. It's just an indicator. The trade idea is, okay, well, if this is going to sell off of that news that players may think has some sort of fundamental effect in the ticker, and sellers are very, very, I guess, in charge, as we saw relative to the morning session there. They were very well in charge on the day. Did they stay in charge going into the close as well? Is this a bigger picture kind of move, not just an intraday move? So let's see if we can kind of ride on the backs of those of said potential whales, right? That are reacting to a potential fundamental change, forward looking on Intel's. I think they had some foundry numbers. They had some interesting stuff that they talked about, which they haven't talked about in the past before. yeah, it was definitely some interesting news. So I'm curious to know how that action will take place on the day. And it is quite distinct how Intel is acting relative to other names in its sector, like Nvidia, like AMD, and even when you compare it to the market, to the NQ. You know, the NQ is heavily tech weighted, right? So it's just again, it's a learning experience that like every day is here when we trade, and I'm glad to have to be spending it with you all as well, kind of learning along the way. So let's see if there are any more opportunities for us. I will try to stay as nimble as possible and just take what Mother Market will give me on a day like today. But those longs off the open, oh boy, was that an awesome trade there. And then the reversion short as well on some of these names coming in quite nice. But right now we are going a little sideways, chopping around. So I will stay observant of that.
Yeah, I mean, also speaking of observing, this man just called the Disney meeting to order. And look at this background. This is the Magic Kingdom castle. This is amazing. Like literally Disney killing it over here with this meeting. Do they have closed captions? They do. So here we go. This is perfect. So I put this link in the chat as well. I like putting the links. I'll put it in again in a couple of minutes. But right now they're talking about the company's accomplishments apparently, and also some of the great things they're doing. I'm going to stop quoting this man. But yeah, he is starting to talk right now. Also, yes, I am long Tesla. I did get long at that 168. Drew saying he's also in calls here. Yeah, Drew, I hope for both of our sakes this one keeps moving up. I think we're holding that 168 really well. So I feel pretty good about this. Darwin wants to know, where is the mouse? And honestly, good question. We'll have to find out. I guess, you know, it is the House of Mouse. So we'll have to see if Brooklyn Beckham's father-in-law, Nelson Peltz, gets a key to Magic Kingdom and is part of the Mouse House Castle there.
Yeah, I saw Elon tweeted about that this morning, right?
Elon is also getting involved.
He said that he feels better with Peltz on the board on Disney. Yeah, so that was an interesting look there. So a little support from the EV man himself on that.
EV King.
I still remember that Elon how he kind of reacted to, at that conference. It was pretty epic. He was just like, yeah, if you're gonna threaten me with marketing, if you're gonna threaten me with money, and then he made some statements towards what's his name, Bill?
Oh, to Bob Iger.
To Bob Iger. Yeah, he was like, "Hi, Bob, talking to you, buddy." And that was pretty badass, I think, of Elon. That was pretty funny as well. But yeah, I guess he's got some opinions on Disney, which is definitely interesting there.
Oh yeah, he's trying to exterminate the Mouse House. No, I'm joking. He's just a fan of I guess he's just a fan of Nelson Peltz there, because we know he has some issues with Bob Iger with regards to that advertising. Horacio Gutierrez, the Senior Executive Vice President, Chief Legal Compliance Officer of Disney, is now speaking. Right now we can only see a little thumbnail of his face, which is kind of off-putting, but I assume he is there. I'll show you guys what I mean here. Also, the voting's happening. He's saying you can change your vote during the meeting. So it's going to get really interesting. It feels like Succession over here.
I'm looking at Disney as well. I did pull it up here. So we had some strong moves off of the open there, but pretty much sideways as of right now. But like Adara just said, the meeting has just begun. So let's see. We've defined a little bit of a range on the day. Let's see what we do with said range here on Disney there. So we'll continue to watch that one. Let's see if that one kind of comes in one way or the other. But yeah, we mentioned this yesterday. Got to be aware of when people who may move around a ticker you're involved in are speaking. You definitely want to be a little astute and watch out for that, and maybe listen in as well. We kind of saw what happened here. I don't know if that was due to any Jay Powell words, but some strong volatility, a little unnatural as well, in my opinion. But again, limited experience on my part. I have no idea, but that's a little bit of a distinct action across the board there while he's finishing up his talks. So let's see where we go from here. On some of these names, but Disney not really doing too much as of right now, holding that 22 level. So I'll stay patient. VWAP. So we've made lower highs and now we're below VWAP. So that's something I do want to consider. We did kind of crack a little bit of this 122 right now, but we're trading in and around there as well. So stay patient, just waiting for that next potential trade to show up here, which reminds me, what is our friend Amazon up to? Amazon's still holding sideways in the upper 1/3, right? This is a crazy kind of move there. Is it okay? Maybe not a full ATR. I think Amazon's ATR last time I checked was in around 3.3, 3.4, and we did almost a full ATR there. Not really doing too much R vol today, so nothing crazy to be expected, I think. But some strength kind of following in step. We talk about that beta, right? So in step with the market today, that beta on Amazon looking quite nice there. The beta on Intel not as in line in terms of comparing the volatility, especially in the morning session as well. So.
Yeah, that's a nice look, and yeah, it's there's a lot. Intel's been really moving distinctly for sure. It is, dare I say, distinctly different. But yeah, no, I like too that you were saying like its own kind of chip today, which it kind of has been when you really compare it to some of these other names. But yeah, right now Tesla doing a whole lot of nothing. We're hanging out in this 169 or 168 area. So if we were at 169, I'd be pleased as punch because we'd be a dollar in the money. Alas, we're at 168. Palantir, what are you doing? Oh, I think Palantir is still, I have no reason to leave, so I'm staying in that. Also, Disney, I put up this chart. He did list all of the nominations, the people the board is nominating, and then also he's like, yeah, we all know Trian's trying to get involved here. They're also nominated. So that'll be really interesting. Oh, there'll be up to 3 minutes of remarks from the Trian group.
Okay.
So when I hear those, Nelson Peltz apparently speaking right now. So this is going to be, also he doesn't even get a photo. It just says proponent now speaking. So yeah, Disney that was pretty cool. We saw the nice little photo Horatio got. Now it's like proponent
what's going on
speaking.
there?
Yeah, so I'm going to keep you guys posted if there's anything interesting he's saying. Right now, though, Tesla deciding to get going in that Cybertruck. Hi, Bob, indeed. But also Disney's super rangy, speaking of Disney. So I actually think there might be some opportunities here. Although, do I want to get involved in this during this meeting? I'm not sure. I will short it, though, if we get into we're actually going to put a resting order for this, this earlier kind of area. We'll do 122.11s. Why not? So it gives us about 10 pennies. I like this look because it's it would be coinciding or confluencing, if you will, around that 9 EMA area. B, it was that previous area of support. I like when support becomes resistance. I find there is that tendency for it to happen at times. So I want to be cognizant and I want to be aware. Please this punch with Tesla, though, I have to say, if we get into 168.38s, I will be very happy with this. Google is going, says Hog Rider. So I am guessing you are a Harley Davidson fan. I never actually really thought about that name, but yeah, it's a cool name there. Let's see how this is going. I guess it's almost motorcycle weather too. But this is nice. Look, have you ever ridden a motorcycle?
I have one. Yeah.
Oh, you have one?
Yeah. I can't wait to kind of pull it out. But Harleys are great. But I like the crotch rockets myself. I have a Ninja 600, which is pretty cool. I have the fastest color as well. If you guys know, the fastest color is red. Adds a few horsepower. Heard it here. Not first, but I'm joking. It's almost riding season. I'm waiting for that weather to kind of come in, but it's pretty much a chop right now with Mother Nature. We've had some warm days. We've had some days in the double digits as well, but then raining and cold kind of fluctuating in between. So I don't necessarily want to take it out right now. It's I store it in the garage for the winter, kind of winterize it, and just sits there for a few months. That's a little unfortunate thing about living in a place where you get all 4 seasons. You have to pay the full year for insurance, and then you only get to ride at most, if you have warm riding kit. At most, maybe you're riding for like 6 months if you're really kind of pushing it there. But I'm waiting for those warm weathers for the tarmac to kind of heat up for that nice little grip, and then we can go for some rides there. But yeah, I love riding. I would definitely recommend if you've never rode a motorcycle before, it is a life-changing experience. It's a sense of freedom, I think, in a way as as well. So I love riding motorcycles. And yeah, John saying red Hayabusa. Yeah, I don't know about the Hayabusa. Top VoIP, can you pop a wheelie? Let me tell you a story about the first time I did pop a wheelie. It was totally unintentional. So I was switching over from a 250cc bike to a 600 bike, so almost double the power in terms of engine. And so I bought it off of a guy in London, and he was like go for a ride. So I had only rode 250s at that point, so a much smaller bike, a kind of a beginner learning kind of bike, and. He was like, there's a road at the back. It follows along the railway, and nobody's really there. It's just a road. It's a service road, right? He's like, you can go up and down, see how it is there. It's about 500 meters worth of length. And I was like, okay, cool. So I took it for a test drive, and how I popped that wheelie. The smaller bikes are a lot more forgiving. If you make like mistakes, or if you're aggressive with it, they're really forgiving. Like it won't do anything crazy, but on the 600, the first time I switched from first to second gear, I kind of dropped the clutch while having the throttle on, like I would normally ride my 250, which is a lot more forgiving. And then all of a sudden, the front wheel is about 1.5 feet in the air, and I'm like, oh boy, here we go. What's happening now? And I'm just like, all right, just ease off the throttle, and we're just land back down. This is a very beautiful, powerful bike, and I do have to respect it. But yeah, no, I love kind of riding. If you guys didn't catch the gist there.
That's awesome, and I love to, just like Mother Market, Mother Nature can also kind of chop and turn a little bit. So I like that analogy. Also, yeah, this Google also riding a motorcycle to the upside there. So shout out to Hog Rider, which is how we went down this whole fabulous little rabbit hole. That's very cool. I had no idea you were a motorcycle rider. But so we have these bounces off VWAP here, continuing to make higher highs, higher lows. Oh boy, very nice look there. We just did the oh boy there, so I had to. We also got short Disney. So I'm in the House of Mouse. Also, Nelson Peltz went over his 3 minutes, and then they were like, Nelson Peltz, you have to stop talking. You only had 3 minutes. Then he continued to talk a bit and said, thank you for your uninterrupted time, which felt a little shady.
Yeah.
But yeah, so those are some of the updates there from the meeting. Right now, Horatio continuing to go over everything again. The next item of agenda, Blackwell's, which is also, I think, vying for some seats. They declined to come. So Nelson made his thoughts known, but Blackwell's not speaking. So this could get really spicy here, which is why I'm interested in this Disney short. Happy to take it. Pleased as dang punch over here in this trade. We're going to be trying to get out at the bottom of this. We're not too ambitious here. That sounds bad, but for my style of trading, I would rather not save a piece for the dream. I just want to be taking these ranges as they come. Tesla getting towards that 168.40 area, which would make me really happy there as well. Let's see how we do here. Shout out to, I believe it was Drew in the chat saying he's also in puts here, so nice look. Also, Darwin was saying that, it's not a show if you guys don't look at Adobe.
Oh, that's
true. I mean,
that is very true.
Our namesake, no, I'm joking. But the pun that started it all, if you will. But no, Adobe, kind of interesting here, a little bit compressed, right? So we had these, the top, not significantly lower highs, but slightly. We had this pop here, 498.40, then we get to 498, then we get to 497.80. So about 20-cent incremental dips in these pops. Bottoms, though, significantly higher lows. So we have this this is not even pre-market. This is 9:45 in the morning. So this is right after open. 9:40, 494.80. Then we get to 496. Then we get to 496.20. So we're seeing a little bit of a compression here. We're about 0.5% on the day. Was there any news on Adobe? Let's see what kind of news we have. No news. Oh, apparently this is cool. OpenAI posting on X that you can now edit Dolly images in ChatGPT across the web, iOS and Android. So I guess that could be some negative catalyst for Adobe, right? So now you can use their Dolly for image editing. But I mean, Adobe's a really cool platform. I was in the program I was in school. We did a little bit of dabbling in Adobe, and there's a lot of really cool platforms. So I do think if you're doing animations and that type of thing, Adobe definitely has some stuff for you. This stock, though, has kind of been having a little bit of a struggle. We had a pseudo double top 635. Now we're seeing lower highs and lower lows. So bit of a rough look here for that Adobe, but not for this Adobe. We're doing fine, right as rain over here on this desk, and it's literally raining too. So
yeah,
how are you doing?
It's again just kind of observing some of these positions there. I guess not really concerned, but kind of really watching that SOX sell as it kind of holds this action there. It's kind of holding and consolidating in and around this action. That selling that came in, like, oh boy, did I not did I make a mistake? Did I make a mistake? Not really covering too much there. As again, I got to take what the market will give me, and if the market kind of slams right into a previous support level above VWAP and holds, maybe I should be taking some off. That aggressive action, right? And then we get that instant reversion there. Now we're just chopping up here. So let's see if some of those sellers can come back in and maybe that move comes into fruition there. But I'm watching the ES and the NQ as well, making lower lows there. You can see on the 15-minute, even though you had that wick dance right there on what candle is this? That's the 11:30. So that's the 12:30 candle right there. So the 12:30 candle, a little bit of a strong wick on the 15-minute, but look at those highs after. On the consecutive candles after that, lower and lower. So we are technically making lower highs after this strength in the morning. So the question becomes, are we going to hold this bid on top of 18.4? Or are we going to take a little bit more of a breather back down to the downside there? But yeah, talking about Adobe, I kind of did pull it up last night. It was a little interesting to me what it did yesterday. It was a bit of a V shape. Right, so V-shape, kind of a push off of the pre-market though. So a lot of the right side of the V volume coming in off of the open, but very lackluster volume making the left side of the move as when it did the flush. So I was like, okay, well, if we come in today and maybe look at that 500, so that 500 confluence as well. 500 has been a bit of an area you can see support. Yesterday it was a resistance, and then today we're just chopping around underneath that 500. So maybe are we poised for a little bit of continuation? You can see that post earnings we've been consolidating, pretty much building into this as Sharif likes to say, a flat bottom here, as with lower highs also. So let's see if we can break some of these earnings day one lows at that 485, or do we? There it is, flat bottom break potential on that Adobe off of that earnings reaction as well. So earnings day one low, quite interesting there. So, and interaction with that 500 at the same time. So Intel catching a bit of a bid back into that 41. Let's see how far it can get. Let's see if those VWAP sellers kind of continue the move on the day there. I'm still watching SOX sell. TSM still holding. ARM was pretty nice off of the open, I guess. I missed that one. 123 holds quite nicely, and then an aggressive rip to the upside. So here's a bit of a bid happening on Intel. You can see we got that wave of light green where people are punching into the ask or above the ask there with the light greens, and then the dark greens are people punching into the bid. So prints below the current level 1 bid there happening. Across the board, but this SOX L position pretty much flat on it. So I'm still kind of holding on, just waiting and seeing, being observant. If the market's going to slowly kind of bleed off, I've already got my shots in. I'm gonna let it bleed and see how it kind of. Yeah, we talk about kind of you got to think like a hunter, right?
Yeah.
So I like to kind of remind myself and use those how you say, like
hunting terms.
Yeah. Is euphemisms, is that the right word?
You feel like
is that the right word? Is that the word I'm looking for?
I don't know if it's the word you're looking for, but it's a good word.
Okay. No, it's a great word, but I wasn't sure if that's the word. Analogies. Yeah, I guess analogies, but like words and sayings that I say to myself to kind of remind the mindset and the mental I got to be in while trading. And as you guys know, I say a lot of things, but again, I'm saying them so that I can reinforce those things back into my habits. I say those out loud. I say them out here. I say them back at my desk. I'm pretty much doing the same thing as I would back there here, roughly a little bit, maybe a little bit more with talking a lot more and a little bit more distractions as well. But happy to do it with you guys and happy to learn along the way alongside a great community. What do you got going on with Tesla? Are you still short Tesla? Okay.
I'm long. Yeah, I'm long Tesla. Yeah.
Okay, long Tesla. Okay.
Yeah, I've been long Tesla. I was initially trying to gun for 168.40, but I'm getting impatient, and Tesla is not the. I was promised a Roadster 0 to 100, and it gave me a little bit more of a Model 3 that needs a charge. No, I'm joking. I was not promised anything. Stocks promise you nothing. What I mean though is we're not really having that that movement I really wanted up into 168.40s. So I'm going to take 168.20s. We are having lower highs here. We're a little bit more stagnant. So that's what I'm going for. Also, Varsha was asking why short Disney at that level, and I want to talk about it because I have a reason. I also have Disney in my ear right now. I mean, not Disney themselves, but the shareholder meeting. So I am aware if there's anything happening. Honestly, right now, though, it's a lot of people kind of talking about, like certain, you know, the whole how these votes go, like certain agendas and certain proxy votes of a political nature. So that's kind of what's happening right now. There's nothing super company related yet. The most relevant was when Nelson Peltz took the mic and then did not want to give the mic back because he still had things to say. So that was really the most relevant thing that's happened. That was a while ago, though. I really, as long as we keep making these lower highs, I'm cool staying in this. Once we start to break above this 24 area, so we've got about 10 pennies to do that, and I'm giving myself about 13 pennies of risk, then that's when I'm going to have to say bye-bye to Disney, and I'm going to have to, I guess I'm going to say that's all, folks, to Disney, although that is a Looney Tunes reference, so it's not really on brand. But I'm going to give this a little while and see what happens. I do think there's a range trade here. I don't think my point of entry was perfect. I should have probably waited a little bit longer, but I do like this look for now. We're going to have to see it when it happens. Eddie R saying, I want to bring down the mouse house. I'm cool with taking it like 20 pennies. I'll put it that way. Also, I had to read out this very funny comment from Hold My Beer. I can't find the exact, oh yeah, here it is. Saying, there was news. There was a merger. Get it? Adara and Obi. So I thought that was pretty funny there with Adobe.
Okay.
I had to shout that out. So there we go.
Yeah, I wonder what that price is, what the merger or the buyout price is on that. That'd be interesting. Maybe that 500. Who knows? We're interacting with that 500 interestingly over the past few days here. I guess. I'm just still looking at these positions. Soxel catching a little bit of a bid, but market's still kind of holding within its this range we've been doing for a little bit here. So I do have Intel here. So let's take a look at some of these tickers that have been doing some volume on the day. Intel being the third top ticker on the day. So definitely interesting. Let's see if we can come back into that VWAP there for a potential push as well. So so Soxel is catching a little bit of a bid. So I'm going to stay a little bit nimble, like I said I would. So I'm just going to get out of that one and then reassess a little bit later on that one. So it is kind of pushing back up. So it was quite distinct. We rebid that quadunk that just happened off of Powell talking. So maybe that 47 might be a little nicer there. Let's see if we can make it to that 47. I will get involved once again, but I did punch out when it did get into the 90s there. So original stop was kind of higher. I'm like, if it's going to do this, I'm not going to let it kind of go all the way there. If it wants the 47, I'll leave it for that 47 to maybe reassess and come back into it. But yeah, Intel may be coming back up into the 41, so that kind of caters to the long idea, right? So I don't want to be short, especially on Soxel, but I like my price on Intel, so we'll stay into that one there. Like I said, covered most of it at that 4080s, 4090s, and some change much earlier in the day here, and as we approach the an hour, 30 minutes roughly from that closing session time, 2 p.m. to 4, the last couple of hours. If we're gonna just chop around and maybe just continue that morning move, then I don't want to really stand in the way of that. But if it's going to flush back in and maybe sell off into VWAP, I'm more than willing to get involved once again. But it might have been too aggressive on the day with this Soxel. You can see that it was distinctly different from that Intel. So I was kind of pushing that similar bias on both Soxel and Intel. And you can see how I was quite aggressive in the morning session as I kept on shorting, get stopped out, short stop out, short stop out. And then I guess now again, didn't really hit my stop, but I'm choosing to stop out just based off of the information that I'm getting here on that. Whether I'm right or wrong, I have no idea. But like I said, I do want to stay a little nimble and just observe and react to some of this price action here. So Intel kind of coming into these highs there. So let's see if VWAP sellers stay involved. ABIO, don't really know what's going on with this one here, but I know it's a biotech. it is a repeat offender. And so this is a name that's been moving around, I guess. Nothing too crazy, a bit sideways. So if you had the morning pop off of what looks like to be an interesting level here that might have shown itself in the pre-market, 290s, 280s. That seems like it was a nice drive off of the open there on ABIO. So Tesla as well. We know that Adara was just involved in Tesla. That 169 almost coming in, 168, 80s is the high right now on Tesla. Let's see if it kind of comes in for a little bit of a pullback, or do we get more of the same and kind of continue this move to the upside there on Tesla? So next name here, VNDA, another biotech, another pharmaceutical company. So I guess this one had some news as well. Let's see what it had. Up on FDA, nod for Fanapt in, okay, so bipolar 1 disorder. Okay, so cool. So they got an FDA nod, FDA approval on something. On one of their drugs, and it caught a nice little bid off of the open there. Look at those pre-market high breaks, maybe a reclaim as well. Again, in retrospect, I'm just speaking as to what has happened on the ticker this morning. VVPR, I know a few traders were on this name yesterday, a little bit of a continuation happening today. Take a look at that nice ride of VWAP in the pre-market there. So a nice stair step, bang, bang, bang. So maybe some swing shorts, a little bit underwater coming into today. It is a small cap. Let's see specifically how many caps it has to be that small. Let's see, so 22 million. So a pretty small cap there with my definition, and catching a little bit of a squeeze in the pre-market. Take a look at that interesting RVOL happening right before that pushes up into that level there. So an expanding volume going into the open as well. Bit of a give there, and then kind of a flush off of the open. Can't really make it past 10, so that's definitely interesting. Not really watching it, not really trading it, but that short, oh boy, was that kind of a beautiful short there off of that 10 Tilray. We talk about some of those names earlier today that I think we looked at Cron, I forget who it was, somebody mentioned Cron in the chat, and we took a look at MSOS as well. So some volume happening on some of these cannabis names as well. Ford, name I don't normally look at, also on this list. So it's about as far as I'm going to go there. Kind of the top few names there. AMD, of course, kind of we're watching that one as well, holding VWAP quite well. And this kind of range, take a look at that range that happened. That's a little distinct. And then on that flush, we hold the high of that range, and we're pushing back up towards potential highs. So I forget who it was in the chat, but they were saying that 182 might have had a seller. So I didn't really see, I wasn't really there to observe that kind of action there. But yeah, let's see if it can get back up to 182s. If said seller that you guys pointed out in the chat maybe reappears there at that price. So don't really got too much. Oh,
Disney,
damn,
yeah. So we had this massive move down in Disney, and this was
beautiful.
Actually
you were short.
Yeah, I was short. I took my 20 pennies, and then it dropped even lower. But
damn.
I'm not here to complain.
Here you go.
This was a sell, a good news situation. The stream is still happening, but right now it's a pretty long, glorified Disney ad. You could just see they had the Zootopia people on there as mascots. So they literally said that concludes the business portion of the meeting. I still have the video up with subtitles, but I'm not listening to it right now because lots of sounds. Right now it's literally just music and an ad. But basically, so what happened was the board decided to keep all of the current numbers. This was actually a positive catalyst for people you think who were invested in Disney, but massive sell-off here on this name. So I was really happy I ended up getting short this. It ended up being a sell the news event. So please, this punch. I should have probably kept a piece for a dream. That was probably where I made a bit of a mistake.
Disney is going right now.
Yeah, I mean, you learn a little bit from your trade, right? In this trade, completely falling to the downside. Okay. There were some great puns in the chat here in this, including buy Bob, a couple people saying instead of hi Bob. And then also, Bears versus Bulls. I was saying the stream froze because it did. I couldn't even hear the announcement because the stream froze as they were saying the results of the vote. And then Bears versus Bulls.
Maybe that order flow.
Which was perfect. Pardon?
Maybe that order flow clogging up those lines there.
Something,
on the sell.
Literally the stream. But yeah, so it's been, it's certainly been a crazy situation here on Disney. I said, you don't want to be Mulan Disney right now. Bad Mulan pun there, but yeah, this is certainly a rough look. I mean, talk about falling off the bottom of this range. We fell with a viciousness, swiftness, whatever word you want to use. This is quite a bad look here. So Yeah, so let's see what happens.
Oh, boy,
Joe
look at
Schmo,
that.
I haven't traded Meta today, so I don't try to look at this. Yeah, I mean, maybe in the past I did something weird with Meta, je ne sais pas, but yeah, I haven't really traded Meta today. I like we're curling back off of Meta. There could be some range opportunities, so we're gonna have to see what to do here. Tesla, though, I'm happy I got it where I did because Tesla never broke above that 140, 68.40. I know I don't have patience, and I'm trying to work on that, but sometimes the looking at the tape, the book, the scalpulating, if you will, and getting out early does kind of pay off here. Yeah, Disney I have an eye on. We're trying to pop back up here in Disney, but who knows? Also, there were some remarks released by Nelson Peltz, so let me get to those, or not Nelson Peltz, but Trian in general, saying, and I'm going to pull these up here. While we are disappointed with the outcome of this proxy contest, Trian greatly appreciates all of the support and dialogue we have had with Disney stakeholders. So there we go. That's Disney's take there. But yeah, so there we go on DIS. Disney getting dissed, I guess, by short sellers right now. That is for darn sure. I am short on the SPY, Roberto. I'm really trying to short these pops here because I've had some luck shorting that. I don't want to use the word luck because I've been trying to be careful and it has not been perfect. I did make some mistakes on this earlier, but I've really just been trying to short these pops in the SPY and just taking it like 10 pennies. We just had a nice little short there. If we break really out of this into we're giving it about 10 pennies each direction. So I'm trying to take advantage of these little opportunities to short the pops. We're more or less like, where did I get involved in this? Yeah, we're basically flat on this right now. So please just punch with that. I want to take this to the bottom here of these candles, 52s. I'm not sure if we're going to get that because we are holding on pretty well here. Really what I should be doing instead, we're curling back up, I should be going long at the bottom of this. So next time as I get out, I'm going to flip to the long because you have to learn. We're talking about here how to trade. And I mean, what are we doing if we're not learning a little bit every day, right? So that's what I'm trying to do here. Chris J saying Disney to 99 gap fill. I want to look at the daily on that because I think that would be a really steep drop for Disney. But right now we just broke below 121s. Pardon?
So I'm looking for the bounce. We're looking at 99s. Okay, all right. I'll be a little more patient.
Yeah, let's see what happens. I mean, there's so many opportunities. Let's see. Also, yeah, shout out to my chart just collapsed there, sorry. But a shout out to Alan Smith as I pulled this up. Please hit the like button. It is important to us all. I mean, yeah, I love that, Alan Smith. Yeah, everybody, please hit the like. We really appreciate it. Always happy to be here and take these markets to you guys every day. Let's see that 99 gap fill. Oh, okay. So I guess like I mean, I think that'd be quite the fill. I think right now, especially with that rounded bottom, Disney's been looking bullish for quite some time. We just dropped another like 50 pennies here on DIS. It's a hard chart to look at. I will say though, right now, not the sky is falling, but the SPY is falling. So shout out to Chicken Little, who I believe was also a Disney movie once. Disney also falling here too. How are you doing?
I am a little bit in awe of that Disney. So I tried to take a quick bounce. I was like, all right, well, if we're going to hold the 21 and kind of hold right away after we slam back into it, I'll try a cheeky little long. Doesn't really happen. Doesn't really work. Gets stopped out right away, and then it just slams into 120 half. So I'm like, all right, well, glad I got out of that one underneath 121. And yeah, I'll stay a little patient. Again, this is kind of similar to that we talk about having kind of stops in, or like when people are talking, some volatility that can happen on a name. We just talked about this yesterday, and take a look at today. Prime example, Disney's having an event, they have speakers, things might be changing around on their board, and people are voting for said changes as well. And yeah, interesting stuff can happen to the ticker when those things are kind of going on at the same time. So you can see that slam 122 and some change right into 121s, and then now we're kind of slowing down a little bit here. So let's see if we can get a little bit more of this action here on Disney. I love it when that intraday float potentially gets offside and sets up. I think intraday catalyst is definitely in my playbook, but I got to be a little bit more patient. Again, this is not necessarily like it's not the same kind of intraday catalyst as like Apple may have releasing like some AI news, right? This is like an investor meeting, kind of a meeting where they have a vote and people are speaking on Disney's behalf, and maybe investors will have some strong opinions, and they're gonna exercise those opinions with their pocket, with their wallets here on Disney the ticker itself. So let's see how much opportunity this ticker has left for us.
Yeah, I think
we shall see. Sorry. This tape keeps on distracting me. I'm just like, I keep looking at it over and over again. I'm like, damn, like that's some good action there. I do want to stay vigilant for anything outlier that may or may not show up here on the Disney tape. 120's coming in. And before I even do that, let's take a quick look left together as Disney does a little bit of a dance here on top of that 121 here. So let's start off with the weekly, 1 week. All right, so let's blow this up a little bit here. So if it does catch a bounce off of that 121, I do want to be involved. So I'm watching that a little close, but again, I have no idea how well that will work. I still need more information, I guess. So we did get a little bit of a quadrunk, but take a look at the weekly. We're well within trend. We are well within the range there. So you can see even with that strong flush that we're getting on the daily here, we still didn't break yesterday's low. We still haven't broken the weekly low as well. We've been bidding up. We gapped up on earnings. We made a nice little base 108s. If you're talking about that 99 gap fill, if that's what you're talking about, maybe we are poised for a little bit of a pullback, and maybe this meeting today is that catalyst, is maybe that sell on the news event. Maybe, but post earnings, we've had some strong action. We made a base, broke out of that base. The range kind of started to trend after that breakout there. Maybe a little bit of another bust stop here happening after this 123, 124 test on Disney. But yeah, let's stay a little patient there. I'm curious to know what we do with some of these levels. So why do I like that 121? Right here, it slams right into this consolidation from yesterday where we caught a strong bid. So maybe there is something or someone potentially at that price as price slams into it and suddenly kind of stops in its tracks in and around that 121. So if we can consolidate a little bit more, maybe I'll get involved. But if we kind of stay weak off of this and maybe we get that market tailwind as well going into the close, let's see what Disney does in and around some of these prices that we have going on here, 121s.
Yeah, I mean, 121, can you do something for me? We'll find out. We'll definitely find out there if it does its thing. 121. Also, I did get long SPY. I said I want to play a range. Why the heck am I not playing the range? So I'm playing this range. I know it's a little bit different with ETFs, but I have been watching the price action we have at these levels. We fell a little bit into 50s. I was getting a little bit on the edge of my seat, and then we bounced right back up. I'm taking this to like mid 60s, so we're giving this about 10 pennies each way. I have enough size that I can scalp this a little bit comfortably. It's not like, a horribly large position, but it's nice. It's like, Goldilocks, like, oh, this bed's too hard, this bed's too soft, this one's just right. I would say I feel that about the position size right now in a bit of a roundabout analogy as I am wont to do. But let's see what we do here on the SPY. Also, yeah, so Joe Schmo saying that he meant that because I went long the Meta Connect event and it went horribly against me, but then I went short the Disney event and it ended up working out. So nice. Shout out to you, Joe Schmo. Yeah, very happy we did not have a Meta Connect type situation here today on DIS, because that would have been a little rough indeed. But I had the same thing happen as well. Let's look at PayPal. I know there was that PayPal event was there was massive buy in PayPal up to the event. Then I went short PayPal right before the event, not because of the catalyst, but because I saw levels I liked. Then I get out because my stop was probably too conservative. It was like 20 pennies on PayPal. And then we break up a little bit higher. Then we flush like $4. So you know what I mean? That was another example of just not timing things right and events not going how you want them to. So happy I got a little bit of avenge trading here, not revenge, avenge trading on Disney. PayPal actually, though, not a bad look. I know I mostly pulled this up kind of arbitrarily with regards to that mention there of events, but this is nice. We bounced off VWAP a couple times. It's kind of rangy earlier. Now we're making these higher highs. We are bouncing nicely off that 9 EMA, about 0.73% of the day. Is there any news on PayPal? Because I know Needham was going around giving analyst updates on some of these finance-related stocks. Nothing on PayPal, though I know they were chatting about Affirm and SoFi. They said SoFi is their favorite of the digital payment stocks because they said SoFi, like longer term, has the best opportunities, and they have a they have a banking license, which they said set it apart. So that was some interesting analyst notes you can get there on SoFi. So they said they initiated coverage on Affirm with a hold rating. So this was not a super bullish rating on Affirm here. They did not affirm the bulls, I guess, with this hold rating. But yeah, Affirm, bit of a double top here, slightly lower lows. A lot of these charts today are pretty range bound, actually, when you look at it. It's pretty within the range, unless you're looking at Disney, in which case the mouse house kind of came crumbling down there a little bit. But yeah, a lot of really rangy charts we have in the day. 20 minutes left here on this day.
Yeah, range bound indeed. Again, after that action in the morning, that very strong bid up, we've only been kind of consolidating, kind of chopped sideways since then. And the stronger sell that was around 11:45ish, so going into noon. So yeah, we've been kind of sideways as well. Intel, nice little slow and steady churn to the downside. Again, Intel distinctly different, maybe a fundamental catalyst happening on Intel, acting very, very differently than the rest of the chip sector there. So that's definitely an interesting look. I definitely have to have a lot more there on a ticker that is working for me, but it is what it is. On to the next trade, which is potentially going to be Disney here. What can Disney do with this 121? That's what I'm asking right now. No real size showing up there, but 121 reserving on the ask as of right now. Just a tiny little reserve. Let's see how much there is actually there. If we're gonna kind of push back through, that level obviously has to kind of break there. I don't necessarily want to take a risk all the way down to 40s here. About a 60 penny risk. On Disney to the lows there, and giving it anywhere in between is really not doing the move any sort of justice. So the question I'm asking myself is like, am I willing to give it 60 pennies of risk in this position here, and obviously size accordingly, or do I kind of wait? I was watching this little dip down to 60s. That was absolutely nice, but if it can give me an opportunity to risk a little bit tighter, a little bit higher, I do want to stay. I still do want to get involved and stay involved here on Disney, but looking like a little bit of a pullback here happening. Let's see if Intel can make some fresh lows. I did kind of re-up there on underneath that 41. Got some more inventory for the push to the downside. Let's see if that'll come into fruition. 4060s is the low of day on Intel. We saw some interesting action in the morning. Some interesting size happening for 4108s, 4088s as well. Buddy was there a few times, kind of holding a reserve, holding some size there, and holding the bid pretty much when as it pops back into VWAP and kind of washes players out, and coming right back into 4060s with about an hour and I guess 2 hours and 20 minutes left. Roughly till the closing bell here. So let's see what that end of day session has in store here for Intel. Is it going to continue doing more of the same, or do we get a little bit of a distinct difference going into the close? I have no idea, but something that has been quite strong and I guess distinctly different in its own way relative to the other chip names, Adara, has been SMCI. Now, SMCI, I wish I had the risk to trade this one here. Definitely a name that's worth watching today. Look at this, 1,000. 1,000 seems to be an interesting place to interact with over and over again over the past few weeks. There, sure, it does a little bit of a wash, maybe 10, 15 points around that 1,000. But again, it's a $1,000 ticker. Like you can look for that 1% kind of pop up and down there with that 10-point kind of churn or chop is the right word I'm looking for. But look at that aggressive action, continuing the bid back to the upside. So SMCI a little distinctly different in the opposite way relative to Intel there, and I guess a little different than some of the other semiconductors as well, where a lot of them look a lot like the market, where they've had their strong move in the morning session and then just chopping sideways for the rest of the day here for the rest of the day until now. 140 as of right now. We've just been chopping sideways on a lot of these chip names, but SMCI making fresh highs as we speak to the upside. So that's definitely an interesting look there. But yeah, I wouldn't feel too comfortable trading it if I didn't have, I want to be able to risk at least 10 to 15 points on that name, given what it does. I think the spread itself sometimes can be that much when things get a little spicy. So I will keep it on watch. I do have it in consideration there, but the rest of the chips maybe just doing more of the same, just chopping sideways. Sure, we're printing a little bit of red, but that red is well within inside inside of this strong chop that we got with Powell stepping off of the mic. So 121 catching a little bit of a sell here on the Disney. Let's see where we go from here. Maybe do we make some fresh lows, or maybe it's coming down to give me a better price so that I can risk to the lows here down in the 40s. So let's see what Disney will have in store for us going into the close.
Yeah, we'll have to see what we're going to do there on that DIS, because that's certainly been an interesting one. Also, what's your favorite kind of chip? We were talking about Pringles weirdly earlier today with these chip names. Do you have a favorite type of chip, Obi?
I think the first one that kind of pops right up is all dressed Ruffles. I like those. Those are nice. I like ketchup chips as well, like the Lay's ketchup chips, classic snack from the childhood. But again, it's been a while since I've had those, and those can be trouble because you eat too many of those, you get a little acidic there with that. But do Hot Cheetos count? As chips?
Sure, we're gonna count.
Okay, if Hot Cheetos count, bar none, Hot Cheetos is my favorite kind of chip. Yeah,
I like that.
I like Hot Cheetos.
Yes.
Sean is agreeing with me. Yeah. Hot Cheetos, yeah. There's been times. Yeah, they get all on your fingers, which is like, I guess that's part of it, but like, yeah. You can't be doing too much gaming while eating those. Not that we do too much of it, but yeah, or trade. I mean, similar things ranked. But SMCI is pushing quite aggressively to the upside there, and Disney coming back down. So let's see what the futures have in store. 18.4. But yeah, chips. Favorite chip, I would say Hot Cheetos.
I like that. Thank you for humoring my.
How about yours?
My question. Okay, I like if we're going Cheetos, I like the white Cheetos.
Okay.
I like the crunchy white Cheetos.
Yep.
If we're going any chip, I can't. That Lay's ketchup is solid.
Yeah, I like the Lay's ketchup.
I think I'm gonna have to go Lay's ketchup.
Okay, nice. Yeah.
But
I definitely agree with the Lay's ketchup. It's a classic. I think it's a Canadian classic. I talked to a lot of Americans and they're like, "Oh, ketchup chips? What are those?" And I'm like, "Yeah, it might just be a Canadian thing, but no, if you guys ever get the chance to try them, strongly recommended." Yeah, exactly. So I was like, I was gonna mention to Sean. I was like, yeah, they have those like finger things to kind of pick stuff up. Do you want to show that?
Oh yeah, I'll show it again.
Yeah. But yeah, they have those finger things the tweezers. So you can't your fingers are kind of free. Finger chopsticks. Okay, yeah, to pick those up. So maybe some skill required to be able to use those, but I don't think the learning curve is that steep there. But some tools that might help you while you're gaming or trading and munching on those snacks at the same time.
Yeah, Ramin says she's used those before, so nice look there. Apparently they do work, which is good to know. But yeah, also there we go. We're closing that tab. Also, I do want to talk for a second here. Speaking of chopping, the SPY is still giving me that 20 penny range I'm trying to play. Failed to play it long earlier, but now the short has gone well. We have 2 beak wetters. I have 4 to 5 planned beak wetters, which for me is kind of ambitious. So I'm pretty happy. I'm trying to, trying to trade new types of ways, but also still trying to trade in the way that is comfortable for me. I like scalping. This is a scalp. Pleased as dang punch in this one. Also, I think we're going to add to this position here as we come back into the top of this range. So there we go. We have a couple more shares here. We're getting rolling here. I'm pleased as punch. Let's keep getting. I'll take everything out honestly as we get back into 50s because this range is getting a little bit tighter, and I want some of the smoke, but not too much smoke. We want a reasonable amount. So I'm happy with this trade. Disney also getting a little bit rangy here at the bottom. Looks a little bit bear flaggish, and I say that because we did have that massive sell-off, of course, when the market said bye, Bob, on news that Nelson, Peltz, and Trian were not going to be elected to the board. But we have this big move down. Now we're kind of chopping and trading here on DIS. So a bit of a bear flag, but wow, the market's reaction to this Disney was a lot fiercer than I think I kind of expected, if I'm being really honest, but very happy I was in the short, so I got to be there when the market fell. SPY picking back up, so I might have to deal with that in a moment. Tesla, I got long here, and now we're falling a little bit. I'm giving this to kind of the bottom of this earlier area. I want to see what we do at 40s. If we do okay at 40s and we bounce, I might add. If we cannot do anything here, I'm going to switch back to the 5 minutes so I have a clearer sense of levels because that's what I'm trading off of for Tesla. But yes, if we break below that 167.20 area, I'm out. So we're giving this roughly 40 pennies, trying to get about 40 pennies of reward. So risk reward, not bad here. SPY, do your thing 21 within reason, but right now we're about 6-7 pennies away from my point of entry. So nothing too bad here. Tesla also near my point of entry. Initially, I wanted to get out here at 168. I think that might have been a little too ambitious. So we're going to switch here. We're going to give this about 80, mid 80s to see how we do here. Pretty happy with this one. Also, any other stocks people want to look at? We did just get a super chat here from Papa Powell. Thailand, Britain, Switzerland, and Colombia all working to make cannabis legal this year. So many catalysts for cannabis. It's actually crazy. Yeah, I know we looked at Kron earlier for a super chat. Let's look at ACB, which was really strong earlier as well, because ACB is definitely another cannabis name of note. ACB, this is I can't believe we're up almost 40% in ACB. Last time I looked at this up on the big desk, we're at 13%. This VWAP bounce, we got a couple times, really nice look. This also interesting area here, this 575 resistance, then becoming support. We bounce up here, we get a massive topping tail candle at 720, and then we fall here. Let's see what we do here at this 9 EMA, but this is a nice look. And I mean, I think if you look at the daily, let's look at MSOS actually for a better look if we're gonna look at the daily and see how these catalysts, especially Germany legalization, talks of putting this Florida Supreme Court allowing a referendum on cannabis into that ballot. So I think that'll be interesting too. Let's look at the daily here on MSOX. Yeah, this is a pretty nice daily look here. Higher, or we're trying to make higher highs here, higher lows. And as Papa Powell in the chat, not the one who was speaking today in Stanford Business, but the one in the chat with the 499 super chat, thank you very much, much appreciated, is certainly correct about the amount of catalysts we have. And I think this MSOS, this cannabis ETF, really showing the bullishness in this name right now. So I think a very good look indeed. Right now, yeah, I don't have, my two trades were about break even, so a little bit down on this day, but I'm really proud of what I did with Disney, and I'm just trying to learn a little bit from every trade.
Yeah, so I got a little bit long on the Disney. I know I'm fighting a bit of the trend there, but again, I like that hold in and around that 260s. Let's see if that'll come into fruition. Bit of a trend to the downside here, but again, off of a strong reaction, right? So let's see if we can get a little bit of a reversion there. That's what I'm potentially looking for. There goes a little bit of a pop on the markets. Hello. All right. So yeah, look at SMCI. Oh boy, it is accelerating to the upside right now. 1033s, 1035s is the high. So we did break out of yesterday's kind of flush that happened in the pre-market, some of those prices. What is the weekly high here, you may ask? 1069.09. So can we do another 36 points into the close? Maybe, I don't know. It's a $1,000 ticker. It's already done quite a bit to the upside off of some of these lows. So what is 30 points to the upside if it is accelerating there and it has some tailwind from the market, and Nvidia is pushing that 900, and SMH and SOXL and everybody is kind of pushing up towards their highs. But guess what? Intel's still holding near these lows, so maybe it has that selling pressure. Maybe that's that confirmation there of Intel being distinctly different than the chips today and acting in its own way there. So I got a little long on Disney. Let's see if that one kind of works out there. If not, more than willing to get out of that one. Let's see if that one comes into fruition. Again, Disney shareholder, was it a shareholder meeting?
Yeah, shareholder meeting.
Yeah, so they actually had their annual shareholder meeting, and then you get a nice strong reaction off of it, maybe potential continuation. Maybe I'm taking a cheeky long here, but I see a potential place to risk off of, and I want to try that idea, so I have put a little bit of risk on for that one, that idea. Let's see if it comes into fruition, but Intel selling off quite nicely, even though the rest of these chips are catching quite a nice bid there. I like that. What's our friend Amazon up to? Hello, Amazon.
She's definitely your friend. I know you and Amazon are. You and Amazon.
Yeah,
are your friends.
we got. I mean, we got a history. Let's say that.
Oh, yeah, we'll say that.
All right, so we're coming back into that 183, going into almost power hour. So we got 2 hours and 7 minutes for that power for that bell to ring, the closing bell, and take a look at that. This is the weekly high on the Amazon. So let's take a quick look at the weekly. Take that VWAP off the chart and see what Amazon's been up to. Oh boy, does this remind me of what Meta did just a couple months ago there. That full-on V-shaped recovery back into those highs that we had in 21. And take a look at Meta. Oh boy, look at that. Boom, bang. Look at that acceleration that happens off the top. Does that chart look similar? I think so. A little similar action going on here on that push up. So let's take a quick look at some of these other names and see if they've kind of done that. Apple not really doing that. I know Nvidia had a piece of that as well. Nvidia kind of already did that much earlier on in the year. I'm trying to think. What are some other names that may be lagging behind? We did talk about Meta there. Maybe was AVGO one of them? AVGO not really. Okay, so that's fine. I'll think of what it might have been a little bit later there. But with Disney coming back into some of these lows, I am kind of watching to see if it holds up at this level or not. Again, aggressive move to the downside, just looking for a quick little reversion if it'll have me. The mouse. I was told to never short the mouse.
Someone said, who said that?
I heard this in the past when I forget who specifically.
I feel like you've told me this before.
Yeah, I've definitely mentioned it. Somebody was like, "Oh, you never short the mouse," talking about never shorting Disney, and I was like, "Okay, well, I don't want to have a bias. I don't want to be long or short bias. I definitely just want to be opportunity biased. If the opportunity is there, long or short doesn't matter. I definitely want to flow and be like water on said opportunities there, not really holding on to too much of a strong bias. But I do tend to like the shorts a little bit better than the longs just because of the nature of sells on average relative to how we kind of normally bid up. But I like that. Let's kind of see if we break some fresh lows here at the 60s on Intel, pushing into potentially fresh lows on the day here. Let's see that pop on the NQs and the ES getting a little bit of a top wick. How much time is left on this 15-minute candle to print? About 4 minutes here, Dara. So that also kind of is clocking into our time here with only about 4 minutes left. Yeah, let us know quickly in the chat what you guys might want us to look over, what you guys might have traded on the day in the midday session. We had a talk yesterday about trading in the midday session. Did you guys catch any of those moves? We saw some volatility happening in the midday session right here. Disney, prime example of stuff we talked about yesterday in the midday session there. So let us know what opportunities you may or may not have had, red or green. More than welcome to kind of talk about them and share.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, I think honestly that Disney, I think, was a good example of a midday opportunity. That was my best trade of the day. Pretty happy with that. Obviously, could have saved a piece with the dream and didn't. But there's so many mentions of Micron here. It's not been a micro amount of mentions of Micron. So I do want to talk about Micron. Shout out to everybody here. This is a really good example of that bull flag kind of move up consolidation. Another spike up here. We come and rest slightly higher low. Another slightly higher low. Another push. Really, this is, I mean, honestly, the hard thing with the stock like this is there's not too much to analyze in the chart. Higher high, higher high, higher low, higher low. Really beautiful look here to the upside. So let's see how we're doing here on Micron. Yeah, I'm not seeing any news on this either. We've had a lot of positive catalysts or analyst moves on this one since the earnings, so certainly a nice look for sure on MU. Let's look at, it'd be nice if we made a new higher high though, because we haven't made another higher high from that high of day. We're about 15 pennies off a high of day. Let's see what Micron does. Let's look at the daily chart here on MU. Yeah, blue sky setup. I don't know what to say. I have no words.
Yeah.
Those are all-time highs.
Yeah, those are all-time highs, and I mean, even the lead up to all-time highs was gorgeous. We had a nice little range, something that Sharif might call an Adara Panera trade. August 2023 to about October 2023, we hit the October lows, and does Micron ever have a November to remember? And the fun really never stopped. We had a bit of a lower low here coming into February, and then we continued to fly to the high side. This is a really Really, really gorgeous look here. Also, Tesla breaking down just a skosh. We're within my area of interest, so I'm not going to leave. But yeah, that trade was not super well conceived. And I think it does say something that Disney, even though of course we did have that move happen a little bit faster because of the catalyst, that was, like I said, that was the name I did the best with, and that also was the name that was the rangiest. So I think that means something. I think I really need to kind of heed that, take note of that, and be like, you have to trade a way that works for you. So pretty happy with that Disney. Tesla, if you want to get moving in either direction so I know what to do, definitely let me know. Only 2 minutes left, Obi. What else are you looking at heading into the rest of the day?
Just these chips. These chips are definitely very enticing here. So I'll be looking for those hot Cheetos, those ketchup Lays, maybe some of those all dress if they can give me some confluence here. Again, there it goes. Intel, some fresh lows. Well, is it fresh lows? Okay, we're testing that 60, so we're almost there into those fresh lows. We talk about that 57 being kind of that low on the weekly, on the monthly as well. Here, Disney holding up into the that 120, 120.70s, 120.60s, a little bit of some action there. So let's see whether or not that will work out. But other than that, I don't have too much on watch. I might look to get a little bit more aggressive on these on the Intel short, maybe, if it'll have me. But again, chips very, very strong. I see that SMCI is still ripping to the upside, still holding those 1033s. But other than that, I don't have too much going on.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great show. Congrats on that Intel trade. Thank you guys so much for being here with us as we brought you Powell and Disney. But without further ado, we'll see you tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. Thanks again to Obi for killing it this week. But for now,
having me.
we have Brendan at the big desk.
Yeah.
Hey guys, 2 o'clock on a busy afternoon here, busy midday, specifically with not one but two big events. Fed Chair Powell comes and goes. Sounds pretty hawkish once again. Despite that, we're seeing decent sized reversal this afternoon in the dollar and also in yields across the board. We've been talking the past couple of days about how not only short-term yields, but the longer ones, 10, 30 year, have been ripping higher once again. We were even higher than yesterday to begin today. We've come off significantly. This is the dollar right now, back downside on a daily chart, coming off, Fed Chair Powell coming off some inflation-related data out early on this morning that did help this reversal as well. But yeah, pretty hawkish Fed Chair Powell once again. We'll touch on a few points here. That was Disney. If you missed it, 1.7% downside. Just absolutely grinding right now along the lows, looking like it might want to break even currently. Overall, the S&P 500 is still positive on the day. We did bounce back after Powell's speech this morning. Again, he basically said they need more evidence to be certain about the direction that inflation is heading before they give any indication on to when rate cuts might be coming. And that had, the likelihood of a cut in June coming down even further. We saw yesterday with Frank, it was around 56%. We're even lower than that now going out to June. So the possibility of 3 rate cuts still on the table, very much on the table for the remainder of the year. But we're still seeing all kinds of very hawkish talk from Fed members all day long. There's been a few of them. Here's Tesla, meanwhile. Nice reversal back to the upside, 0.6% right now. If you look at the daily chart, pretty small range here overall for Tesla today. A couple of positive notes on that we'll get to in a couple seconds. But yeah, that's when Fed Chair Powell came out. The market really, really strongly reverses to the upside and is now just consolidating basically at day highs. Let's get into a bit of a review here as we get going this afternoon into what we were discussing. If you were with us in the pre-market, we'll talk about Disney winning this proxy battle. All 12 current board members, if you missed it, all 12 current board members re-elected once again for Disney. So no harm done. I mean, we did see it there downside. 7.6% for Intel, meanwhile, taking out the lows here, really teetering on that low on the daily chart right now as well. Coming off this revision and some financials coming out regarding their foundry side of things and the profitability of said foundry going forward, guys, for Intel this morning. It's worth noting, I mean, volume already high here on the daily chart for Intel as well, with still a couple hours to go in the afternoon.
All
Yeah,
right.
well, it's not necessarily the profitability of the foundry business, it's the lack of profitability on the foundry business. So We talked about it this morning. Disappointment there because revenue was actually down. If you looked at the previous number, and then they're not talking about being profitable. I mean, Pat Gelsinger threw out 2027 potentially. So while 24 might be the trough, that's still, I mean, the market likes to be forward looking, but you're not going to get rewarded for that half of the business ain't profitable for another 3 years. Like, that's a problem. The issue was it never gave the perfect prices to short, which I wanted 42s and 42 change, but we've talked about this. If you think a stock is going up or down, you've got to find the trades the market is giving you and not hope that you're going to get the price that you want. Because if it doesn't happen, like I never got to trade 42 short, you can either just not trade it or you can trade the one chip name that's been trending down the entire day. And excuse me if there's another one, but I'm pretty sure there isn't. So Intel broke the pre-market lows and then short off of that ever since. 41.40 is that bottom. I have a VWAP re-entry here because that's the highest it got in the afternoon. And it's right back at the low that day, down 7.5%. Where's it going next? Well, maybe nobody asked. Look, you're basically going to have the 200 period moving average play this week. So we're going to get there. I mean, we'll probably get there this week. It's just underneath $40. I feel like if that gets broken, there's this trend line that's been trading all year long on Intel, and that's at 36. So I feel like why wouldn't it just be going there? So, we'll probably test that tomorrow, the 200 period moving average on Intel, maybe sometime this week. And then from there, 36 looks like a pretty sure bet if this trend continues down. So it's the one chip name that's been a short the whole way, down 7.5% on a negative catalyst. Not much surprise there. There was no way I thought the market was going to take that positively.
So, wow, if you were with us earlier on today, thank you for supporting and thank you for coming back. And if you haven't been, make sure you join us every single day. This Nvidia trade right here, I mean, we put something out called the sticky note every single day here at Trader TV, Sean. And I mean, we had Nvidia written down there. We even talked about it, that we wanted to wait for 905 to break before we did anything about this. Our average price is 902.30 when this was all happening. And then we just took $10 on that. So we got to sort of celebrate when we get wins like that. This is going to be, bar none, the number one stock, and we still have a little bit of it, waiting for a bigger push down. But we took VWAP on the way down there. I was actually waiting at 888, thinking that we could have got something from the earlier spot here today. That didn't come in. We were able to get out right there. And then I didn't, kind of silly, I could have got out again at VWAP, which maybe I should have. Wasn't sure if we were going to bounce around it. Then this happened. It came right back into $10 again on this trade. But we said this yesterday, and it was kind of just fun to say. But it was about sticking with what you want to do. And we had written down Nvidia for a short. So yeah, so that's a wrap on that one. I thought we were going to go do Tesla immediately, but I'm glad we did that. Go find me. I tweeted this out. I talked a little bit about that. So really happy with that one. Really, really proud about that trade. And we're still in a bit. So we still have a $3 winner on Nvidia. Looking for it to really come back into VWAP, to be honest with you. The market's just hovering around, and we'll do some more market talk maybe when it gets back to me. But the market's still not doing anything. So we'll see. It's going to go one way or the other, right? Let's see if it breaks back down to VWAP. I mean, but the market's up today. Yeah. Anyways, a little bit of a confusing market day for sure. But I'm glad that we were able to have some winners on board. And we're going to have another one, another talk soon about Tesla.
All right, let's talk Tesla here. Still downside, as we saw there, coming off a bit of a reversal over lunchtime, really. It was early on this morning, in fact, back to 168. We had a number of different aspects this morning. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 negative notes from analysts across the board. If you missed it, shortly after the open this morning, Tesla came out and said in China they were going to start offering 0% interest rate car loans for anyone who picked up Tesla. This coming off, if you saw that chart, a huge monster move down yesterday after delivery numbers for not only the quarter but the month missed expectations. But hey guys, if you're in China, you can get a 0% loan.
Yeah, look at you. Now look,
Pretty good catalyst, I think.
it's you know what? It's not a bad catalyst. It feels more relief rally-ish than that, but we were having this conversation with regards to Disney, actually, Sean and I, that you can have a piece of news and then you can look at the stock action, then it's easy to sort of say, well, this is the reason why this happened. And it can always sound logical if you just tailor the explanation to the way the stock ended up going. Like I'm short Disney right now, but I can't tell you, like ahead of time, whichever way the vote went, I actually didn't really know which way the stock was going to go. I was just going to follow the path. For Tesla, I've traded it, well, 3 times, technically twice, because once I was in and out pretty much instantly. But much like yesterday, it just went into the same level. Like it came right, it closed at 160, it was like this 166 half area. We had some wicks above that. So at the open, it was a short into that. I said in the morning show, if it bounces off the bottom, I'm trailing it at the bottom and getting out. So I trailed out of it. I reloaded the same price. It then broke out to the upside. And that's when the trend flipped, and that's when I stopped trading it. So I didn't one and done Tesla, but I didn't trade after 10:30 outside of, I had this short like in and out flat. But Tesla's going to end up right now, it's up 1%. It is a decent shot to be positive. I'm still not completely convinced that it might be up 1%, there might be a good catalyst. I'm just still not completely convinced that this is the turnaround on Tesla. There have been plenty of up days in this downward trend on this stock for the greater part of the year. And unless this is closing above the 50-period moving average, I still feel overall bearish on it, even if I got away from it and sort of took the morning winnings. I still believe it's under pressure, and it's going to have to do some serious convincing that this downward trend is broken.
All right. Yeah. Same thing. I mean, I want to be short. This is, again, it is the number one idea on the sticky note to be short right around here, 168. So remember at 10 o'clock, we had that number and we were look at this. We were at the low of the day here. This is a 166 short. We were at 163 right before that number came out. And I think going lower, the market completely changed its mind on the day, and so did Tesla. So we got it in again, then we held a little piece there, got some more, got them out, eventually got taken out on a 168 break, got back in, and just got another piece out right now as we hold. I only have 20% left. So you can see 8 outs right here, all about the same. Best out right here at 167.80. These are 168.80s, so that each one of these are $1. The minute we didn't break lower right there, I said, let's use the 50 period as an out. So it breaks higher, we use that as an out. Let's now wait to see if we can get another piece out down here. All right, 167 and change, this is the area for me. Hopefully we can get that, and that's what I'm looking at for Tesla. But I agree, we've been staying short on this for a while, and I do understand right here, where is it? Someone made a note. I just want to make sure I got
Rob
the name
EV.
right. Yeah, Rob EV. No,
him, yeah.
Oh, you did. Okay, I was just going to say I didn't even see what you said.
It's a good point.
It's a good point, but the thing is like you want to get cars. This is in China, so
yeah.
Right now I don't think they're worried too much about their margins. They're just worried about number of cars sold and then getting on the road, and then potentially making money from full self-drive.
Well, I basically said the idea would be an increased market share, but to me it goes to the greater point of, well, it's easy to sort of be able to, like after the stock goes up, you can always paint it as a positive story, but you can usually take a lot of stories that you'll hear pundits talk about and analysts. Typically speaking, you can weave something as to this is why the stock is up or down. You hear it all the time. The market goes up, and then all of a sudden there's all these reasons at the end of the day why the market went up or down.
Right.
That you didn't hear anybody talking about during the day. And I'm not going to single out any.
That's obvious.
But I'm not going to single out any, as I just pointed, any stations. That's just what analysts are there to do. And when you're trading, you're there to trade. So I don't see a trend broken on Tesla on the daily chart, regardless of what we think of this story. We're going to go to this next. We're going to go to this next one. I will confess to having not traded DJT today, but wow, if you were looking for a technical short setup, this was going to be a good one. But let's get to the lawsuit here with DJT.
Yeah, let's talk DJT here, back downside right now. I zoomed out a little bit on a 15-minute chart just to give perspective here. Really not that significant of a move on the day. Yes, it's down, but could have been a lot worse the way this thing trades. But if you missed it this morning, co-founders suing the company, essentially saying that they should have a bigger stake in what happens or what is resolved from DWAC initially. So DJT, downside again. I was just keeping an eye on this as well still. Just don't forget about Intel still sitting right at day lows here, guys, also.
Go ahead with Boeing for a second.
Yeah, I was going to say, there was just a story there, Brendan, if you could find it. Boeing just had a pretty huge move down there from 188. I'm going to go short against this 188 right now. Apparently some production issues there on one. don't know if it was a 737 Max. I'm not sure exactly, but it doesn't seem like it's really having an end of the day kind of move here. But anyways, I just want to bring that to your attention. So if you guys were looking, it is a brand new position. So we'll see what happens here with Boeing as Brendan's got it now.
Yeah, just a quick production update. It looks like production hitting single digits since late March. So that's not good.
No, that doesn't.
I mean, I was just going to say that's not good, but I don't know if that's good or not. Like, I mean, it might be a bad number, but were they projecting that?
Yeah, I don't know.
We do know that there was shutdowns in their plant due to obvious concerns about production quality and sort of, just tightening up those bolts.
In the last little bit as a Boeing shareholder has been to just every time I hear news, I'm just like, no, that's not good. It's bad. Just very quickly, Disney just hit 120. I'm out at the 120 level. I was short this because it went down after honestly, it went down after the vote and it consolidated. So I'm like, I'll just go in that direction because quite frankly, I'm not sure how I want to read that, whether Peltz won or not. I can weave a narrative as to why it would have been good if he had won the proxy vote, but I'm not going to try to. It was down, so consolidation down. I shorted it. Let's go back to Brendan.
Typical monthly rate, guys, for Boeing is 38 planes. So that's ugly.
So I'm short in this name,
Well,
so I can sort of tell you what I'm thinking. Like, it doesn't seem that ugly to me. Like, it didn't even really, it just was like Brendan said, it was a bad number, so everybody reacts to that number, but then ultimately the stock is telling you a different story now. I mean, we have the story, so it's out there. So when I look at something like this, there's gonna be no more averaging, and I have my out. We break above the 50 period, kind of like where we were before this news happened. So the market's coming back down, so maybe we'll get some flow through with the market here. But Boeing right now could be a bad trade. I don't know. We're at 187.15. I took that short when it broke 187, and then I just averaged it up into that bottom right there, and we just haven't broken below. So it looks like this story, although we were going down our list, doesn't seem to be as crazy as maybe we thought. But that was a nice wick down.
I still think it's bad.
Well, wait, yeah, what do you think?
No, I still think it's bad. And the 188, which is VWAP, is also yesterday's close. So, again, like VWAP in here where it broke down the 88 level, so I'm shorting it to here. It looks like that was like quarters? So I'm going to give it to the quarters. If it can go retrace the entire move and end up higher off of that news, fair enough. But then the confluence is the fact that it's also a red to green play. If it holds above that 188 level. So I'm going to give it to the quarters, get a stop order in. I was supposed to say something about DJT. I didn't trade it, but what I was going to say is if you were looking for a technical short, like that's pretty much, like at the open, you had almost a triple top yesterday off of 53. At the open, it basically wicks up to that level and then flushes. It then bounces, and then right about at 11 o'clock, so we're coming off air, it pops into the previous close and fails the previous close. So yesterday's high and yesterday's close, you could have just shorted both of those pops if you were bearish on DJT. And that's the sort of thing I think you look for. If you're bearish on a stock, wait for those things to set up at those levels, right? Like why did Tesla work in an uptrend? Because you shorted it at the key levels. So same thing with, I didn't trade DJT, but if you did, that's all you had to wait for. I feel like I need another way to refer to that stock that's not DJT, because I don't want to be saying that every time.
Why? It's like we said, these symbols like AM.
Shouldn't there be a cooler way to say it?
DJT. I mean, just in case they call it DWAC.
Oh yeah, I can call it DWAC.
Anyways, we averaged in to the very last time there at those highs for Boeing. So we are flat. We just took out, our average price is right here, 52s. So let's see what happens. We took out a piece. I took out 20% right there when it flew back. When it came back into those levels. I do have another bid here at I'm just telling you where I'm bidding, 187.27 or so into those areas, into the 20s. And then we'll see about breaking the low again. So, again, just say it's worth a shot, in my opinion. The market's not doing a whole heck of a lot right now. I think this is pretty good. We are getting a nice move down. We did talk about Nvidia. Next note's going to be SoFi. But look at this move down on Nvidia right now. It's finally coming back in a little bit. We just had to withstand a 901. I was waiting at 902. But here we go. A nice little move back into the 200. We had discussed taking another leg out right now, but let's hold on. We did say that there was a chance, especially if we couldn't hit this. The market was going to go one way or the other. And we got pretty close to going one way, and then it stopped. So then let's try the other. So let's see if we can get back into here. I don't know about VWAP, but I mean, anywhere around here, and we're 3 names short. I like. So we'll see if we can pull back in. Let's make trading great again, as we had DJT up there. You know.
Oh, that's perfectly good plan.
That was a pretty good one. I think.
Trading's always great, though. That's the only thing.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, I said that little rant earlier. All right, Nvidia now $5 in the money, but we're holding on. Tesla now, guys. We already put that one in there. Now it's another $1, as we just talked about Tesla. So nice move back in for Tesla. We'll wait for that one. Let's go talk about SoFi, Brendo.
SoFi pretty great today as well. Just taking out 750 once again. Actually, right now back to day highs. Essentially, if you missed it this morning, very positive note from Needham analysts initiating coverage. With a buy rating, $10 price target. It's done nothing but go up. We were wondering in the pre-market if you were with us. I mean, this thing's very, very liquid, lots of volume, lots of liquidity. So it's about 25 cents, I think, 25, 26 cents as far as the entire range, but very directional anyways today.
Look, man, here's the thing. We had that thing about would you put money into Robinhood or SoFi a few months ago. I don't remember the exact time of it, but you guys all know that in that time frame, SoFi went nowhere, if anything, probably slightly down, and Robinhood doubled. So we need them to do a few more of these upgrades, and based on the percentage move, we need them to do about, 4%. We needed like 20 of these. So you give us 20 more of these upgrades, and then we're going to get where we need to go. That said, it doesn't look like much on the daily chart, but there actually was a trade here today. I just feel like there was always going to be a few more exciting names to go to, but there was a trade today, and it was essentially, there's your support at $7.25. Yesterday it was $7. Today it was $7.25. It dipped into $7.25, broke it by, actually that's a dark pool wick, so that's actually a fraction of, it's like a half a cent underneath the 25 level, or maybe not even, and then it just rallied to 50. So yesterday it went, you can't make it up. It was a $7 to $7.20. Today it was a $7.25 to $7.50 move. Technically that's a pretty simple trade to make, so congratulations if you got it. But yeah.
Oh yeah.
Boeing is right back into 187. So I look, the 188, it doesn't make any sense to me why the stock would be green after that on that news. Like, look at the daily chart on Boeing. Does that look bullish to you? If this fails to hold 187, there is a significant gap fill on the daily chart for Boeing. I hope it doesn't fill that gap, but that's not good news. It really isn't.
All right, this is, we just got a great fill on Boeing. We just got 187.20, which is right here, but it did bounce off of 187. So I just want to note that. I know we're on SoFi, but I know Neil just mentioned it as well, but it just bounced pretty good right there off 187. I was watching. I was like, if it breaks, because I'm at 80s. I'm at 186.80. And then basically right where I took this fill, I'm going to try to get this piece out there. And then after that, we're at the bottom of the, I just have a bit at 50, lower. Let's see. All right, yeah, we talked about, I'm going to take the other trade. I'm going to go look at Robinhood quickly because Neil just nailed some of those levels. So we talked about yesterday Robinhood. We were short this name at 19.10 was our average price. It wound up being a winning trade. But today, still that same kind of a top of 19.5. This is actually where we were going to get out yesterday in and around this level. Come on, Nvidia. If we did have this kind of a movement, we should have noted that today. We didn't go back to Robinhood. I kind of like this level here. I like the psychological level of 20. Maybe tomorrow we'll put this on our radar to short if it gets near 20. That wouldn't be something that I don't mind doing. Here's a 20-minute chart. So you could see there's the drop off on Robinhood. So we were really hoping that we could get a short in this area. It might be something to definitely look at there with Robinhood. So yeah, another one there. Look at Boeing. Randy, you have any vacations planned anytime soon, or? Today, tomorrow, but you're not going on a 737 or
no.
Anything like that, or Max 8, whatever they call.
Canadian carriers don't have.
Oh, thank you.
Don't have most of those. Like a lot of times, you're on an Airbus. A lot of Air Canada's Airbus.
I'd rather walk.
Anyways, Boeing production numbers down.
You're not trying to walk.
You're not trying to walk to the Bahamas and stuff. We need to go somewhere warm, my guy. You're going up north. Remember, Obi said this guy builds boats. What was the other introduction that we had there that time? Builds boats, builds decks, builds our wood. Oh, you mentioned maybe
Actually, I have to have a
putting another coat on
conversation
this.
with you about it. We'll have a talk about a deck. Okay, because I have to this summer.
Yeah, that needs a little refinish.
Yeah.
No, not this. I'm talking about my house, man.
Yeah, your house. Yeah, but this
This?
needs.
What I put on the coat on.
All
It's
right.
fine. I've spilled so much crap in this, and you can't even
Maybe
tell.
it should be a different color because of the way the light reflects on here. I don't know. I'm looking at
Salmon?
Fabian over there.
Just kidding.
And Ramin.
Well, I'm joking because Sean's wearing a salmon shirt.
Oh, look at Boeing. Ain't no jokes happening right about here.
Boeing's dying. Dude.
There we go. There we go. Look at that. Thank you, Randy, for that one. That's $1 and change.
I'd
So
rather watch.
I'm sure glad that we just brought this to everybody, honestly. I mean, this kind of looks kind of wild, you know? But again, the wiser trade, and this is why we bring the stories to you, sort of, and why I threw it back to Brendan to clarify it, to get it all going, right? I mean, as I'm building this position, I'm like, this doesn't seem like good news, and then it just retraces back to VWAP, and that's where you can sort of strike. You know, so good trade there. And like, again, this is a news piece. I wasn't even looking at Boeing. It's not on anybody's radar today. All of a sudden, this comes out with a volume spike. We always talk about trade catalysts. And I mean, there you go. So now all of a sudden, Boeing is like P&L 3 all of a sudden, pending if we can get this moving around. Always position pending over here anyways, if we're still in it. Tesla, we did talk about that. So far, we just did Robinhood. So let's go talk now about Nelson Peltz and Bob Iger.
We're discussing in the pre-market, if anyone was with us this morning, the fact that there was two major events that were happening today, with Powell coming to the microphone, then Disney's shareholder meeting and vote. We get right back to, I mean, it's not even that big of a move, really. We get right back to yesterday's, there we go, support level, and low, essentially, after this thing just went straight to the upside all day yesterday. We give all of that back after, they reelected the entire board, guys.
Sorry, I'm just responding to Monty G in the chat just now was like, why don't you guys do a green screen desk when we're talking about the colors? And so I'm replying basically, well,
too much.
No, we've been down that road before. Anyone that if you've been following us from the very beginning, the main desk up there where Brendan is sitting, like that we used to have that covered by like a green screen.
Yeah.
And then it was literally a fake desk, and it looks a million times better now. So now we're gonna keep it nice and solid and real. Disney's trying to keep it real, I suppose. And again, we've been through this before, whether that's positive or negative. Like Boeing, when you usually have 38 in sales and you're gonna have single digits, I think that's easier to read as bad. When you have a proxy battle, I mean, Nelson Peltz getting a seat or not, I'm not going to sit here and tell you I know whether that's going to be good or bad. I've said that many times. However, it did nothing it was trending down most of the day, and then it broke down after the vote. So as far as I'm concerned, it was just a matter of it's going to the downside, look for a consolidation. So here's it consolidated down here, there's your wick, short to that high, and then it can just basically scalp it to this level because it's bouncing off 120.60. So we're shorting 21s to 60. It broke down. Brendan already said it got to yesterday's support, so I get out when it held that support for even a hot minute. So I think when you're trading like events or news, sometimes it's just best to set it up based on what you see instead of what you think it means. Right? Like if I'm watching a Meta Connect event or whatever, I'm using that as an example, I'm not going to try to say that when it had that big move to the downside, oh my goodness, but everything about it's good, let's just go long. Sometimes it's just easier to go with the grain.
Yeah, that's okay. All right. Oh, Boeing still, I was just tweeting out about that one. Oh yeah, so for Disney, so we got out. So we didn't get out of anything today. You guys know we talked about getting some out at 121.50, sort of ahead of this vote. It was obviously a really nice move up. I'm not sure what this changes, so I'm gonna pay attention, read some stuff tonight, read some articles, and just figure it all out because we know Nelson Peltz was pushing for change, and obviously it happened to some extent. I mean, we got a nice move up in the stock. We had Bob Iger come out and talk about turning direct-to-consumer into profitability by the end of 2024. So I think it was end of Q4 of this current year. So that's a positive there. We know the theme parks are still bumping around. And let's just see if they can work on getting that in-theater experience a little bit better with some of those, hits that we're looking for back for Marvel. And then, Star Wars. But they still have all of the intellectual property, right? So they have all the IP. They just need to get it together. I think Disney can still work, but I was been selling on the way up. You guys know that. So yeah, it sucks that it's going this way. Would have liked to go the other way. On our sticky note, we are waiting for a 124 break. So we don't have any of that right now, but we are getting a nice move down, man. We are basically back. We're at the high So there it is. Yes, sir. Let's go. Nice move down, $1.25 now in the money here for Boeing. And again, all of a sudden, man, P&L 1 for me is obviously going to be Nvidia, but just right now, it is now Boeing. Boeing taking over P&L spot number 2 for me. There it goes. A nice move to the downside there for Boeing. And yeah, it was really all because of that reload right there, to be honest with you. But there it goes. A nice move down. Pretty happy with that one right now. There's some news also about NYCB, maybe? Is that what I just heard? Okay, now just a break into the high of the day here. NYCB right now dancing around a bit. So.
Oh, there was this story on HIMS. Just thank you.
Yeah.
Dara put this in the chat for us when this moved, but the volume tapered off right away. DoorDash's former COO was added to the board of directors, but that was old news on HIMS. So I don't know that that's a reaction to it, but that was the story that was earlier. So HIMS did have a volume spike. It's holding the highs, so that's good, but the volume immediately tapered off. For day trade, I kind of want to see the volume continue to hold up. Matt Carnes just said another day, another dollar on CGC. Where's my weed? Okay, CGC might be breaking the highs, but it's only up 12%. Now, Aurora Cannabis, on the other hand, 40 is better than 12. Up 40% today. I'm kind of speechless because there was a moment I'm like, yeah, we should try to look for a dip buy in ACB. And I remember you saw that I actually just tried the trade. I tried to trade CGC instead. And on a break of the $9 level, which I guess that had like a mixed result. Like I got some profit, then took the hit. And it wasn't even that bad. But it's the opportunity cost because in that moment at 10 o'clock, if you did, let's be honest, if you did anything to the long side at 10 o'clock, when I was getting in and out of that ACB trade, there is one red candle, and that is into 10 o'clock. If you just bought that dip literally anywhere in ACB instead of trading CGC, look at the gravy. And the reason why I think, hindsight's 20/20, but the reason why I think it's not that ridiculous to have said I should have been in this one instead of the other is look how much stronger this was on the 3-minute. It was a stronger stock to begin with into that move. So that you kind of want to play the one that's giving you the better opportunity. And this was easily stronger going into it. And I just traded CGC because of that $9 yesterday. It was like it's a double top where I was looking at CGC at $9 yesterday instead of examining which one was the stronger move. So congratulations to anyone that got Aurora Cannabis. What a monster. Oh, Boeing, you want... Yeah, Boeing's about to get nasty. Where is that bottom again? It is 180. Oh, it's already through.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Never mind.
sir.
It's already through the local bottom. Bye-bye, Boeing. Ugh, this is going to get nasty.
I just was going to talk about Boeing as well, but I was just going to be like, hey, man, if we can get 86 right into here, then we're doing pretty good because the next level is 85. So we just got to wait for that. We got this, man. We got this one live. This should have been something that we said clip it to because Boeing brought the news to you basically as it was happening. I was taking the fills as the news was dropping, and now the stock is dropping, and there's another fill there at 186. So yeah, man, that's now $1.50, and like I said, man, rocketing up the board of profitability right now. Still $4. Let's go. Let's ride the bear. I don't like this one. I'm going to find the other one for you. There it is. Let's go. This one's like, all right, a little more aggressive. You know what I'm saying? Right there. So here comes Nvidia back down in. We are still short at 902.30. And this one has been really an amazing trade. Nvidia, the last 6 months, just if you're ever saying this market's a little boring and I'm looking for something, honestly, the moves that are on this name, now it's boring now, there's nothing happening. You got to wait for it to do something, but really giving a good opportunity to trade now. I'm just wondering, because we still have shares, where we're going to think about getting out. The market looks like it made the move that we kind of thought. It touched the top of this range, kind of, and now it just really did break the bottom of this. So we were thinking a little bit lower. Let's give it a little bit of a chance to do that. And then if not, then what about just getting out of some Nvidia? Potentially if we break back above $8.99, but then if we're going to do that, why not give it to 900 and then just take that $2 winner to 30 winner. I want to try to let this one breathe a little bit, so I'm going to leave Nvidia, but that's an idea for anybody there. If it breaks back above 900, we've bounced off the 200 period now 2 or 3 times, so it would make sense that we retest back up there. But I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait for a VWAP trade and see if we can get 896.50 or so.
So there was a great suggestion that Brad Goober, I've passed this one along. For trades like this, we need a Ric Flair, woo, emoji.
Yeah.
So I'm down with that. I mean, I don't know. I mean, he can't. Is he copyrighted that? Like, if we use that,
Copyright that.
you can't, right?
I
Like,
don't think
we
you
can
can.
show a picture of.
I think like The
Nature
Rock said
Boy.
like The Rock is copyright, but what does that even mean?
It doesn't matter
Right,
if you
exactly,
copyright
see?
that.
Huh?
It's fair, yeah, fair
use.
use. But I'm going to trail down here on BA because it is 86. That is that level. I was looking back, 85, certainly the round number. But if it's going to bounce here, I'm going to trail to the 86.5. You know, obviously the news isn't necessarily going to be good, but I think it could reverse at any point. Oh, there was one other thing, Mara. Forgot about Mara. Mara just broke VWAP as well. Bitcoin. Here's a chart of IBIT just to give you an idea what's going on. This has been trending down since about 10:30. Lower highs, just put in a fresh low. If this holds the bottom channel, so the overnight bottoms was like 37.5 on BTC, that's like, it's holding the 65,000 level, 37.5 is what I'm watching here on IBIT. But if we actually break further down, then the short back into the 20 is going to be in play on Mara. But I am out of that one. I was shorted into a triple top, kind of like right before we came back on air, was mentioning on the midday show. So Mara is still working. Intel, by the way, that stock is still a dog, but it is holding 40.5 down here. I'd love to reload this if I can at VWAP, but you're running out of opportunities for it to be strong enough to get up there. Like if it hasn't gotten to VWAP by say 3 o'clock at power hour, then I might look to short a lower high on Intel.
I mean, Boeing is. All right, this is really weak. I was going to say Boeing is still going, but that's kind of.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, that's not good there. There we go.
Well, there is the.
I said I was going to get. There it is, down. So Boeing's still going to the downside right now. I mean, here we go. You're now down to 185.50. We are now $1 and $2 in the club right now. For this trade, we're $4. We're a $4 member in Nvidia. We're a $1 club member at Tesla. We have 3 trades on that are all absolute. I mean, they're dancing right now. We only have 1 losing trade today. It's going to be Apple. We did talk about giving that up right there as it just kept on going. We had it good early. I feel like that's what happens with Apple, is that you get it early, and then once you realize the direction of this name was up, I should have got away from it, and that was really stubborn, and I definitely know that I sort of screwed that one up. So, lesson learned on that one, Apple. Now Apple kind of barcoding right there for that. But yeah, definitely nailed this one. I think that part out right now is good. We only have about 25% left of our position on this, so we're doing pretty good. But let's wait. Again, should have got everything up there, but we didn't. So, all right, we'll wait on that one. Tesla's still bouncing around. I'm not really too happy with it. But again, the market is making a move back and Tesla's not moving. So whenever I see that kind of a relationship, what do we think? We think that, hey, maybe we're going to go and drop some cash if this market ever reverts the other way. Because if Tesla is not going up when the market's making this kind of a bounce, then maybe, potentially, it also true of the inverse though, right? Like the market went down and Tesla really didn't do anything either. So let's see if it breaks one way or the other, making me nervous because we're above the 200 and above the 50. So we'll kind of hope that maybe something's happening there. And then I did put a bid on Nvidia now. I mean, that just bounced off 898. I think it's worth putting a bid there now. That's too many times, man, honestly, that we've bounced off of here in the last hour. That was reasonable. I'm now bidding 897, but maybe we just sacrifice the dollar. We'll put 450 in our pocket and get out at 898. The market's trying to go higher here. Shorts might be in trouble into the close, but still 237.
Oh, I'll address Nikola here. I think one of the things I was saying in the middle of actually it wasn't in the midday, this was actually toward the end of the morning show, or like 10:30, is if you can find a trend, it's easier to follow the trend. So like a weak stock stays weak and a strong stock stays strong. Like have a look at Micron, right? Like you didn't want to be shorting Micron today because that's like the strongest chip name. You wanted to be shorting Intel today, that's the weakest chip name. But Nikola down 10%. It rejected the dollar yesterday in the afternoon, then lower high today. there was a miss. Now we had a meeting at this time. It's not an excuse. It's just the reality. Like we were actually sitting away from our desk. It was the perfect re-entry off 93. And now that it's down here at 88, I'm trailing it to here, looking for 86s. So again, risking 1.5 cents on that move because I was giving it to just above 94. It looks like we're going to be getting a bottom break. Don't really have a long ideas this afternoon, but I'm open to you guys. Let us know if you see anything that is there a runner right now. Like I know that Hims made a move to the upside, but like the first thing it did is just have the volume die. So I wasn't too excited about that. And I'm seeing a lot of chatter about Tilray's earnings coming up. That's next week.
When is that?
It's
Yeah,
next
'cause I
week,
got to
right?
put that on our board.
Yeah, next. Let me look. April 9th. Yeah, we said this yesterday. It was,
Right, yeah,
It was a week yesterday. Yeah, we knew this.
Yeah, we knew.
So good look. What's the Vegemite pick of the day? I mean, if we're really lazy, we could say, well, Boeing's not going green. What do you guys think the Vegemite pick of the day? Like, what's the improbable up move that if it happens, I'll eat a spoonful of Vegemite? Meta? I'm not betting against Meta. It's got... No. Not if Meta breaks the high of the day. It's literally at the high of the day. Maybe BTC. What's Bitcoin? Do you have a Bitcoin chart up?
65A. We don't talk. What about something with Disney? It's moving around.
Yeah, okay, Disney. How about Disney? We'll go if Disney
Go to
breaks
Neil's screen
120.
so we can all look at a reasonable level here.
Yeah, let's go here.
we go.
120, let's say 121. Is that good? So right here, consolidate at 121. If Disney closes, just breaks, closes above 121, I'll do a spoonful of Vegemite. That's fair. It's at 120 right now. It's a buck. It's a retracement play. I'm only going to do this.
I think it's fair, but I think that's at risk. I mean, I don't know.
No, but the thing is,
I always think everything's
I'm
at
only doing this for up moves because that way, if I have to eat it, it's at least a stock that went up, and everyone can be happy when stocks go up. That's the way I'm looking at it. So if I have to do it, I'd rather a stock go up and I eat Vegemite than the other way around. Like if I'm like, if Boeing closes at 180, but then I'm losing on my personal account and eating Vegemite. So I'm always it's got to be an up move. So 121 Disney.
Okay.
With
Okay.
that.
Yeah, that makes
And,
it fun.
and if you're wondering what Vegemite is,
Oh no.
it's
It's a pick me up.
no, it's got vitamin B. It's for vitality apparently, and it tastes like crap.
Last night for dessert. I put it on. It was our anniversary here.
Yeah, what'd you guys eat?
We went to this Italian place. It was really, really great. And then I had here for dessert here. We never ever get dessert ever really. It was affogato. So it's you got a little bit of whipped cream there with a little bit of ice cream there with a espresso there. It was really nice there, and that was fantastic. So that's how we're doing it. So that was really nice, and again, happy belated anniversary to my lovely wife who continues to always have hockey mom drama and drama everywhere. But that's why I love her and why she takes care of absolutely everything.
And there is
I like
probably a
hearing
lot of
stories and kind of backing away, but you know what I'm saying? We got lots of drama in this market. It's like, what am I going to deal with? The market or the kids? You take the kids, I'll take the market. Look at this move. It's just continuing, man, on Boeing. Like, we said next stop 185. Like, I mean, let's just take it out if it gets down there. Like, Brendan actually, again, to his credit, like we asked him what was sort of a normal delivery number because we had no idea. He gave a reference point of 38, and this is single digits. So
that's an easy entry. That
right, like when
news.
we heard sort of that, because remember I was averaging into this, thinking like, oh man, kind of like Drake style, and then it was just like what? And then now here we go. So it is a nice move down, and glad that it worked in our favor because that wouldn't have made any sense to me at all. The only thing I was justifying was potentially already built into the price of Boeing was a bad expected production number. But
just can't imagine it would be that bad.
Yeah, that's out now on Reuters. Here we do have the Benzinga Pro platform. And there it is right here. Boeing 737 MAX production do you want to come over here? Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Ramin. Has fallen sharply in recent weeks. So again, that's what gave that to us. There's the single sigit, but I'm sure that means digit number of jets per month in late March, according from Reuters.
Typos happen.
The
D and the S are next to each other.
Even in Reuter land. So nice trade there. I feel like we can get something out now in and around that 185. So let's just put a bid there. We just touched the bottom of 185.30. So we will get out there. 185.30, our next tranche.
That's a good word. That was
People always ask me, what are the size of the tranches?
I feel like the time you heard that word the most is when you watched oh shoot, what's the thing with Scion Capital? Margin Call. Was it Margin Call?
That would be that movie. I'd have to rewatch that to see if that's where. I got it. Some
Oh,
people
they said it
always-
a bunch in that.
People always tweeted at me, what's up?
Oh, it was Big Short. No, it was Big Short that they, it was in Big Short they said it a
What's
lot.
up with the tranches?
By the way, Dell, I moved my trail now to 50 cents down. My trail was 186 half, then 186, now 185 half, and I'm getting out at 185. But Dell's up 10% today. And from Adara, it's getting a lot, apparently it's a lot of chatter on Twitter or X, and then it's got some unusual options volume. But that is what you call a non-parabolic move. So Dell, maybe not today, but tomorrow, that's one heck of a double top on Dell at 131. If this gets cleared out, we were talking about blue sky setups when Micron broke out today. I mean, Micron broke out. I mean, it's been breaking out for a while. Like when it broke out 100, that was blue sky. When it broke out 115, and then it recently took out 123, and now it's got a triple top that it's breaking out again. This is what you're seeing with Dell if it takes out 131. So let's put that one on the radar. Feels a little bit much to try to jam that top today the way it's moving. I don't want to be long that thing at the top if I'm feeling even remotely bearish. But yeah, good on you if you have a little bit of Dell in your life. So I said 185 and getting out. It just printed 185.15. And the thing about this is actually a news-based setup as well. Like if you have, when a stock moves in a direction off of any news, where is the consolidation? And you had 188 was the breakdown, and 188.25 was resistance. It comes back in, and it consolidates right there. So there's your up candle, there's your bounce, and then it gives you a short off of this level, the 188, with a stop at 88.25. It's more extreme than Disney, but it's the same basic principle. It goes down, it shows bounce, there's your top, there's your short, there's your out, and then you can sort of work off that. That's a response to news when it does happen. I kind of wish the stock would go up, but it's not. It's going to the downside. I'm out of Boeing. Only position left in is Intel because it looks like Nikola just came back above 89. So I said I was going to trail the Nikola. If it broke back above 89, we're just going to get out. So bringing the register on that one. There have been lots of shorts that have paid off today. And it just feels, even in a strong market, which it is today, there were plenty of opportunities to get short and win.
Plenty of opportunities. How about
another one?
You know, I mean, right now, Nvidia is $5. What's up, DJ Khaled right there? $5 now in the money and still undefeated champion of the world, Nvidia. Still holding up actually pretty good. It's still positive on the day, still holding out. We just bounced off 490. Well, we're trying to bounce off 497. I'm here at 496.55, but the more and more I look at this, we don't need to be at that level. We could just put a bid right here and get a piece out. And that's exactly what we just did right there. So that's a $5 winner on Nvidia. We'll take it out. And we just talked about waiting for that. We're still in a piece. So maybe we'll get a little bit lower, but we will take that out at 597. 897 off of a 902 short. So there it is right there. So nice trade right back in. We were watching it. We talked about potentially breaking that 200 period. We waited for that. It did happen. So instead of me waiting for the exact penny down there, honestly, 896.50. Let's put $5. I'll tell you. I mean, we just put it in our pocket. $5.17. So right there to match our 250. So that's $7. I mean, look at this Boeing trade right there. And we still got Tesla to have, you know, a talking to here and see what's going on with that name. So we'll see if this one can get to the downside as well. We still like our little bit of Tesla here, but that's something that we're going to wait for right now is going to be Tesla. So nice move in for this name. Hoping that it can continue even a bit more. If we break above this 169, then we are out of Tesla. And I'm not going to average back into it. It's a very, very strong name. I get the same kind of feels on this one that we did on Apple. And that was just like, we weren't right, really, by shorting this. We were able to get out every single time, which has been fine. But this one stopped us out right there at 168.50 before getting back and getting back. But I could see us getting stopped out there and then just ending it with that. And then, if 170 comes in, we'll deal with that then. But for right now, man, what a great close here. And this kind of I don't know if this was a part of the discussion today, which with Adara and Obi, regarding that at any time of day, but especially near the end of the day when people we're not really at the end of the day right now, but just try to sort out breaking news stories. This story is going to become a major story at some point, I would think, with Boeing, right? I mean, that's a pretty bad situation
really bad.
there. And as Reuters reports it, then the New York Times picks it up, and then, everything sort of starts to pick it up. Potentially articles written, downgrades tomorrow, things like that. So these are the stories that you want to hold on to potentially, and we both held on, right? Potentially bigger moves back to the downside, once mass sort of media gets a hold of it. I mean, not that we're not mass media.
We're the only live trading.
We're the only live trading show. So
Can I just...
people are in the right spot. As Nvidia is now $7, still going lower here.
So I know you can't trade this right now live because Airbus is a European company. However, it is available on the OTC. There was a small move to the upside, but I'm only bringing this up because anybody that's ever looked at the Boeing daily chart, this is Airbus on the OTC. And I could look at the primary in Europe, and that's fine. But for anyone looking at the OTC, every bit of pain that Boeing has been feeling has been the other direction for Airbus. So there is another side to this coin, which has been positive if you're going long. And that's the thing about trading is for every down move, there's usually something, whether there's an inverse you can play or whether there's some kind of a related stock that's going to go up when something goes down. And Airbus has been the yin to that yang. Now I'm not gonna trade on OTC because it doesn't really do a heck of a lot of volume. But at the end of the day, it's not all bad if you're looking for opportunities in the other direction, even on a bad piece of news. I'm kind of hoping, you're still in the short, so let's hope it goes down and then bounces tomorrow. How about that? Because the thing about this is that there's really good support at 175 on Boeing, but I'd rather it doesn't retest it. I'd rather it holds a higher low here. It's a much stronger move to hold a higher low off news than that because it's an ugly flat bottom break. Then you got this. If it doesn't hold 175, I don't even want to think about what it could do. What else we got going on here? AMD is moving.
Lots going on.
Pepsi's moving. I wanted to just quickly take a look back over at Dell, just because that was looking so strong.
I just got one. Water, though.
Yeah, no, Dell. I was looking for a pullback in Dell that might have had enough juice for a long, but it's barely moving. I was kind of hoping there'd be something to it. Yeah, nothing really doing on Dell. We'll look for something else.
Shit. All right. Just watching out. I was just saying, probably not under my breath there, but just looking. Boeing is going lower still. So we still have a piece on, but it's trying to break lower. And if we break 185, I just want to let everybody know, I'm going to hold on to this. But 185, we've already sort of looked at this. This is a little bit lower than I thought maybe we could go. 185 has sort of been a thing. So just watch out. 185 goes back to, the 13th of March. And then it goes right back into there, when is that? Just a couple weeks ago, 2021 there from March, April. Right, March. What happened to this year?
Time flies when you're old.
What's April already? Baseball's back and everything like that? All right, guess who's back? Brendan's back with our guest of the day.
All right, we're talking uranium this afternoon. Tisdale Clean Energy Corporation, they hold 100% interest and are focused on their Keefe Lake uranium project in Saskatchewan. We're happy to have Alex Klenman, CEO and Director of Tisdale Clean Energy Corporation on the show this afternoon to give us a little insight, not only into the industry, but the company itself. Great to see you, Alex. Welcome.
I can't hear you.
He can.
I don't know if you can hear me.
Stand by. How about now? Good?
There we go.
Perfect. Okay. I was just mentioning company holding 100% interest in the Keefe Lake uranium project. Typically, we see, the exploration side of this business and talk about the exploration side of this business. Give us your insight here as to why focus on a sole project versus, many different, eggs in a basket, if you will.
I'd love to, but first of all, your intel is out of date. no longer have the Keith project. We're earning into a 7 million pound uranium deposit. We have an earn-in with Sky Harbor Resources. So that's old information. We are just drilled some holes, our first holes at the project. But really the why this is, well, we have the one project is, look, there's a lot of interest in the sector, obviously, for a good reason. The supply deficit situation is well known and it's real. Spot prices have been at or near 10-year highs, 12-year highs. And there are 100 more uranium companies today than there was 6, 7, 8 months ago. So what you look at is, where is everyone? Well, guess what? We have a deposit. We're earning into 7 million pounds that expanded both in size and grade. For our market cap, that's a heck of a proposition. So I urge people to check our website out at tisdalecleanenergy.com. Check our deck, check our latest news releases. You can look into the South Falcon East project, which contains the Fraser Lakes deposit, and learn more about what we're doing.
Yeah, let's touch on the market cap, as you mentioned, and the capital structure of the company a little bit here. This industry has been in focus since mid to early last year, with it seemed almost like weekly, monthly headlines coming out. Touch on where Tisdale Clean Energy stands at this point, and what investors can expect going into the remainder of 2024.
Yeah, well, you look at where value can rise, where it can be created, and at a 5 million market cap Canadian, with the less risky path, shall we say, than pure greenfield exploration. We have a deposit. We're getting 50 cents, a little more than 50 cents a pound credit for those 7 million pounds. But as we develop the project and earn into it, as we increase the size of it, and as spot moves up, as the sector gets hotter over the next 6 to 12 to 18 months, that value is going to be realized. We could be seeing $2, $3, $4 a pound credit or more. And that's, a lot different than many of our peers in the exploration space who are searching, hunting for what we actually have.
And what do we have to look forward to here as far as not only the industry is concerned, but demand is concerned here, not only this year, but maybe give us a 2-3 year look out here for the industry in general?
Well, let's boil it down to two really key announcements that came out earlier this year. First, Kazatomprom, the world's largest producer, came out and basically said they're not going to be able to meet their production estimates in 24 and likely 25. Cameco, Canada's largest and second in gold, also came out and said they didn't meet their production estimates in 2023, despite revenue being up and earnings being up. So here are the two largest producers of uranium in the world, both saying in 2023 and 2024 that they're unable to meet demand. And they're gonna. These are massive catalysts that really just speak to the supply issue that we have in front of us. So that's the main thing. Look at the big picture. If the two world's largest producers of uranium are having production issues, that's not going to help the record demand right now for uranium. The pipeline builds in the pipeline, the existing nuclear reactors that need fuel. This is a generational opportunity. There's a lot of hyperbole in the sector, but it's very real.
One of the things investors typically look for when considering the stability of a company is insider ownership and insider involvement, I guess, is the best way to put it here. Talk a little bit about the importance when it comes to that aspect.
Yeah, well, there's an extra level of confidence that comes along with knowing that management has skin in the game. I myself have 3.5% of the company. I've got over 1 million shares. We have 31 million shares out. I will continue to increase my position, and I do it in the open market. So I'm right there along with buyers who are supporting the stock and looking to buy it. But we're at our market cap. It's a deal, and that's why I'm buying it. I put significant money in the deal, and I will continue to do so because I believe very strongly not only in what we're doing, but what the the setup we have in uranium is very rare. So I'm really looking forward to the next 12, 18 months, maybe 36 months. Got a lot of runway here. We're in the first inning.
TCEC is the ticker if anybody wants to have a look at it. We appreciate your time. Alex Clement, CEO and Director of Tisdale Clean Energy Corporation. Have a great afternoon.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
There, Alex, and over there in the Canadian markets, tcec.cn. Over here, if you're taking a look at it, actually, we like support and resistance, holding support and breaking the 50-period moving average today on the daily. Oddly enough, I always take note when that moving average gets broken. But thanks a lot, Brennan. I think, look, as that was going on,
Yep.
it just, I mean, you're still in it. It's just getting uglier for Boeing. It really is.
Ugly for the whole market, man.
Oh, well, like the market's heading down, but I mean specifically, obviously, Boeing dropped into 184 too, to the downside. So it is just, the bleed is, I was about to say the bleed is bleeding, but that's kind of a weird thing to say. But the bleed is continuing here. It's just not good at all, looking pretty nasty. And the NASDAQ just took out support. So usually, I'm accustomed to at 3 o'clock, we have typically been seeing consolidation moves higher in the market at 3 to fade into. Today at 3 o'clock, we're possibly breaking this consolidation to the downside. So it's starting to get a little bit nasty. So unless you're in a cannabis name, which oddly enough, I kind of like a dip buy in some of those. If you're in a cannabis name, great, because those are still trending to the upside. Everything is looking like your arrows to the downside. Looking pretty nasty.
Yeah, I mean, just what Neil said, man. We are now we're $7 in the money on Boeing, almost 8. We were just 8 when we hit 8.95, 8.94.50. $8 in the money, So again, just a pretty violent move here happening, but not really. Like the market could still break a lot lower. We had talked about this when we zoomed in before about what we wanted to do with the market. And we're just at 18.4 right now. This is going to be a key level for me. We've talked about 18.4 a couple times. And as long as it stays in and around that area, we're going to see if we can pressure down from here. So when we were up here, we were talking about the short. We've only been short. I've had nothing but shorts today and yesterday and the day before. So we're just doing that, and it's really, really paying off. It's been a couple of banger days right here. So far this month, and it's starting to elevate, to be quite frank with you. So there we go. Nice move back in. Now back to $8 right there. This Boeing trade came absolutely out of nowhere. This is where hopefully I'm showing my true colors and being able to trade everything. News-based names that we've traded for many, many weeks and months and years. Nvidia, Tesla, one that we've been really trying to favor one way or the other. Trading Apple earlier today and actually trading AMD and being positive on it despite being red. And this one we were smart on. I wish we had a little bit more of that ability on Apple because we kept going with Apple. We got out of AMD, thus preserving a green top there for Apple, for AMD. And then here's the example on Apple. You know what I mean? Like if we just get out once it breaks this area there and we don't keep shorting all the way up there, then we're fine. But we broke pretty much our own rules there. But hey, rules are made to be broken, just not too often, hopefully. And then that's pretty much it for me for trading today. AMD, Apple, yeah. So just a couple names. We will be red on Apple as discussed. So we'll wait for that. I'm still hoping Tesla can come back in. I would like to short this name again, but it's just really strong. My bias is obviously the short side, which has been, like I just said there, for probably this week and probably last. But that's where, I feel like having a good bias is something that you want to have.
But one thing I want to make a point of, before I do, CGC is breaking 10, but the high was 10.22. So it's like, yes, it's taking out the top, but I would suggest to say that that's a pretty significant level because this was a $3 stock a few weeks ago. So watch out for the overhead resistance at 10.25. I think it needs to either bust through that or give some kind of a pullback before I get into it. But you have to trade your own style. Like you usually not hear me say things like, I have 7 winners, 2 losers, something like that. Because for me, I trade 10 stocks today and I'm 5 wins, 5 losses. But it's just my style of trading is generally speaking to have tight stops and get away from something when it doesn't work, and then to take profits like within a range, right? So like Boeing, Like I'm going to get out there. When it breaks down, I'm just going to hold it to the next level. And then it's a similar, like with Nvidia, hopefully this chart works. I was having issues with my Nvidia chart earlier. Like Nvidia, I traded one trade 900 to 895 this morning and didn't touch anything else after that. So you got to trade your own style, make sure the risk reward suits your style. And one of the things that I don't like, I like a long in CGC, but the reason I'm not long, and I'm not really seeing a setup that I liked. I wanted to pull back so that I could play it off of like the quarters or the 50s, and that just hasn't happened. So I'm looking for a dip where I can set up a long off of a level where I know if it's 970, then I'm getting it somewhere in here, and I can give it to like 965 or something like that. So CGC is continuing to run. If you're not in a weed name, you're not. You're either short or you're in a weed name right now to make money in the market. Although I suppose Dell's been going to the upside. Oh yeah, Meta. No, Meta's strong. Meta's actually holding the highs right now on Meta. If this market rolls over and takes out support, even Meta's probably a short off this top if we continue to break support to the downside on the Qs.
Yeah, I like. I like the short. Here we go. So, I don't know if this is probably not new. It's not really moving anything here.
Well, there's a Meta news.
Is there Meta news? I was just gonna look here. Kathy Wood says Tesla is the biggest AI project in the world, and here's a little article on that one. Go find that from Benzinga. It's probably somewhere else, but there it is right there. So yeah, he's going to keep talking that up, and that's fine.
I think the argument there would be that if you look at automated driving as a project,
that is what she's been talking.
Yeah, it's like it connects basically eventually all cars or most of them connect to each other, and like AI does all traffic. Like I can see that. And then Optimus, I suppose you get a robot that does everything for you.
So it's the second largest holding behind Coinbase, it says, in their portfolio.
What's 3?
For ARK. ARKK.
Isn't it still Zoom? It's 3rd.
ARK. Well, I could probably find out. Let me just click on this and see if this brings me over to a place that has the holdings on here. I don't see.
I'm going to go to Kathy's ARK.
Peers, insiders, government, key data, short interest.
It's Roku.
Is it Roku? Okay. Neil,
this says
you can pull it down.
Hold on a second. This says, I guess this is the flagship. If you come to my chart for a second, we got Coinbase, Tesla, Roku, Block. But then that's only, the thing about that is, I think that's just ARKK. But if you could do the combined, it's Square. So it's Coinbase.
Yeah, there's lots of different.
If you do the combined, so total over all of the ARK ETFs, then it's Coinbase, Tesla, Square, and Roku. I wonder why, shouldn't this say Block? Like, come on. They don't even update it.
Oh, they didn't.
The company's name.
This is somebody's website. This is not.
Kathy's ARK. This is a cool website.
Yeah.
And the cool thing about it is, you can say whatever you want. She's transparent. I can respect that. Obviously, here at Trader TV Live, we're going to respect the transparency. You get to know when she's buying and where, and I think that's definitely cool. Robinhood number 7, that's actually been working out pretty great, I would assume. Although 22 is the average price there. Before I said that was working out great, I should have looked at her average price. That's my bad.
Yeah, things are working out great. I mean, here's ARKK.
Yeah, that's actually well out of the money.
It's just near the bottom, so it's kind of like, okay, we could talk about Boeing in a minute. It's still $3 in the money. It's still a beast of a trade, of course, but we only have basically less than 10% left of that trade because 185 was our target. Was the target once it got down there. I don't know. I wasn't expecting that in the first place. This is ARK, so yeah. I mean, it's been brutally underperforming. The NASDAQ is up, or the S&P is up 150%, I think, from COVID lows. So I have to go back to find out where this one was. But even from October, it was $34 in October, so it's $48 right now. So again, that's, I guess, 50% higher. 38, add 11 to it. Yeah, so no, just a third higher. And then if you look
the Qs from October?
That's what I was going to say. What is it? Yeah, what is the Qs? So that's about 30%.
The October low is like 344, so...
We've had a lot of outperformers in her space as well. So
yeah, it's not that bad from the October lows.
I'm actually surprised it's holding up as well because of Tesla.
I'm surprised.
Tesla's her worst holding, her largest holding, but yet the worst performer.
Well, you know why? Like Coinbase had that huge move. Like Coinbase from last October is up like 3x, and that's the reason. It's like Coinbase.
Yeah, but yeah. I mean, you got to have some performers that are over and underperforming. So those are that case right there. Okay, a name that I really like to buy on dips, which is dipping in. Wow, pretty nicely right now, almost as if there was news on Uber. But now that I look at the way the market is falling, again, I can reference my own Benzinga report right here if I wanted to. But Uber is kind of like, okay, had a real nice day, a real nice go of it, and then for some reason, kind of out of nowhere, started to head back down, and now it's going to look to turn red. So Uber, pretty good to the downside. I was kind of feeling some ways about missing it at 75, but I just don't know if I'm ready to buy all these names yet at these levels, so I'm feeling okay about it, but again, just wondering about where we are in the market cycle and if the NASDAQ, if I actually want to add to names I already own, or maybe just buy the market when we continue to dip down. But the ES today is not even down, so there's that kind of a news. I did hear that there was Ozempic, and congratulations, I guess, to Costco and to Eli Lilly, but there was news today that Ozempic's being sold at Costco, so that'll probably give people a little bit of a relief on some of the cost of that. I don't know if it's covered by healthcare or some of the insurance plans or whatever that are out there for healthcare. But anyways, Costco down, and we talked about Costco breaking through. Here's the chart on Costco, breaking through the 50 period and coming back in. So again, like this would be a name, if I could wrap my head around like wanting to buy some of these dips, really like Costco down here, and we've already talked about that. And then Eli Lilly, the main, benefactor of all of this discovery, is up 2%. So Eli Lilly basically at all-time highs again. I mean, breaker 10, 15 bucks, one way or the other for Eli Lilly every day, it seems. But
need a do-over for this.
The Novo Nordisk. My guy Fabian over there whispered in my ear today, watch out for Novo Nordisk. He's right, it was a nice move to the upside here today, fading back a little bit, but Eli Lilly kind of still near those tops. Novo Nordisk has pulled around a little bit. Oh, the one name that I do not want to forget about, and I want people to keep on reminding me, I have to keep having a look at Take-Two, because I really like Grand Theft Auto coming through pretty soon. And yeah, I know this is a big secret, but we'll wait to see. Breaking through the 50 period, I think, is maybe when we start to buy that. So 150, 153, 154, when Grand Theft Auto hits the market, everyone will go crazy. So, maybe a little too early.
It's at major support now, though. Like
yeah, but 140, I mean, now we got to get down into there.
Like on a weekly chart, like a weekly chart would say, like here on this, because like the 50 period on the weekly it's basically holding and riding it, and now the 200 period's right there at like 150. It's a good looking, like there's your trend reversal, there's it starting to hold, there's it again holding the higher low. Like that's a really good. This is an example of like why you wait for trends to actually bounce and reverse the trend as opposed to trying to catch bottoms on a stock, because you could have been trying this in 100, but it was just an easier trade once it got to like 124. But I want to get like Disney, by the way, like Disney's not getting to 121, Disney's at 119. So I got out of Disney at 120, it's at 119, Boeing at 185.20, and that went to 184. It's just like everything you think is going to stall and bounce is just going further. So it's getting nasty, down 3% here for Disney after, I guess, Peltz lost the proxy vote, or I guess you can say the company won. I can report that any way you want. You can spin it in either direction, positive or negative. CGC just pulled back into 980. This is like the first dip that it's done. So once it gives some kind of a consolidation, I'll look for an opportunity at a bounce play. I want to be getting something off 970. For now, it's just a wick into the downside on CGC. DJK saying Boeing will lose 180 tomorrow. We'll see. The best thing about the market, we'll get to be here tomorrow and trade it if it's at 180. And if it gets to 180, there's no way there isn't a short setup. If it's hanging around 185 right now, that's plenty of room to get to 180. I would love to see that happen for a trading aspect, maybe not so much for the old long term.
Yeah, I mean, part of that is why I'm still in this. We did talk about Boeing and why we wanted to stay in it. So we're still in this. It just bounced off 184 and change. Like I said, I mean, there's going to be downgrades. There's going to be some more things coming. So we'll just hold this into the close, hopefully. My out on this, I told you, was 188. So this is fine. It was 188.25. It was. Actually, I'm just going to cancel that now anyways. All right, Boeing. Cancel. Yeah, so right there. But anyways, nice move down in for BA. Took a minute, but starting to get going again. We're still waiting for Nvidia to really break, but it's already broken. This is now $8. We just talked about that one. Let's see if we get 892, 890, and then hopefully down into here, 886, 888 would be a nice little number as well. That's the number that I was kind of looking for to begin with, 888. Okay, here we go. Honestly, we've really been on one with a lot of these things, man. Boeing, now Nvidia is now almost $10 in the money and still going lower. And this is what we're here to do, right? Good trade. Tesla's really been holding up. I wish we had sort of flipped over and gone short in other things. We could check out on Amazon. I was actually debating getting out of some of my Amazon in the long-term portfolio. It's really, really outperforming the market right now, making these highs, continuously doing that. We've broken.
No, Apple's moving on volume right now.
Apple's moving. Okay, so Amazon really great. This is the only name I'm red on today is going to be Apple. So maybe we'll have to look at that. 170.50. Nice top.
That was a weird spike there. Right to the high of the day and then right back. If I don't hear any news, I'm shorting the top. If it does it again.
Yeah, I mean, that was a little bit of a bump up there considering that this didn't really do much.
Nothing happened.
Right? The market went the other way. I wonder if someone maybe just got stopped out there maybe through 170 now. Well, here comes right back in. So you did go short? No, you're waiting. Yeah, maybe that's something there. Adara, see, where is Adara? Oh, there she is. Yeah, oh, it's iRobot.
You hear something?
You're saying iRobot is going to the downside? Oh, no, right back up. No, I'm only hearing iRobot. I don't know.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Apple. Then no,
iRobot just went down to 770 and all the way back up to 870. Remember, iRobot was a name that was maybe potentially being talked about as a buyout from Amazon. I'm wondering if maybe Apple was talking about taking down iRobot.
Now Apple wants to tank. Give me a break.
I don't know. Maybe that's what it was. That would make a little bit of sense there, actually. Maybe Apple's in talks to do something with iRobot.
Now Apple's tanking.
Well, that's maybe why. Because
no
if you're
one
going to buy
wants
a
them to
company out, it costs you something.
Yep.
And if the market doesn't like it. But anyways, I don't know. I don't see anything here. I'm not hearing anything. I mean, I have the Benzinga platform here, so if anything does pop in.
Here we go. Explores home robots as next big thing after car fails. So that's much worse for iRobot than it is anything for Apple, but that's the reason. Apple explores home robots as next big thing.
Guys, $11. Like, I don't know if this has anything to do with Nvidia or not, but bang, 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 bang. Wow. Here we go again, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is quite the move down here in the market. We are now $1 in the money for Tesla. We are now, this is why we're here, man. And we're not going to hit this 11 times because that would be wrong. It's now 12. $12 in the money on Nvidia right now, man. We screaming to the downside here in the market. And this is exactly what we thought could happen here this afternoon. This is dramatic for Nvidia. Like, what up with that? We were bidding, well, we weren't bidding anything. We were going to wait for 888. That went down to 888.90 right there. Huge move to the downside, man. Yes, sirree. That's a good one there for anybody that short. And those of you that long, hopefully you had stops because that's why you have stops. So you get stopped out if anything like that does happen. Let's put a bid at 889 right now. Or should we even do that? Or should we just let this thing completely fall all over itself? Let's take a piece out. Let's just get rid of it, honestly. That was a huge move down for Nvidia. And on a lot of volume there. I don't know what that has to do with iRobot or anything, but that was a
no. I don't think it had anything to do with it.
That's why it's strange. Like, that was basically a $3 flush.
iRobot's now up, by the way.
Yeah, I think, you know what, like, more talk about that, man, more.
Justifying the space, or maybe now you think Apple would be the ones to buy them.
Well, that's what I was saying. I thought
that's the only logic there. But I'm trailing. Obviously, Intel broke the low when that same thing happened. It's the only position I'm still in. I was on the offer of Apple if it did another spike, because I thought it was going to give me a short off the top, and then Apple absolutely tanked. So if this, let me just cancel that. I'm not going to get filled at 40.70 on Intel. Obviously, it's down at 40.40. We reloaded off the 90s, giving it to 41 even. I'm going to give it to 50. If it retakes the bottom, I'm going to jump out of that trade. But iRobot, IRBT on that Apple news. Here's it grinding higher. So if the logic there is that, hey, who cares about the logic? Just respect the fact that it's going up. I said that with Disney. It's traded in the direction that it wants to go. So 840 is where it broke out from. Long back into that level off consolidation. Simple setup.
You never know. You honestly, guys, look at this Tesla trade. It really was another one right there. Take a drink of water, everybody, because, like, honestly. Oh, all right. Where's your water? Cheers.
It's almost done.
Yeah, mine too. Nothing wrong with that. Wow. Yeah. So about all of that. Good. Like Tesla, we just got 167.60. So that's $1 plus right there. Came right into our area. That's what we took. Nvidia, unfortunately, we did not, this on me again, as we always say. We didn't have a bid down there at 888. We did talk about that as a possible level. It didn't really get there. It got to 889. So I'm going to put a bid there. If we liked it before, maybe we should like it again right now. That is going to be Nvidia. We'll take that out if it comes back in. I mean, either way, we don't have a huge piece. I think we probably have about 20% left of our total position up there, maybe a little bit less. So we would love to get that fill if that is indeed possible. And then honestly, man, 330 in the money for Boeing. I just want to thank everybody for coming through. IRBT, all right. All right, so $9, nice move to the upside. Boom, I like that spot right there for iRobot. That might be a good long for a while right now as they get, like we just mentioned, some of that pass-through love from Apple. Because if Apple's going to develop something like that, remember, it could always be, this is just like where there's smoke, there's fire type of thing. We don't exactly know, but this is the story as brought, right here by all of us here at Trader TV Live. Engineers at Apple have been exploring a mobile robot that can follow users around their homes. So attention, Brendan and Ayal, we may be getting an Apple sort of butler type person or robot, I guess, not a person, following you around your house. And whether or not they're vacuuming.
Brendan already said he wanted one.
Right, like an iRobot would be doing. That's why I'm saying, attention, Brendan, get your credit card out. Because Apple is getting ready to be serious entry into the space. But man, I'm really just honestly through the moon on this Nvidia trade. We talk about trying to put up some numbers, and this Nvidia trade allowed me to get back into that level there today. So that was a really good one to end the day, honestly. It's 320 right now. We're just easing out of all of these positions, man. Tesla $1.10 for Nvidia, almost $4 for Boeing. Well, I don't know what else. Shout out to Kevin Mendoza or anybody else who wants those sort of trades in there. What up to Max? What up to everybody that's around, man? Shout out to Obi, who did a fantastic job on the midday once again with Adara. That continues to be a banger there in replace of the Egyptian nightmare Sharif. And then we'll just, wait for some pics from that guy as I hope he's being able to wrestle those gorillas.
He's not wrestling
those gorillas that he wants to do. I don't think it's a good idea, but he can
No,
wrestle gorillas. You know what?
But he's actually. I've actually had this conversation with Sharif. He's really into he likes that survival stuff and
he's mentioned that.
He's very big into that. That's your thing. That do you? I've just emphatically said that I like a certain type of vacation I like, and being on safari is probably not one of them. The only way I'd do it.
Well, the thing is, you have a family. He would be sitting there on a beach just by himself.
If Aaron said, "Daddy, I would love to go on a safari," I promise you this much. All this crap that I'm saying goes out the window, and you're going to see me with some lions and tigers and bears. But that's the only way it would happen for me. CGC just broke the high again. I'm trying to get Apple short. At this point, it's been fortunate to have been a perfect afternoon, but I'm not sitting in anything. And when it's 320, you're either in it or waiting for something really good. We talk about time of day trading. This is the time of day. You got to be a little bit specific about the entries. So when I said I wanted to fade Apple, and I was sitting off the offer, I'm like, I wanted this high. And chart, here we go. I wanted it wicked the top. I'm like, oh, it's going crazy. I might get filled up here again. And then it just never did. So we went back to that other plan, which is, okay, if it's moving down, consolidation down, short that. So obviously we're not going to get 170.5. Let's be real about that for a second. But if it can hold underneath VWAP, you also have this previous low at 169.80. So I want to give those two levels some respect. If it does the lower level, like the previous support ends up being the resistance, we'll work it down to 169.10. I don't know why I have a 169.30 marked off. On the 15-minute, it is a very distinct resistance to support at 169 to 169.30. So I think if you get down in that range, we got to be taking some profit out. iRobot's flying, though you got to wonder, this is all on speculation, right? This is nothing specific has been said about iRobot. It was Apple news that is giving iRobot a boost. So I'd have some reservations about punching this top, simply because Apple could say we're not interested in making any acquisitions. If they make that comment, iRobot could tank $1. If they say anything, let's go to the desk and handle some business.
This part of the show brought to you by IG. Got opinions on central bankers, geopolitics, and economic data? Apply your macro views with a Forex account at IG. Currencies like Euro and USD can require as little as 2% margin rates and offer $0 commission trading. Using a Forex account at IG. For a limited time, traders can open, fund, and trade with IG for up to $10,000 in funding bonuses. Terms and conditions apply.
All right, yeah, hit that QR code there and go find out what IG is all about for sure. Thank you, Ms. Adara, for that one. I mean, Apple went down and touched 169 flat there. That probably was a buy. I mean, not flat, but 20s there, right into those levels that were the pre-market highs that we were initially fighting against. So that's, again, wow. We're starting just to keep leveling up here, man. But that 180, that 169, that was the pre-market high that we were initially going short against it before it broke, right? And then we got stubborn. We talked about that. So that could have been a long down there. So I think we should probably look at that if it comes back. It's now 30 cents away from that level. Excuse me, chug that water. And then we do have, what time is it? 3:23. Okay. I was just thinking about getting out somewhere here if we break above 894. But you know what? We don't have a huge piece left, and we're trying to ride. So let's just see. We are going to wait for 898. If we get that, 899. So 889. If we get that one, then that'd be pretty good, man. And again, for a trade that had $3 worth of risk, we're now 3-1 again on that. So that's going to be a good one. And we've already taken pieces out. We were going to average in. I kind of wish that we had sort of got another fill up here just to put some more on the board. But here it comes. I mean, this market could really go. You know what? Forget it, man. Honestly, let's just cancel this and go. So we'll see how low we can get. I mean, why we could go back into the day's low again. So we're going to have a couple high ticks and maybe a low tick. Let's just go to 885 and call this a day on Nvidia. If it hits 885, then you've just seen something. And I'll be pretty proud to bring that to you. So let's wait to see what happens there. I don't know if it's going to happen. But Boeing, like I said, we just said, wow, did we miss the bottom on Boeing? No, we did not. 350 now in the money on Boeing. This is a trading show. Like this is a monster move down. So I still think that this could be a good cover. Like I said, if you're trading options or something like that, we are coming into the last half hour. And if you want to trade out of it, then fine. But Boeing right now, an absolute beast. And like I said, if you're here for trades, what else? $12, $4, $1.50, and looking for more. We talked about DraftKings earlier as well. That didn't get up to $46. But it's getting close, no? So we'll see about this tomorrow. 45.20. I really like the 46 short right there for DKNG. We'll see if that can come through at print. But yeah, man, we're just enjoying what this ride is today. And it's a nice downside move after, again, we had talked about being red on the day for our opinion. And that's exactly what's brought this green net for the day. Being biased to one side, sticking with it 3 days in a row, no longs.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you this right now. I have an aversion. I'm never saying I'm only going short or only going long because there's always a strong stock somewhere. Like the weed names were up today. Like you can't, like the tech names are weak and they've been good shorts and Tesla's been a good short. But there's always something. If you're a bearish trader or a bullish trader, there's always something for you out there in the market. And I believe you can usually find it. Speaking of the news-based trade, however, I just got Apple. Like I showed you guys those little support lines I had in there, the 30. And then the 169.10. I know Sean said 169, but when I pull back to 15-minute chart, it's not that big of a difference. But I have it in the 10 range. You could call it like 169.15 even. It doesn't really matter. But if it gets down to that, I'm getting out. So out one here, out one there, and then just play it in pocket. And playing things in pocket and range has been really consistent today. Like just take the out, look for the next level, find the next level, take the short, and be willing to get out and then just sort of make those trades. Like that's the style of trade I want to be able to do here. Just one more thing for you. I didn't get CGC, but I know some people are still obviously long. It had that one dip and I was looking for a consolidation. That was right quick, right back to $10. Went to $9.80, it was immediately back at 10. It's now up 21%. So the new trade was just getting Apple on that news. And it was just like Disney. For myself, I'm going to show you three things this afternoon. One, Disney on news, short consolidation, it ends up going further to the downside. You can do whatever you want with that trade. Boeing, short, one time in here with about 40 cents worth of risk. And then, look, it'll go all the way down to 185 when I got out, but I'm taking it out in thirds. So the average out is going to be about $1.20, $1.30 when you work it all out. So it's about a 3-to-1 style trade. So look for an entry. Once you find an entry on a trade, risk to reward, then you go for it. You know, and for me, like, I didn't see anything until it started popping back up. And after news hits, it's like, where does it find resistance on bad news? Boeing found it there at 188, so we shorted that. Apple is a very similar thing. Apple came to the downside, made the move. Okay, where is it finding resistance when it settles down? Off this previous low. So enter the short into that low. If it breaks it, whatever. Then you're kind of just setting up that trade. I had a coach in baseball that just said sometimes see ball, hit ball. But if you don't see it, like if you're sitting there and you can't even see the pitch, then you don't have to swing at it just hoping for a home run. So I hope that you can find those opportunities out there. I'm seeing guys asking about Tesla, please. What Tesla's not really, what's Tesla doing? I had some trade. Look, obviously, I'm up on Tesla, but I stopped trading Tesla when it started upward trending. Like, I wanted Tesla shorts into here, so I did that. It worked. Small win there, then out. Basically a flat trade. But it was essentially a stock that was trending up, higher lows from yesterday and then higher lows pretty much throughout. It looks like it could be a bit of a breakdown play off the 169 this afternoon. Maybe you get a flat bottom break at 67 in the VWAP, but Tesla up 0.5% and showing you a pretty decent trend to the upside. So if it can close above VWAP, this really isn't that bad overall for Tesla. I'm not going to go long it. To me, there's a difference between I will stop shorting a stock and I'm now flipping into a long. And I've said this about Tesla and just my personal opinion. On the daily chart, trend is to the downside. So when that's the case, there's your lower highs, there's your lower lows. It's still beneath the 50 period. Actually holding underneath the 50 period on the daily is Tesla. So I'm looking for shorts, but it doesn't mean I'm only going to be short all day long, because the way I see it, if it shows you an intraday trend to the upside, eventually it could just continue to go higher. It ends up holding underneath 169 today. So there's always that difference. And it's an important difference between, you know what, I'm bearish on this stock, but today I just need to step away from it or stop shorting it or get out of it or something along those lines. But it doesn't mean I like the long. Just because you don't want to short a stock doesn't mean you want to go long the stock. That's the thing about trading. You don't actually have to make a trade or have a position at any given moment on a stock. If you do that, then you're just constantly back and forth. Ooh, I want to be long this or short this or whatever. Make sure it sets up. That's why I was specific this afternoon. It's been Disney, it's been Apple, it's been Boeing. All three of them have worked out.
All right. Yeah, if there's anything else you guys want me to do, I'll be happy to do that for you. Like we just mentioned, man, we're sitting on $12. We're sitting on right now $15 of winners right now, just currently in them. So if there's anything you guys want me to talk about, more than happy to do that. Just put it in the chat there, and I'll look at something for you. Where's my bid for Nvidia? You might be asking. $895, $885. If you are asking, if not, that's fine. That's the only $885. That's the only thing we're doing right now on Nvidia, is waiting for that one. Yeah, $885. So, you know, that's where we were this morning. We love this trade. Again, we talked about the sticky note. We talked about, you know, sticky note nation. We talked about all that kind of stuff with you guys earlier. And it's really been, you know, quite a good opportunity here to show you, you know, what we're, oh, I'm on my messages here. I got to cancel those. All right. So this is what we're sort of talking about. You want to have an idea of what you're trying to do. So Tesla short is right now $1.30 in the money. Disney, we didn't have that long. Didn't need it. Apple short, the only loser that we had. Nvidia short is what we're in right there. And then the Boeing breakdown happened right in front of everybody. And that name was, I don't want to say the easiest name because nothing's really easy, but that one, the fact that it fell late was the problem, but it was definitely a negative catalyst. So That was pretty simple. 185 break. Okay, so now that I'm looking at this, I'll look at the chat in 1 second here. Where is it? Boeing. So we don't even have a stop right now on that. So let's just use 185, right? So again, the futures are going to print wherever they do. We do have the imbalances coming at 850, so that or 850 at 350, 185.02. And we will get out of everything. Chris Bretcher joining me tonight on the market recap show. So despite us, again, putting through some damage here, we're still putting in that work for you. Tonight, traders stay late. Levi's going to be a very, very interesting read in print as we see where this one goes. Again, Levi's, we were looking at that earlier. Reporting tonight, post-market, April 3rd. Short float was pretty good, 12 and a bit. Nice pullback yesterday on PVH earnings. But yeah, for right now, it's looking like, great move off this year.
BlackBerry too.
Is BlackBerry tonight?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they were the same day.
Are they?
It's
what is
Wednesday, right?
It is Wednesday. Yeah, it is post-market tonight. Yeah, okay. What is the price? $2.80. Okay, so they do have a short float of $7.
That's not that good.
At 53 cents. So yeah, we'll look at BlackBerry.
There's an early imbalance out
I'll
on.
put that on my board.
Not a lot of big names on the early imbalance. However, one stock that had moved a bunch today is up here. Altria had a bit of a move today. You can probably figure some of that out, but there's a early look buy imbalance on MO of 2.4 million. It's probably notable because there was a decent sized flush at the open on Altria, kind of down 43 to 42. It's an early look buy imbalance. That gets interesting for me because if it pops, if it comes out a buy and then you get a pair off event, then you can try to short the pop because the trend has been down. So if it comes out a buy and then pairs off, then you just short the pop. But I'll be keeping eyes on MO here. It's the only thing of note since we got the early look imbalances. I suppose Toast used to be a thing at 600,000 to sell, but it's the only thing I'm watching that looks remotely interesting on the early look imbalances. Joe Schmo, BlackBerry. I mean, it's at this point the interest in BlackBerry is that occasionally it makes a squeeze move. Like that's it. Like it's not. I don't even have one anymore, and I was literally the last person on earth that owned one. And I actually think, maybe it wasn't me, but out of every single human being that I know, I was the last person to have one. So even I'm away from that ship. But if it does go squeezing, it's done 10, 15% moves on earnings plenty of times. So I think that's the reason we're going to be interested in it, not because I think it's a good investment or anything. That ship sailed a long time ago.
All right. 207. I said we would just sort of wait to see if anything happened here with Nvidia into the close. I'd be pretty happy at this point getting an 894 print. So I'm just going to put a stop in for that. We talked about this and not trying to get overly greedy, but we already did. So if it prints higher than that, then okay, here it goes right now. You see what I'm talking about? So here's a nice little move back up to the upside, 894.01. That might come in very, very soon, but we'll just get out of it all because this is what trading is. So there it is. All right, we could have had 890 there for this. It's just a small piece, but we'll still take it out if it does go. We did talk about Boeing breaking through 185. That might be an out rate here because it is taking the 50 period. So if you are, sensitive to 20 cents, this is not a horrible spot. Tesla's still getting worse. So despite the market, remember when we were talking about this, when I said, oh, wow, the Tesla is not doing anything. Meanwhile, the market was kind of doing nothing as well. Well, there we go. The market did fall and so did Tesla. So right now, despite the market moving up, Tesla's still going down. And there it is, man. Another good one there to end the day on Tesla. So we can have
iRobot reversed the entire move.
Oh, yeah. Well, we said that story might not have had anything to do with anything.
That's the problem because it's not like Apple said anything about iRobot. It's just everyone's speculating that it could have happened, which is great on the way up, but when it's only speculation, unfortunately that's what can happen. It's still not, maybe it's an opportunity because it just came back into 830. If it goes even remotely sideways green here, I think it's worth a shot. I took a shot in Apple right in here, 169.65. It got down to the 40s. I got some out, and then it came right back up. There's where I was playing it off of, previous support to resistance. It broke it, I get out of the trade. Ugh. Simple setup there. Kanye saying they still have the BlackBerry Key 2 as their second phone. Well, I guess technically speaking, the Key 2 is my second phone as well. Technically, because I still have it, And if something would happen to my Pixel, I would have to use my key too. So I'm with you on that one, but I don't really use it for anything. I actually think I might just end up giving it to my daughter because she likes the keyboard.
Yeah, both my kids have iPhone XRs or something. All right, over to the desk with A.
This part of the show brought to you by Trade Ideas. Real-time scanning and alerting used in our desk by many of our traders every day. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Check out the link in the description for 20% off.
This is actually a very good point by ComputerNet there. Is if they wouldn't let Amazon buy it, would they let Apple buy it? The answer to that is probably no. But I would put almost every big cap, Mag 7, whatever you want to call it, every acquisition currently in the U.S. administration is going to get under scrutiny, and it's going to be trouble getting that done. Everything's been held up, and Microsoft was able to punch through Activision, but you followed that, you know how hard a deal that was. Coffee Trader, if you had to choose only one strategy to trade, which would you pick? So it's going to be a version of, I always call it like the pop and fade or grip and rip. I suppose, I don't know if that's the best way to describe it, but it's something along these, so I'm going to show you kind of an idea of what it looks like with the trade I like. And it works in either direction, and it'll generally be a stock which is showing you a key price, like Nvidia. Here's 900 on Nvidia. You had a top yesterday. You had a close the day before at the 900 level. So it jumps into that level, shows a resistance there, short it right tight to that level, and then back into the first resistance at like 95. Like that's one of my favorite sort of setups because it's light risk, very tight stop, where you know you've got $5 worth of room for it to move, and you might risk less than $1 on that trade. And it works in both directions. Like I would say Reddit was an example of that I didn't get yesterday. So we're talking about Reddit. It's actually even the lesson of the day. Like it goes into a previous bottom, kind of wicks it, and then it reverses off of that. So it holds a low. It's like the grip and rip, like the dip and rip, I suppose you'd call it, or the pop off the previous resistance level, and then like that little mean reversion trade. I just feel as if there's something in play every day, and it's a type of setup that really works. But there's so many out there, like breakout plays that we like. Those were great on Nvidia. Breakouts were great on Nvidia 2 weeks ago. They just aren't, like, when was the last time we had a breakout trade on Nvidia? I don't remember. But like 2 weeks ago, or before I left for vacation, that was like 6 of my last 7 trades in Nvidia were all like double and triple top breakouts. And then those have just gone by the wayside because Nvidia hasn't been the same kind of stock when I came back. Like before I left for Florida, there were all kinds of, when it was bouncing off the 850, there were all kinds of like bullish moves where you could find these, like this breakout here was a great one, triple top breakout. I love those, but they didn't set up today.
Yeah, they definitely didn't set up today. All right, we're an $11 winner there on Nvidia. We could talk about that. Again, this is why if you're looking for trade setups and trade ideas, like we talked about our trade plan for Nvidia, and it just worked perfectly today. Levi Strauss, its last move was only 1.3%. So that could be something to look at coming in today. But there's BlackBerry's last move was 12. Both are implied double digits right now. So that's nice. So that'll be an interesting move. Nothing else is really Nova Gold. We could see some gold movements coming through there as gold's been, obviously at all-time highs as we continue to talk about that. And then Acuity Brands was this morning at the largest market cap. So BlackBerry's still 1.6 bill. So still a decent market cap there for BlackBerry, and definitely something to look at into the close. Again, a 14% move for BB is expected, and not much else coming through. If we have the earnings board, we can get
Holy
it,
crap,
but we don't.
VGC's still
That's not really a move.
Are the weed names back?
Yeah, there's Weed Batman, baby.
28% on CGC. What's ACB was 42?
Wow. Okay.
40.
All right, this is a better day.
44%.
Better day than I thought. Maybe.
What else is there? Tilray's up 17%. MSOS is up probably double digits. Let's
I'm
call it
liking
10.
all of this.
Oh, actually, no. Yeah, MSOS is not going to move the way those do.
No.
No, it's up 3%. But like every single weed name is up. I bet you Sundial's even having a good day today. SNDL. Nothing against Sundial. Sundial's up 20 points as well. 22% to the upside. This could be the start of, although I don't know how it'll end. but it could be the start of something interesting. Sundial, for the record, come to this daily chart. This is, if the weed names are going squeezing, we're going to the quad and we're going to squeeze. 250 on Sundial. Once, twice, thrice. Maybe there's like a technical, like it looks like a really, really weird W, but that's a triple top on a name that could squeeze. And it's a reverse split as well. The float's kind of ridiculous because they reverse splits a couple times. But yeah, 250 looks interesting. Maybe not with 17 minutes to go, but if this weed run continues, why not Sundial? Really? Because like, what else was a good long today? Micron, Dell, and every cannabis name was your longs for today. Let's go back to Adara.
Just got a note here from Paramount that's coming in a couple minutes ago here. Wall Street Journal reporting that Paramount board members are pursuing exclusive Skydance merger talks, and that Apollo Global Management has also offered $26 billion for Paramount. So these talks continuing to heat up here. Also seeing some reports from Bloomberg here, but nothing confirmed yet, that Skydance and Sherry Redstone and the Redstone family of Paramount are still in talks. Lots of discussion online in regards to this name, so keep an eye on PARA, getting lots of volume spikes here, guys.
All right, give a little Paramount love there. I just want to say that the only long idea that we did actually have today was Alibaba, and it would have been another one.
Another one.
All right, it's too many another ones. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
That was right there, $72. It's been on pretty much every single sticky note, but today we were too biased because when it opened up, it was really close, and I was just like, we could have just taken like a small amount of shares there and tested it, but when it came back in there, we sort of, again, 12 o'clock, I wasn't here, no excuse. Well, it is an excuse, because if I was here, I might trade it, but we weren't. So right there, 72 and change coming in, 72.12, 72.10, but all right, fine. Now tomorrow that we've seen that, we could definitely have a look to see if that's what it is. So right there, we'll have a quick look at that level there, 72.12 coming through for Alibaba. Hopefully we get a little dip opportunity in that one. All right, man, Nvidia is just spinning its way down lower here, I feel like. Let's dig itself a little bit of a hole. We absolutely, like I said, big time trade here today. We don't show P&Ls, but I can tell you this is P&L 1, obviously. Let's just see what happens now. 890 coming in right now, could break lower. Let's see if it does. I could actually change this now. We were going to get out at 894 if that broke higher. Now let's just use 893. Okay, because we're going to try to just, basically ride this 50-period moving average, the same stuff that we've been doing over and over again. So 893.01 there to get out. Bang, we'll put that offer in there as we just start to get ready to go into the close. Tesla is retracing back. This could be another level that we maybe get out at for Tesla. We should have probably got out there, but if you zoom this back out a little bit for Tesla, we were still thinking VWAP and lower, but that makes sense. We already bottomed out there again, bottomed out. So Tesla's looking really strong. I really, really like this name for a long. I just hope that tomorrow I can wrap my head around that trade. 168 will get out of Tesla. So again, pretty good trading happening here.
Make sure you mention this in the recap.
Yeah, I will.
Oil held a breakout today. So if you're looking at CL, it held, whatever, double top, smiley face, whatever name you want to give that. Nice hold. It broke out and then kind of went. There was a little bit of a pullback, but then it's held pretty nicely. And then you look at the individual names. Okay, usually I pull up XOM for Randy, but I'm going to look at CVX because that's the one I own. Oh, come on, daily chart. But CVX consolidating off the top, 160 it's holding. Let's go to XOM. Maybe the daily chart's going to do some better justice. 120, you're getting a consolidation off the top. When a stock goes to the highs and then wants to consolidate, you love it because what it can do is make another leg higher. And XOM's been on a tear. My daily chart deciding it hasn't traded. It started trading in March, which obviously XOM didn't do. But energy names, they have the power right now.
Yeah, and who would have thought, honestly, like an ETF would just like outperform so badly some of those other names. Like this XLE, look at this chart. Like just ripping up here. Like, I don't know, we have not sold any of this. Still working, still going. Great levels for oil, man. Still going to the upside. We do only have 3 minutes. I'm going to hold on to XLE. Maybe next time I have NASA on, I'll ask him about that one because me and him have gone back and forth with that. All right, so that's a nice trade. Tesla's still bouncing. We did put that 68 fill in there. We do have our Nvidia now. Now just a minor $12 winner for that name. Boeing is still $3. And then let's just check back in on Apple as we're getting ready to close out the show. Oh, I do want to remind everybody, stay with us afterwards as we get the market recap show. It's a little fun show that we do after hours. And there it is right now with Chris Bretcher. There's BlackBerry. Oh, yeah, Disney. Yeah, okay. We'll talk a little bit about
because
Disney.
of the vote.
Yeah, Boeing and Levi's. So a bunch of interesting stories there that I hopefully will be able to talk about into the close. So some fun stuff happening for us all here. Just waiting. None of my orders are really printing out right now. Apple does make a pretty solid recovery. We were talking about buying that 169 dip, and unfortunately we weren't there. But that was a great dip buy into 169.20. Probably a missed opportunity there. But so far, so good. There, yeah. Earnings, yeah, XOM is 20% of XLE. Good. So, I mean, I'm really happy with the way that that's been performing. So, Rivian as well, Tesla, they're all... Rivian bounces near off 10.
Oh, yeah,
I'm still on Apple. Rivian is still bouncing off 10 as well. But yeah, this is another name that might have some interest in it. I don't know.
Just one thing, Disney continues. Just because you were mentioning it, you're still holding the low on Disney. It's a little bit of a bounce, but obviously it doesn't matter what we think or what I think. I'll speak for myself. At the end of the day, this was running up into this battle, and the first day is a sell. Tomorrow, I can tell you, I just did not delete the 113 resistance line. I kind of usually if a stock does this off a resistance and does higher lows into a flag and breaks out, I'll leave that line in the chart so that when it pulls back in, I'll remind myself, hey, if Disney falls to 113, I should be looking for a long opportunity down there because that was such a good resistance level. Someone just asked the question, what's your favorite setup? And I was like, oh, that whole pop and fade. But really, that's actually not true. It's the most simplistic thing. I like when support turns into resistance. If you have a really good level, like once, twice, 3, 4, like how many times does this stock resist it at 113? When it pulls back in, any bounce off that, I want to go long. I think that's probably my favorite thing, is support turning into resistance and vice versa, because that way you already know it's a significant level before you have to trade off it. Imbalances are about to hit. The only early number was Altria 2.4 million to the buy side. We'll see if it comes out bigger and smaller. It comes out pretty much exactly as it was. TLT is a sell 2.8. Cisco 2 million to the sell side. Who cares about Toast? I'm not seeing any of the big names yet. RY is a bank. Intel's a sell of 800,000. I'm surprised it's not bigger. Apple's a sell of 700,000 shares. That's pretty much it. It's probably going to be a sell imbalance, I'm guessing, but not that big.
Yeah, if Adara has it, she has it. If not, now it's $14 in the money on this one. Yeah, we just showed the imbalances. I can put them up again. Boeing is still going lower. We did get stopped out of Tesla, which is good, man. We'll take $1 on that clean. And then Nvidia, I mean, we just bounced again off 888s. So I know it's 808 in Heartbreak, but we might just put an 88888 here and see if we can get that and then run away from this trade right now. I don't know if we're going to get an 885 or not. We could just put this on the board and put $14, $15 in our pocket and just move on here. As the market could, when you're dealing with imbalances, we don't really know what could happen. So just be careful with all of this. There's 892. We could get out if it breaks 890 again, but that might happen right away. Here we go. Let's go. Give us that trade. Ooh, we just printed 98 on the bid. We are 10 cents away from a huge trade, a huge P&L trade, and also hopefully one that we've explained a lot to everybody there, and you're able to take advantage of it. Oh, wow, we just bounced off of us again. See, this is the problem when you have orders out sometimes. They bounce off of you, but if it's strong enough, it should really take you out at that level. So maybe we will just do that, and there it is. I'll just punch out right there. What's up to Brendan? Right there. There's the out, getting out at 889 to end it right there. Like I said, probably going to be it is the biggest trade for me this month so far. That is Nvidia. And there it is, Neil, $14. Good trade there. Now we just got to wait for Boeing to settle down as we are into the close.
If it even settles down. because
Let's go.
I'm not completely convinced. Yeah, look, the only reason I say it this way is because I own Boeing, and there's like 5 times in the last year that I've said, I'm just going to get out of all my Boeing shares and put it into General Electric because GE Aerospace. And I haven't done it. And every time I hate myself for it. Para is still going to the upside here. Adara did bring you some news there. It's going to close, looks like up about 11%. You can stick a fork in the Vegemite bet. I'll make a pledge. Tomorrow I'm going to make something a little bit more reasonable. Like today I said Disney when
That was
Disney
reasonable, I think.
I thought, so the reason that I thought Disney was reasonable, that's to me.
I'm fine with the reasoning.
No, it's because it was only $1 away. I felt like it was really easy for it to just pop up $1 and go from 120 to 121. But really, it's like there was an event and it went down. Like it'd be the equivalent of me saying Boeing. Even if I had said, yeah, Boeing only has to bounce $1, it's still bad news and a negative reaction. I'll pick something more neutral tomorrow. Like how about no matter what, it'll be something regarding a Mag 7 name, where I think you have a better chance of it going either way, as opposed to something which is literally trending to death, like Disney is. But it's a good day trading. It's a good day if you hold weed stocks as well. But overall, it's actually not that bad for the NASDAQ. It just feels like it's a red day, but the NASDAQ's up 0.25%. I think that's the thing sometimes you got to keep in mind. Just because you're seeing bleed in Nvidia and Boeing and yada yada, all this good stuff, there are stocks that are making highs every single day. Shout out to you, Caterpillar. Caterpillar actually doesn't have a red candle in the last hour. I love that stock.
Yeah. I love trading. I love stocks. I love everything. Yeah, this has been a really, 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 really lovable day. That is for sure. We will end the day at our highest spot, man. It was a really, really good day here once again. We will talk. Stay late with me. We'll go over the numbers on real trading. We'll show you what some of the top traders made yesterday again. We did that yesterday. That was a big hit. Boeing getting out at 185. We already... Well, I don't know if that was my stop, but I just canceled it. So you know what? I mean, I got to get all set up here. Boeing, do you just want to put that on the board? I know Patrick just saw that $13 winner. We'll add 3 to it right now. That's 16. Plus, we'll give another $1 on Tesla. So $17, $18 for you since 2 o'clock. We'll take all that. And then we'll put Boeing out right now and see if we can get, oops, that's the wrong stock, my bad. We'll put Boeing out right here on the bid, see if it can fall back down in again. And then, hey, just for you, why not? Let's stay late. So I'll come stay late for you guys. We'll do that. We'll put that on the board. The recap show tonight with Chris Bretcher. Thank you so much for the over again market recap show. There, we'll stay late for everybody and put that up. So, pay attention. That also goes as a podcast later on. Do I have a bearish outlook for the rest of the day? You know what, Odyssey Flights? Stay tuned for the market recap show where I will discuss my outlook for the rest of the week. And then plus I'll be back here tomorrow at 8:30. And the other thing about it is, like I've already, this was written at 8:30, okay? And if you just want to follow it, I can reread it with you right here. Good morning, traders. We have been short the last 2 days. I am looking for a similar spot here again today. All right, so hopefully that helps all of you out right there at Trader TV, Sean. If you need to get directional biases, if you need to get bangers, you can go find that. But also watch us.tradertv.live. Follow all of us over there on social medias. We do it all, and we do it all really well. So there it is. Thank you so much, Sebastian the Piper, and all of that. Hope you guys have great days. With only 4 minutes left, I'll pass it off to Neil, and then I'll go get ready to put in some more work.
There goes Fang. You're right, Hollywood life. But yeah. Someone just said in the chat that you hate the weed stocks. Sean jokes about the weed stocks. It's like...
No, we're not positive. Like, I don't know.
No, but it's like anything...
0 for 1, or did you trade the other one?
No, so you know what happened today? I said
them.
The exact moment I went long CGC was the perfect moment to go long ACB. Right. It was like, what are you going to do? Like, I just picked the wrong one. It works out to a flat trade. And again, I don't care about things like 0 for 1. I care about risk to reward. So I'm not mad about CGC because it was a reasonable risk. Like the way I see it, like if you go here for the long and I have a relatively decent stop, if you look at the upside, like I'm not risking a heck of a lot. If it goes, I'm taking some profit there, I'm taking some profit 950s and we hold some for 10. The reason I was mad about it was this is 951 and I'm getting out at 957. So the reason I'm upset is because the reason I took that was because of $9 yesterday in the afternoon. At that same moment, this is the move on ABC. or ACB. ACB gives you the dip and then the great consolidation hold. It was the stronger stock. It was the better entry. And I simply anchored myself to, and I'll tell you exactly why this happened. I think it's important to go over this because ultimately you can celebrate wins, but you got to say what went wrong. I traded this because of this double top yesterday. And I completely ignored the fact that ACB was stronger in the moment. So I liked the triple top breakout. So I traded the setup I like instead of the stock that was stronger, which you're going to do. It's absolutely fine. And then what ended up happening after that? 1, 2, triple top breakout. So we say this all the time. If I'm going to trade CGC over ACB because the 1, 2, 3, then when it does the same thing, 1, 2, 3, I got to be long there too. So it's more along the lines of if I trade the stronger stock, I win. If I trade the triple top break, I have 2 trades today and one of them wins and one of them doesn't, and the winner is much bigger than the loser. And that's all that really matters. If you can't set up a trade that makes sense, then you can't trade. Because what will end up happening is you're just not going to have good risk to reward, or you're not going to have winners that have a reasonable expectation of gains versus how much you're going to lose. That's the only question. The cost of doing business when you trade is how much do you lose relative to your win. So if you have a 10x trade, then you can't be losing 10, 12x when it's wrong. Otherwise, it's not going to work out. But if you lose 2x, 3x, then who cares? Because that's just the cost of doing business. So make sure you're paying for your trades in the right way. Hopefully we do a decent job explaining it away. And that's why I love showing something like this. Like I love to show people, hey, look at CGC. This is what could have been done better. That is, you learn so much more from that than, sort of everything else there. That triple top, it was gorgeous. And I liked it because of a triple top in the first place. So why not go back to that? Sebastian, appreciate you there. Apparently GME's pushing the high of the day according to Chandler. I'm not going to take any other trades, so I'll take you at your word and then pull it up here. GameStop. Hey man, if GameStop went green, it couldn't have been all bad in the market. That was a dog all morning long. It was a short pretty much all morning, and it's going to hold some higher lows. I have no idea why it's up today, so I'm not even going to speculate on GM up there. 214 slugger, you made money on wheat today. Congratulations to you on that. I'll slap this one for you. I got that one, and then I also have the other one. But I'll slap that one because I haven't hit it. So you hit those wheat stocks. They've been absolutely fantastic. Got to get the camera off me. Throw it onto Adara because you know what time it is. It's countdown time on Hump Day today, but let's just call it Cannabis Day. In 5, 4, 3, 2, and you know what to do. Market is closed, and remember what I said. Just because you got Nvidia and Boeing and all these things dumping, the NASDAQ has closed up today. Up 0.3% on the NASDAQ, up 0.15 on the ES. You had energy names that were strong. You had weed names that were strong. It's important to always get a breadth of what's actually happening because it's easy to get wrapped up in the things that you're trading when they trend one way or another. So let's keep the eye on the prize. I love it when the market's up and the account is up. It's always fun, even if you made most of your money short. Shout out to Fabian and Ramin on the 1s and 2s. Great job. Love the topic this week and every week on Learn to Trade. Obi crushing it as Streif is fighting lions and tigers and bears, but you're learning to trade each segment of the day, which I think is an important topic. Shout out to Adara and Obi for doing that. Great guest today, as we always do. Shout out to Brendan for our interview. I think that was a fun one as well. And hey, you got some earnings tonight. And you know what? They're both anticipated double-digit movers. I'm just going to make it up and say BlackBerry moves more than Levi's based on absolutely nothing. But one of those two is going to make a double-digit move, almost guaranteed. And you're going to be able to see it live and more because I think Chris Brecher is going to be on with Sean in the Market Recap Show now-ish.
Yeah, nowish works for me. All right, let's go over some of these markets. Welcome to the Market Recap Show. And yeah, Neil is absolutely 100% right, man. Some of those bangers there at the end of the day really created some great movement. Uranium, XLP, FXI, a couple nice movers coming through there. Today, XLE has been really impressive. Thank you so much for joining once again today. We will have Chris Brecher coming through. Oh, man, there we go. I just got the document for the podcast. No rest for the wicked over here, my guy. You know what? I said to my wife, I was like, I'd really like to get into some reading. And she goes, when? And I was like, you know what? You're right. I ain't got no free time. We'll find something. I think like 20, 30 minutes before bed, maybe a possibility there, but then I'd fall asleep and probably only get through 10 pages. So that may take me a year per one book. But you know what? Hey, we're here. Audiobooks? Yeah, I listened to some on the way in. You know what? I got some good podcasts to listen to on the way in. You know, I mean, we don't really listen to our own, but we got one coming up. Why don't we throw it? Do we have that graphic coming there for the podcast? All right, let's go, guys. Yeah, there it is right there. Whoops, live on all socials. Yeah, let's go. I like that one, actually. You know, I like to get that on my board. That'd be really cool. Thank you so much for we'll think about that. For everybody joining us one more time here, I'm going to load up the YouTube and see how many people are here with us. As we do have Levi's earnings, we are brought to you again by the Benzinga Pro platform. So let me just refresh that, go to the top and see if we do get Levi's coming through or not. We will drop that for you immediately. Over 3,200 of you watching with me right now. So thank you so much for that. We'll bring the same energy on this as we do on the normal show as per usual. Right there, what's up to Marcelo? What's up to Lobos here? What's up to EK Santo? Ravi Patel, everybody, Trey Only. What's up, Trey Only? Nice to have you here as we will wait for some earnings to come through, including BlackBerry, including Levi's. XLE, man, the oil space continues to just blast, right? Great little level there. We did have some news coming through on oil today, of course. Oil prices on Wednesday rose, tightening of the oil supply. Just talking about OPEC Plus decided to recommend changes to output, production cuts to the end of June. So, I mean, XLE continues to make new moves higher here. Look at the daily on XLE, man. You want to talk about something breaking out, and this is something that we've had in our portfolio for a minute. I didn't buy any energy stocks. We talked about that. I'm actually surprised that on a weekly chart, we basically have very similar moves to this as we do in the NASDAQ. Normally, like, energy is kind of a hedge against NASDAQ, but it looks like right now breaking higher. This is a weekly. Man, we nailed this one. XLE, congratulations. Anybody's rocking with that. Yo, I see someone saying what's up. So I'm going to say what's up to you, Hans Beer. What's up, Hans? How's it going? What's up, Elon? Hi, Elon. Hope you're having a good day as well. But you know what? You can't have a good day unless you stay hydrated. We ready to rock, Ramin? Because it's Hydration Nation. Damn, Ramin, you getting good at that one, girl? Nice one right there as she puts that up right when we take this sip. We'll welcome Chris Bretcher very, very soon into the building. All right, if Levi's doing anything, that's great. Why are people putting Google in here? Okay, hello, all right. Google right now with a nice move up. This is your boy's largest holding, and there goes Google in the aftermarket. A shot upside, it looks like here. Let me flip this over and go into a 1 minute chart just to see. Come on, chart, let's go. Whoa, hello. Anniversary yesterday, spent all the money. Make it today, as there it goes, Google. Let me go find out what's up with that right now. Okay, I'm going to get this story for you in just 1 second because Brendan stays late. Insiders consider charging for AI-powered search in big change to their models. So there you go. So again, we'll see what's going to happen here. We do know that search is going to be changed dramatically. Like, I use Perplexity, honestly. Like, I'll just ask Perplexity, hey, Perplexity, what Maple Leaf holds the records for most goals scored in a season? Generally, I would have Googled that. You know, but Perplexity will just give you the answer. It doesn't give you a link to a website or anything like that. Google does summarize, which is great, but that's a nice move up. Thanks, Brendo. There it is, bang. So maybe clip it with that one because Google with the nice move up on AI-powered search. Big changes coming. Nice move up for Google, as I believe, right? I mean, we've talked about this over and over again. Google right now taking out, yes, sir, taking out, what's up, Ramin? Taking out all-time highs. It's Google. And it's wonderful, Fabian. You use any of those AIs, like any of those large language models, Perplexity, or which one do you prefer, Chat?
I'm comfortable with ChatGPT. Gemini's just fun.
Gemini?
It's broken. It
Okay.
lasts a lot.
So you can't hear what he's saying. Gemini, fun but broken. Chat is GPT is the most stable according to our guy Fabian here, and one that he is comfortable with. So I think that's actually it's the comfortable with. I think Fabian, that's really going to matter, because if you're building your platform around like using Copilot with Microsoft, then yeah, your tools are going to be Chat GPT based, maybe Bing, Microsoft Cloud. And that's what you're going to be comfortable with, and I just feel that wherever you can get it. So if group and trust, right? I mean, I think we can, with some of the data breaches and stuff. Anyways, there goes Google. That's what it looks like on the daily. This is what it looks like on the weekly. Either way, man, we are starting to break out on Google. Maybe if Mr. Chris Brecher is around, we can get his opinion on Google. Big one right there for us. Okay, what else do you want to talk about? As that was breaking news right there. So again, thanks Brendo, and thanks everybody for mentioning Google in the chat, because without the team of people that we have, we wouldn't be able to be as successful as we are. Okay, gold again. And we're talking about success. I'm talking about bigger than what we're doing right now, baby. Let's get this show on the road. Look at this, nicely done. 212 and breaking higher. By the way, right now. Hey, what if Trader TV Live? I want to see. You know what, Bears versus Bulls? Let me know, because right now we have over 3,000 people watching. Something that Obi was going to was some of these summits that I see. What about if we had over 3,000 watching? What if we had a Trader TV Live summit? We'll chill out. We'll have some keynote speakers, man. We'll fly in Mr. Noss. We'll have Danielle Shea. We'll have Fabian talk as well. We'll have all this. We'll have some drinks. We'll have some dinners. Let me know if that's something that all you guys want to discuss right there. Neil just actually stepped out. I know there was a discussion there as he talked about it on the show, getting a get-together through. But let us know if that's something that everybody... Would anybody come to Toronto? I mean, first of all, if you've never been to Toronto, Ramin wants everyone to stay out. But you know what? Come through. Oh, by the way, and then leave. Yeah, no. But the thing about it is, it's 30% discount on your dollar. So if you're in New York City and you're going out for dinner, yesterday was okay. We dropped about 170 between the two of us, right? We had some drinks, blah, blah, blah. Bottle of wine, food. That's it. Affogato, we're out the door. But if you're spending that in New York, 170, scratch 30% off that. That's what the difference is with just higher potentially quality experience. So anyways, come through. Yep, here we go. Okay, so attention summit. We have reached the peak. Yes. Everybody wants to come through for that, but I'm just talking out loud. So, all right, 10, FXI. We could see some problems here in China for sure, man. But right now it's still holding out. I still like FXI. We've talked about the yin and the yang. Actually, shout out to Chris Brecher again on the yin and the yang. He actually wants to talk about, and just so you guys we're going to talk about this a little bit. Agriculture. We don't talk about that enough. The DBA is something that I should probably add in here. It's not overly aggressive. It looks like that on the daily chart, but generally speaking, I don't really see big moves in this, but we may have to add agriculture. As by the way, Mr. Brecher and everybody else, what's up with cocoa right now going to the upside there? 10,000, up 250% on those futures. What's up, Hans? Beers would definitely join us. I'd like to just meet everybody. When I was in Miami, I was with my kids, and we went to some burger joint. I think it was Shake Shack, actually. We have pictures up on my Instagram, and someone recognized me in Shake Shack, and that was really super cool, all the way down there in Miami. I think that would be a lot of fun to meet some people. What's up? Levi's is now out. So let's go over in there and have a quick look. Thank you, Fabian, for that. Levi right now. Okay, we talked about this move back into some support. So there it is, up to $20 right now. Flip it over. It's Levi Strauss, and it is in the building, ladies and gentlemen, with a nice little move to the upside. And here it is. So I can report it now because it is on Benzinga. So we're very, very careful about what we report. We don't want to mislead anybody. There it is right here. From Benzinga's trade desk here. 26% beating 21 cents. So good on the EPS. So that's a nice beat. And on the bottom as well, we have sales and EPS both beating. So that's good. So boom, we talked about when Ramin's wearing the Canadian tuxedo and I've got jeans on, we're doing something right. Levi's with the win right there. Nice move. But what are they guiding? That's really the question, right? So here's the EPS guide. Guiding right now 115 to 125 against 117. Guidance from 115 to 117 with a 121 estimate. So it looks like their high side and low side, 121 still kind of falling in the middle, but a little bit of a higher guidance to the high side on that. So Levi's, good little number on that one for Levi Strauss, and it looks like they are sort of leading back to the upside. I talked about this yesterday. I even tweeted it out. We talked about PVH and how they missed and guided low. Actually, they didn't miss. Their guide was lower, sending PVH to the downside. So here's Levi's again. Nice upside move. Right now up 8%, right back into that high. Remember yesterday, I was like, what's the news for Levi? Why were we down 8%, right? Here's PVH. So sometimes you got to channel check. We tried to do that and then it backfired. I thought that people weren't wearing too much Calvin Klein or Tommy Hilfiger. Then I remembered I was wearing them. So was Ramin. We both had on pieces of clothing, but that sends to the downside. Look at PVH. Today, another 3%. It does matter where you are, not just the sector, but it also matters the name. So PVH downside. Meanwhile, Levi Strauss, again, a recent entrant into the market. Remember, recent IPO, daily chart kicks it up here, looking to take out that high. I'm going to believe this is close to all-time or recent highs, because all-time highs we had up here, again, came to market, had that move down, huge rip up to $30 and a big fade back to 10. So there is room to go on Levi's, and a short float of 12%. This gets my brain. Although this is 6 hours of live trading, plus a trophy day. But we're still staying here with the recap show. Only 4:13 right now. All right, let's go find out if anything is happening right now. LUNR is skyrocketing. A shout out right now. Thank you to everybody in the chat. I'm going to try. What's up to Russell? Shout out, Russell. You do get an LUNR move right now to the upside. Let's just go over and see what is happening on the daily. We got to flip this over. Hold on a second. The 1 minute chart sending this. Look, 2% right now. Let's just have a quick look. I thought it was starting to move. Yeah, nice move to the upside. The story here, and then we're going to bring out Chris in a minute, is Moon Racer team awarded NASA terrain vehicle contract. I think that's pretty cool. So there it is right now, LUNR with a nice move up. But guys, don't get it twisted. The daily chart on this one is a fail. So nice to get some good news coming through it there. What's up, Odyssey Flights and everybody out there as well. Okay, if we're ready, I'm ready. We're ready. And it's Chris Bretcher.
John, how you doing?
You know what? I'm doing actually pretty fantastic. Thank you so much for asking. And how are you doing?
I'm okay. We're fired up on, well, I'm fired up about you mentioning YINN. Thanks for doing that.
There you go. I mean, hey, you brought it to our attention. I'm going to give you the credit on that one as well. China's been a pretty good trade, I feel like, over the last little bit. Any positions currently? YINN here, going 3 times bull. You've brought this to our attention down here, $17, $18. Looking at this name now breaking up, looking to break through 20 and starting to go through again. What's up, Nelson, my main man there in the chat, was just talking about Miami. What do you see here on yin? Good call so far, but it's looking like it might be exhausted a little bit up here near 21.
Probably exhausted. I'll show you like an overbought, oversold. I'm going to visit my son in South Carolina tomorrow, Thursday and Friday, so that guarantees all heck's going to break loose, and they'll just throw you money in everything you trade. I mean, we know that. So,
all
but
right.
I just want to let you know I'm going to be gone. But let me show you what I'm looking at in FXI.
Sure, let's go.
So, number one, you're right. It's getting overbought on a daily chart. Definitely getting overbought, like you see on the bottom, right at that resistance. So, the prior bottoms, prior tops. But I have an interesting trade for you that you'll like. This is right up your alley, a pairs trade.
Uh-oh.
So EWJ, or the Nikkei, this is the EW, sort of mirroring the Japan index, hasn't been the same since they said they'll stop buying their equity ETFs. So I'm thinking of buying FXI and shorting EWJ once the oversold MACD on the bottom on EWJ is worked off, and once the oversold and the overbought on the FXI, I'm going to try to figure some trade. I'm not sure how I'm going to do it yet. So, but I'm real interested in a pairs trade of buying China, shorting Japan, because my goodness, the Japan market has done that ever since Well,
Yeah,
from
the
back
yen
here-
is near lows, right? The yen. So you might be onto something right there as the DXY, the US dollar, continues strength. So I could see Japan pulling back a little bit. I do like the EWJ. Are you normally into emerging market trades, or this is just a pairs trade that sort of came up to your mind? Is this something that you...
It's just a pairs trade I sort of came up with.
Okay.
And in fact, that's a lady that I follow real closely on the internet that I really respect. It was her idea. So I don't want you to think I'm Mr. Genius here. So I just want to let you know that.
Just Mr. Handsome. All right. Agriculture, Chris. You had messaged me about a couple different ideas. We had talked a little bit over email. It's been a long day. Oh, by the way, how's the back, by the way?
Well, I'm having a complete knee replacement May 3rd. I can't wait.
The back is fine. The knee is the problem.
Yeah. So
Okay, I'll remember
I want
that.
to tell you an interesting story about the Nikkei if you have time.
Is that because you thought about the Nikkei because we're talking about the knee? Is that what happened? Because that always happens to me.
No.
And then I get blamed like, oh, great pun. But it was like, it just happened sort of naturally. Yeah, let's go, man. Story time with Chris Brecher.
All right. This is a crazy story from when I was crazy trading on the floor. So the Nikkei, this is the Nikkei up here, that parabolic move, sort of like looks like the AI revolution. Don't ask me why, but Denmark started selling put warrants on the Nikkei. So they were called Kingdom of Denmark put warrants. So when it was doing parabolic, I was buying these put warrants at $3. That's what I was doing because I'm like, this is ridiculous. So I bought 10,000 here, 10,000 there. Next thing I know, I'm long 300,000 of a $3 warrant.
Okay.
$900,000 of warrants. And then I had a trip to hedonism in Jamaica. And I'm like, maybe I shouldn't go.
What?
So I had to find a place that had a TV so I could watch CNBC.
Yep.
And you had a lot of people say, what on earth are you doing? Like finding a TV for CNBC. I was so nervous in it. So I sold them at 4. It was a good year, good month. Selling them at 4 on their way to 10.
Well, hey, you know what? You stress it out. You're on vacation. The wife probably didn't like you searching around for a CNBC monitor there, but you found one. You made money on the trade, so that's all good. But up to $10. Look, we always sell our winners a little too early. I remember when I was in Rome and there was a major rebalance, and I was trying to remote into our software so I could trade it as well. And it was like, I guess the rebalance would have happened at 4 p.m. So it was like 11 or 12 at night. And here we are supposed to be on a patio having some vino. And here I am at whatever hotel we were trying to remote in, which it didn't work because the damn firewall. So I had some explaining to do that night. But hey, isn't that the best about our jobs? You know, we come in every day. We actually don't really know what we're going to get into. And then we're able to, trade whatever we see. All right, Chris, 420 right now. This is kind of, I guess, maybe a little topical. Have you been looking at any of the marijuana stocks? I mean, look at CGC today again, a monster. I'll give you a second. Come over to my charts here, Ramin. CGC really starting to blast up again. A name that was, Chris, $3 back about 2 weeks ago, now up to 11. We had ACB, Aurora, Cannabis say, scratch that. We were also $3 and we'll go up 50% today, up to $7.50. We have Tilray starting to pop off a little bit. Again, wow, I was throwing some fun money at this, and I even said it on the show.
Yeah.
Let's average in, fun money, average not on the product, my guy, in the stock. As we were back down into here, I said, you know what? I'm holding the bag on this. Let's put some money to work at these bottoms. And then all of a sudden, puff goes the magic dragon. And now we're all the way up here to $10, $11. Does this trade have any staying power?
Well, the thing about these stocks, the CGC, the Tilray, we were in CROM. We had the 2 calls at 5 cents and scratched them, but they expired that day. But the thing is, most of them have cash flow problems. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a rash of secondaries in here and see how they hold up.
Same.
And I saw it in like CRSP. So the stock started going up on good news. And the secondary they did was only $1 under the market. I mean, it was really impressive, and which showed a lot of buying power. Then you have, on the other hand, SMCI, the price their secondary when it was trading at 1,000 at 870. So I think the big deal is going to be where they price those secondaries. Are they going to be where they were 3 weeks ago or close to the prevailing price? And that'll tell you the future of them, I think.
I mean, look at this over here. Even if you come over to CGC, I know you just talked about Kronos there, but here's the RSI up here at 80. We're touching that again right now. So a couple little top movements here could be heading to the downside off of a nice RSI top. You see what I'm doing over here, Chris? We've got I've now got these markers for the screen because I'm trying to level it up. You know, I'm trying to get like just as good as Chris Brecher does when he draws the lines on the charts. You know, so now I'm trying to do that. So shout out to my friend Michael Noss who sent me that app. Okay, what do you want to talk about? I mean, that's a couple of ideas that we've bounced off of now. I feel like that's great. The chat, by the way, is absolutely loving it. So I want to thank you, Chris, for coming on.
Oh, great!
One more time again.
That's great. I hate looking at the chat because I'm afraid I'll get bashed, and all I hear is like hearts and stuff. I mean, and I'm thrilled.
Good. Well, hey, they love.
I mean, that's really nice.
Look, if you're now a friend of the family, so everything is fine. And if anybody says anything bad, I'll just ban them from the chat. No, we don't do that. But okay, let's go. I'm going to give you the floor for a second because you did mention how you're looking for something to trigger something else, and that is something that our traders are always looking for: new trade ideas and something that they can look at themselves.
Sure. The first thing is what you mentioned, the DBA. So this I showed on Twitter days ago. And you know, I've mentioned it for 3 weeks, that if the agriculture fund went up enough, it had to start hitting the bonds. And it's all probability. So the way I look at it, I know that looked like a triangle in the middle, but the breaking up went down dramatically when the DBA kept going up. So our theory was, and that's where, you know, a theory is different than making money. Because if I just thought this is going up and bonds are going to go down, that the stock market's going to crash, I would have gotten not so hot. So basically we did a creative trade yesterday because we still weren't sure. And with the unemployment report on Friday and the CPI next Wednesday, you still don't know if that's a false breakdown or break up. But what we did was we played the regional bank index.
Okay.
Because the regional banks don't like bond selling off. So we shorted on this trend line break right here. And then we stayed short with the bear flag and stayed short overnight.
Right.
And finally, we just got out at support today because I'm leaving. So that was a good trade, but all because the DBA went up. So, and you see the correlation even now on a 15-minute chart on how the DBA got nailed and the bonds went straight up, closed on their high. And so the regional bank came back. That's one reason we also covered.
Yeah, I really like that gap fill. I was going to ask you if you didn't cover, if potentially looking for a fill back into that gap might have been your stop. But again,
that's a great question. Well, I'll show you real quick. I definitely think that could fill the 47.5 gap. That's what you're looking at.
Yeah, I thought I thought that might have been your target, and then also the gap that we just even had today from 49.50 back down into 48.50. I mean, you could also cover that if that was going to be a stop, but I do like that.
Yeah, it was just that I was going to be gone, but I decided to do this instead. So I wanted to have something in here. And, you know, I could talk about the pot stocks and say I was rolling into one and out of the other, but Western Alliance, to me, has the worst looking chart in the regionals. So I did something under the market for April 19th. You got a lot for next week. Next week. Figuring that a lot of stuff's coming out. This isn't going to do much. So that's a scary figure. But even if it goes and fills the gap, we'll make money. So that's why I rolled it out of KRE and into that to have something over the weekend.
All right, so WAL is the name that you're looking for as far as the weakest name out of all those regionals. I did see some movement in NYCB today, so we can potentially look at that. But all right, so how long are you gone for? So I don't have you here next week. You gone for a week?
No, just Thursday and Friday.
Oh, just Thursday and Friday. Okay. Enjoy your time, Chris. I think that's about it, man. It's 425. Good coverage there. Maybe next week you want to do a little bit of a Q&A. Maybe we'll ask some of the traders out there if they have any questions for you. Again, a lot of love. Sure. Traders can find you at Simpler Trading. Anything else you sort of want to throw at anybody here where they can find you? Anything that you're thinking about?
Well, I have a lot of followers on StockTwits.
Right.
And a ton of them. And
Okay.
so I talked to StockTwits. I'm like, do you ever want me to do anything interactive? So they had me do a Q&A, and it was so popular, they left it open for 5 hours. I was doing Q&A. So,
Wow.
and it was great. It was a blast. So sure, Q&A, the more questions, the better.
We like that. Mr. Chris Bretcher, thank you so much. Go follow this guy on StockTwits. Have a great little vacation. You deserve it. Thank you so much, Chris Bretcher.
Yeah, thank you for having me on.
Cha-cha-cha, my guy. All right, we love that man right there, Chris Bretcher. Just real quickly, I didn't get a chance to, I didn't want to interrupt because not really much is happening here, but Google came all the way back. It's all the way back, not all the way up. I wish it was all the way up. But Google did come back in, huh? So I was like, yeah, let's go, man. Biggest holding. Now it's like, meh, meh. But no, it's fine. I mean, it's just into the flat area. I wasn't sure, so I went over to the Benzinga platform again, and honestly, I just typed in here Goog, so you can go get this. This has been a really good platform. There's lots of interesting things. You can call up details of different stocks, find different ratios and whatnot, and fool around with the charting and everything. This is the Pro platform. You can find the link in the chat, in the description. But again, trading higher following reports suggesting the company will consider charging for AI-powered search. So we did get that, a big change in the business model. So for me, it's kind of like, we know that there has to be some kind of change, because I already used that example about not really searching traditionally the way that we had in the past. Yeah, that would make sense. Not necessarily going to Google and getting sort of that ad revenue from different ads popping up or different websites being choice 1, 2, or sponsored links or things like that, right? So if they're going to change that, that may go through some growing pains. And I don't think the market really, they like change, and I think that that's important. So I think we got to have to let this settle down. But as far as we used to have a segment on this show called Tomorrow's Trade Today, and I already know that I'm going to be looking at Google tomorrow because of this movement rate alone. You don't take out 158, rip to the high side there, and then just get faded right back to the bottom and now going lower, 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 as potentially they take some time to explain what this is, or whoever released this gets a little bit more details. But Google right now is going lower. And on the daily chart, I mean, I still really like this. And I said this on the show today. I was really happy when it went to 158. I thought it was doing pretty good. But what about just a rotation out of some names and into the indexes now? We often talk about if you're out of something, you can sit in cash, that's great. But if you get an outperformer like this is, 133 up to 153, there's nothing wrong with cashing a little bit out. I think a good example of that would be Disney. And we didn't get a huge chance to talk about this today. Not really on the show, we did talk about it, but here on this show, with Nelson Peltz again today not getting those seats, we were uncertain of what that might mean for the market, but the market's not uncertain at all. This is a big sort of kind of like FU candle the other way to the board right now, saying, you know what, you just cost your shareholders 3% because we kind of liked getting new management in here and a potentially new direction for the company. Just the boards, 2 board seats, I get it, but they don't get any. Nice little fallback down in there. We took some off the table at 120, 150. We really like Disney, but at some point you got to take some out. And I think even tomorrow morning, when people wake up and say, uh-oh, what's going on with Disney and what's going on with my shares, they may look back and say, hey, look, even though, again, something I learned, man, RSI, as you're making highs up here, RSI not making new highs. So, that fade out is obviously going to be pretty dramatic today. But again, a nice push back down in off of this candle high. So Disney is going to be a good trade for us there today. Look, or tomorrow potentially. Look, let's just call it like it is. I don't know why it's always like pulling teeth, but this Nvidia trade, honestly, I'm looking down here. Let's just hit a bet. I don't have the same tools. But we talked about it. It's all going to be related to each other. Let's go down to the sticky. I'll go to next topic. Sticky note. We had this on here today, and it is what it is. Honestly, we're going to give some ideas, and here it is right here, Nvidia. We even talked about it here. Watch for 900's key. We talked yesterday about 902, 903. We said we're going to wait for 905. So that's a $3 trade for Nvidia. This is our initial take at 900 and out there at 897. Can we get, that's a $3 trade. Let's put that on the board. It does go all the way down in for $5+. We get greedy, we don't take it. Comes back up. Our first average in is that same spot, so we'll put that same spot back on. And these are light trades, which is why we're letting it go. But then when we get up here into 902, and then we get a piece out at 900 again, that's another 250 there. We've already sort of started to bank out some trades now. And then we notice that, yeah, that 905 that we wrote down on the sticky note came into play. So when it came back up again, I'm like, you know what? Damned if I don't take this. So we take that at 902.50, 902.75, whatever it was. And then it was just like tranche 1, $2. Tranche 2, $8, $6.50. Screen me. Chart me. Chart me. Don't worry, Ramin. It's all good. We're in chill mode, baby. 896. Well, I'm just going over these plays, that's all. It's all right, that's all right. There's the next out right there. Why did we get out right here? A, pre-market high, yesterday's bottom. $10 there. Oh, but it floats back up, but we sting like a bee, but we don't get it again. We don't get that short because it doesn't come in. Then when it comes back, we're still holding shares. Comes back in, all right. Let's get out right here. Why? Because we dipped down in there. We're getting nervous because at this point, it's getting into the end of the day, although it's only 240. Yeah, 240 right here. Ramin, I got this. Then all of a sudden, what Ramin's talking about is, where's the big one? Where's the Big Bang Theory? What time is it? Comes in there into 889. And then that's when the party gets started, man, to the downside. That right there is your $14 clip that winner for you because it is on the board down to 889 right there. That's a banger of a trade. But we're not going anywhere. We have one more thing to do, and it's called a roll call. All right, so thank you so much, everybody, staying late with us here today. And again, look, over 2,000 watching right now as we speak, past the time. It's 4:33. Yeah, I'm coming home. No, she didn't call me. All right, it's roll call time. Let's go. Who's still here? Look, CompuCare team, thank you so much. I know you've always been part of this family, so I want to thank you for watching as well. Yes, John, hot dog can, and that's over at the trading desk. Maybe we'll get that over here. But shout out to Bears versus Bulls. Often gets missed, but definitely never forgotten. Thank you so much. Bears versus Bulls, man, you are the best right there. What's up, Trey Only? Marie L, thank you so much. Mary or Marie, however you pronounce it, I want to thank you. Yerp, says Colin. What's up? Derek is here. John Peterson is here. There we go, man. The Big White Buffalo. I mean, I don't know if that's a good nickname, but I'll take it. What's up to Jersey Sean as well? Hey, Jersey, man. Jim T-shirt Laundry. What's up to 420 Bud Monster? You had yourself a good day today if you're along those cannabis names. What's up to Bright Awakening? Rocky G-Man. We got the sauce, baby. What's up, Rocky? What's up to D. Mr. Westermeyer? Yeah, man, the crystal ball. We love that crystal ball. Thank you, Mr. Westermeyer, for that. What up to T. Lee as well, Jim Gamby, Francis, Candy for you, makes you dandy. Thank you so much, Candy. I'd be remiss to not thank Ramin. Thank you so much, Ramin, for staying late with us as well. Yes, today was one of those trophy days, and we'll see if we can put it on the board for you tomorrow. Follow us at Trader TV Live on every single platform you can think of, I think. And follow us all at Trader TV Sean, both on, not on TikTok, but on Instagram and on Twitter, aka X. I want to give a big shout out to my friend as well and yours, Chris Bretcher. Thank you so much for joining me here today. We stay late. It's hashtag is Traders Stay Late, and join me tomorrow at 8:30 when we do it all again. Thanks for me, and I'm coming home soon. Thank you to all ye. I'll see you tomorrow.